Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, people across the world. Welcome back again to International Throwball Conference 2023. Yesterday we had a full packed speakers who spoke about various different topics, and we thoroughly enjoyed and we gained a lot of knowledge, and today we are back again with a lot of speakers. Just to summarize, in case somebody had missed it yesterday to listen to any of the conference proceedings, I just want to talk about some of the key ones where Dr. Igor inaugurated the conference. He is a President of European Throwball Federation. He is also a Dean and CEO of Sport Academy Europe. And this particular conference is supported and partnered with Sport Academy, one of the organizations, and other than that, we have also partnered with and supported by FISPT, Sports for All organization, and then UniFunweg, which is part of UNESCO Europa, and Spartan, who are the manufacturers of throw balls, which is a core element of throw ball. And this is being conducted under the auspice of Europe Throwball Federation. The venue is Poggio Hotel, Genoa, Italy. This has started on 22nd and it will go on till 25th of April 2023. And the first 2 days are the conferences where various different speakers across the world have been speaking. We have about 17 country people who have opted and come forward to really speak about their experience in this conference, and it's our pride. Total about 43 plus speakers. It's an honor to be here. My name is Sampurna Hegde. I'm Assistant Secretary General with International Throwball Federation. Today also we are going to have a lot of full packed speakers and very experienced speakers on the board today. We have Dr. Igor Lanzoni, and we have Hadji, Ousseynou, Gueye, Mr. Jairam HR, Veena Anandchet, Professor Sudhakar Babu Mande, Dr. Kaukab Azeem, Dr. Mohammad Adil, Dr. Ramu, Dr. Ilangovan, Mr. Ken, Patrick Mesaki, Martinez Laho, Dr. Jyoti, and myself, Sampurna Hegde. And we are also going to have a couple of people who are going to share their experience with International Throwball Federation had conducted a session for students to improve their academic score, and we are going to have a lot of people coming and sharing their experience on that study. And we have the keynote speakers out here are Dr. Venu Kondle. He is a co-founder of Bloom Value Corporation, and he is also a nephrologist in the USA. He is a serial entrepreneur in the healthcare sector. We also have Dr. Sabita Venu Kondle. She is a psychotherapist in the USA. She is also an entrepreneur in the USA. And we'll be concluding with experience sharing with Mrs. Sheila, who have been part of the Arunachetana School. Yesterday you have heard about intellectually disabled people and throwball and how it helped them, and those are the ones that we are going to cover today with their experience sharing. Very, very warm welcome to all of you, and we can get started today, and we are going to get started with Mr. Jairam. I also would like to introduce a new host for today, Miss Manthana. She is going to introduce all the speakers for the day, and please do enjoy. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Jairam sir, Manthana, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Manthana Hegde, your host for today, and I'll be introducing some of the speakers that will present their papers or talk about their experiences today. So first, we have Mr. Jairam HR from India, founder and CEO of Green Path Restaurant, and he's also an organic farmer. He will be talking about how food is medicine. Food is probably the most important thing in our lives, isn't it? So he'll be talking about food as medicine. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Please carry on, sir.
Yeah. The namaste to all of you. Thank you for giving me opportunity to give this talk on this very interesting subject. First of all, I congratulate for this international conference happening, and also my good friend Sampurna Hegde for organizing this conference and taking lead part. Uh, Today's topic is what I'm talking about. Food is medicine, and the topic of this international conference, you are having a catchy slogan: "Play, throw ball, stay healthy." Very interesting. So both what I'm talking today and the throwball sports also both talk about the healthiness. Both talk about the wellness. If you have a question, I think most probably how food is medicine. I'm not going to give any bookish knowledge today, but I'm going to talk to you about the how food is very beneficial in all respects, and also my experience of food, working on the food and wellness from last 25 years, being an organic farmer. First of all, two things everybody knows that our body and cells require two important things. One is food, the other is oxygen. Both are actually going to supply to us energy and also help us to being alive on this earth. So these two important factors are going to decide about our health, our well-being. I think it's most important to understand how the food and the oxygen or whatever whatever activities we do are more important for our well-being. For example, you take now earlier about 50, 60, 70 years back, 3 decades before Second World War, the lifestyle diseases are very less, and the food was something different than what we are eating today. Today, you have seen the life very stressful also, and you see lots of lifestyle diseases. Start with obesity. The obesity is leading to many lifestyle diseases like diabetes, blood pressure, cancer, and it is also giving us less immunity against many of the diseases. Why? What is the reason? Is that you take the food what you are eating is totally today is factory food. I'm not exaggerating because most of the foods available in the market today and the humans are consumption, they are generated from the factory. And additionally, from after Second World War, the food is these two reasons, along with fast food culture, have created lots of havoc, not only on our health but also on the ecology environment. 60, 70 years back, whole India was organic, whole world was organic, and food was very different. and food was grown in farms, and they are directly using without much processing. Today, what's happening? We are all depending on the factory food, and this first of all, the food when we grow it become chemical, using chemical, other pesticides. It contaminates, it contaminates so many ways. When they processed, they use all artificial things. For example, use so many things now, even refined oil, refined sugar, refined salt. All these refined means more processed. So more they become carcinogenic. And most of the food available is carbohydrate. So what happens when our body requires, many other nutrients? We require good fat, protein, carbohydrate. But we are ending up only consuming carbohydrate, processed food. Then what's happening? The whole body system, is really having adverse impact, getting adverse impact from this kind of food. So now the worldwide, the awareness is going on to change this pattern of growing food as well as using food. Now the movement is picking up. Now the people understand that food is very important. Food is going to decide our well-being, our longevity, many things. So now the movement is about organic and using unprocessed, and also using more of different varieties of food where the protein and fat, good fat, and other things available to our body. Most of the world people now eating rice and wheat. Both are carbohydrate oriented and processed food. They make lots of things, all this using, wheat. And, we also use, chemicals laced fruits, vegetables. So this is causing lots of issues. Then we'll go to this, what is the alternate for us? As per my experience, I'm working for this movement from last 25 years. We can use, organic farming to stop the pollution at first stage, then start using unprocessed food. For example, you use cold pressed oil, use rock salt, sea salt, and use this fresh vegetable greens, seasonal vegetable greens. That makes, and also variety of nuts, fats, without using only wheat. And lots of greens, fruits, they have got protein, good fat. Avocado is the good food, for example. Olive oil is good, coconut oil is good, jackfruit is good. So there are many options available for us to eat best food available. So this makes, nourishes our body. And also very important thing is that the immunity level rises. When you start eating right food, good food, the immunity level increases. This year is called as millet year. What is millet? I think most of you don't know about millets, but European country also they are using, chia seeds, this other grains, millet-like grains, which are very beneficial. So millets in India grown very much from centuries, and people were eating only millet earlier. That's why there was not much diseases, and millets require less water, no chemical is required, no disease for them. So millet is very hardy and very nutritious and full of micronutrients. That's why I am as a farmer, I'm growing millet. As a consumer, I'm eating millet, and my health, at this, as I'm a senior citizen, my health is at a very, very different level. I want to share an example for you. When I went to Europe 3 years back during the COVID beginning, there was some stress for me because I came to India. Then, I was feeling something, difficulty in this thing, my usual energy. Then what happened? I went to a doctor. They branded me as a diabetic. Your diabetes is more. But when they started giving medicine, I really, feeling very difficult to manage myself. Then, I thought, how can you change through this food? Reverse this diabetes or reverse this blood sugar level. Then I stopped using medicine. I started using all different food, like stopping all the carbohydrates and eating, right food like, nuts, greens, vegetable, fruits. Now my blood sugar level, like, after last 2.5 years, I'm not taking any medicine. My blood sugar level is as usually a normal person, and everything is going normal. And when a doctor tested me, they told me that all lab reports are in order and your blood sugar is very, very, very normal, and everything is going good. So the food is most important. Like that, now the Cancer patients also, they have prescribed, right food. Any obesity, you have to use the right food. So all these diseases have to be stopped by using the right food. I think this right food and good food, definitely they go together to enhance our energy and immunity, and also they help us to lead a very good life and life without any diseases. That's why I'm talking, the food is medicine. Food definitely is a medicine when we take, in a better way, right way. What I advise you, what I advise to commonly is that use unprocessed food, and you grow your own vegetables, whatever possible, at home, at your farm, at your place is possible. Even, now offices are growing, vegetables, greens, so many things. It's possible. Use, this zero waste management, use your all wastage into energy, make it compost and grow. We have created example, all these things. So when I come to this, our experiences, what I am telling, I am working in this food industry from organic food farming and food industry from last 25 years. And, we have created many replicable models. I am running an eco hotel and also a forgotten food restaurant. What is forgotten food restaurant? Our food was very good, medicine, but food has become now poison, and food is become now the slow killer. So that has to be reversed. Reversing that, we are given options. We have done, it's not wrong in pizza, bread, or ice cream, or sweet, or desserts. But, it's wrong factor is that the ingredients what you are using should be very different. There is nothing wrong eating sweets. There is nothing wrong eating pizza. But how pizza is made? What are the chemicals you are putting? What is Ajinomoto you are putting? What are the artificial colors you are putting? How factory food are made with all artificial things? This is most important. You have to stop eating artificial and, processed food, chemicals. See, first of all, it is poison. Then second stage, when the processed, when the factory food is packed. I have seen, India, of course, in the villages, now India eating, right food little bit better. But when you go to this, Europe, I see that all big brands like, pizza, whatever, I don't want to tell those brands, they are all selling, fast food, which are really poisonous. In rich people also, India going and eating in these kind of, cafes, where they are paying higher price, but eating the poisonous food. So this is most important. This awareness is not there. The awareness has to come that we should eat right food. So we have given many examples, and I want to say about other thing is also, if you eat organic, definitely you stay more healthy. Of course, play throwball, eat, you will become stay healthy, definitely, because moving body is most important. See, our intake to the body, 60% oxygen, 40% is food. Our mitochondria, our cells are creating energy by most from the oxygen. Oxygen has to be important. So how oxygen is created? By moving your body, by, using, opening up your lungs, opening up, your system, so that, more oxygen, good oxygen can enter into your body. That's very important. Like that, food also should enter into the body. It should be nourishing us, is helping us. So most important. Another important point, what I want to tell is that we should have gratitude. We should have love, compassion for the food what we eat, for the nature where we are living. This is most important, because if you don't have gratitude, whatever you eat, whatever you do, we have to be, it has to become, very healthy and nourishing, and very different, energy has to be given, positive energy. If you think that, I'm the owner of this land, I can do whatever I want, it is become selfish. Nature is great. Nature is there from billions of years. We are only a smaller part of this nature. So we have to have gratitude. The farmers who is growing food, he is putting lots of efforts. It's easy. Money is not there. Money is not only, you can't pay and buy the food. There is efforts is there, energy is there. So you have to respect the farmer. We have to respect the food what we are eating. Then the magic will happen within us. This is called oneness spirituality. I follow this spirituality where, every time I eat, I respect my food. And I eat, most of the food I eat is local, fresh, seasonal. This makes big difference. You don't eat, whichever is packed, from different countries. I don't say you don't eat, sometime. As a fun, you can eat it. But every day what you're consuming is very important. I mostly eat millets. I don't eat much rice, wheat. I don't eat millets also many times. I eat only vegetables. I eat only fruits, nuts, these things. It nourishes my body. I'm a marathon runner. Recently, I did a marathon. I finished 10K, 1 hour, 17 minutes. It is not so good run, but after a long time, I started running. So I got energy basically from what I eat. Most important. So there is a big slogan, you are what you eat and you are what you think. So we all should, go for a good food. We all should go for the gratitude, love and compassion. the sports and organic food are go together. They are helping humans to become sober people, helping humans to become more healthy, helping humans to become more nature towards nature, towards respecting nature, towards respecting the life itself, existence. Very important. Thank you very much for listening to me. And you can just Google greenpath.in, www.greenpath.in, or Forgotten Food Restaurant, the Green Path Forest Bath, and Green Path Shukrashi Farm. You'll get lots of stories. And you can also Google about my name, Jairam HR, and there are many stories covered on this aspect of good food, organic and chemical-free living, and sustainable living. Thank you very much. Am I having any more time?
Thank you so much, Jairam sir, for your valuable thoughts on the nature. Sir, if you want to talk, you can continue, sir, for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, then I can do it. I don't mind.
Okay,
I'm very happy to share. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. If you can speak out, you can speak, sir. You have time.
I'll speak. Very important. Other things are there. I want to speak very important point.
Yes, sir. Sure. Go on, sir.
I got a friend. Who is running a very famous cancer hospital. And this very famous hospital, SCG Hospital. His doctor is the owner of this hospital is my good friend. And recently when I met him, he told me a very interesting thing, very key point. And they are doing research on cancer. And what is the reason for the cancer? Is spreading like anything. The cancer is there everywhere now. So much people, even young children, everybody is suffering from cancer. And so many things are happening. The reason, they have found out is in the research, it's not just smoking, or it's not that, this eating, whatever, this doing alcohol or any other thing, stressful thing. It is major factor for the cancer is obesity. The obesity is the major cancer thing. And you take out, any research recently I've done is that show that obesity is leading to many diseases. America is suffering huge obesity problem. Even, teenagers are suffering from obesity. India is also started the obesity. Obesity is causing diabetes, blood pressure, cancer, immunity problem, and, all bone issues also, because, the more weight for our body, heart diseases, everything is connected to the obesity, our body weight. So this is most important. Why obesity? What is the reason for the obesity? The major reason for obesity is consuming wrong food. The wrong food consumption and the factory food, the chemical food, the processed food is very bad for our health. It doesn't, give any kind of nutrients. It only put more calories, and it is giving us obesity. So unless you stop this, now there is a worldwide obesity, stop obesity program, reverse obesity program, all over, world people have started understanding this. And what is the best remedy for obesity? Two things. One is that consume, less carbohydrate, and, go for the more protein and, good fat. And also, second thing is that move your body. Moving your body is most important. Once you move our body, our whole metabolism changes, and our whole, system, start generating more good energy and more happiness. More things happen to us. So combination of good food, organic food, fresh food is most important. And, now we are eating, all these bakery food, for example, all these cakes, biscuits of very big brand. They come with, diet free. Diet free is most dangerous, because sugar free is most dangerous. Why I am telling sugar free? They put other chemical, instead of sugar. Sugar is okay, but other chemical they are putting is carcinogenic. The chemical they are putting into these products 250 times stronger than the sugar. Then imagine that. What is that? What is going to happen to our body? And all these bakeries, they are using adulterated oil, palm oil, and also they are using this, artificial, all colors, flavors, everything is artificial. Everything is generated by the chemicals, petroleum products. I will tell in India, 99.9% ice cream, what they are selling is fake. There is no milk, there is no sweetener, natural sweetener, and there is no natural any kind of fragrance. Vanilla means there is no vanilla at all. Mango means there is no mango at all. It's only a flavor. It's only a chemical. But in Europe, when I went to Europe, I see different countries. They say that if you sell vanilla, you should use natural vanilla. If you are selling mango, you should use mango. This is what we are following in our restaurant. We make many kinds of ice creams, many kind of different feeds, everything. Use only the right food or the right fruits, and also use the natural brown sugar or jaggery instead of using this artificial sugar or artificial whatever these chemicals. For example, sugar also most dangerous thing. Now USDA has found out oil is okay, but consumption of sugar is most dangerous. That is the number one reason, along with carbohydrate, to increase our weight, increase our fat content in the body, increase our all different issues for obesity. So you should stop using this whatever white sugar and and also white flours and whatever highly processed product that is going to help in the initial stage to reverse this obesity. So it's the food, it's the moving our body is most important, and it can definitely make a big difference. For example, I was weighing 77 kg, and then I reduced my weight into 10 kg, eating all the millets, everything. The whole body system is changed. I worked on myself to understand this. So now I can run, I can fly, I can do. I was also running earlier also, but now my parameters have become different. My blood sugar is very, very normal. My blood pressure is normal. My heartbeat, my resting heartbeat is, you can't believe, it's like an athletic heartbeat. I'm measuring every day. It's around 52 to 54. My resting heartbeat. Doctor surprises. Oh, what a beautiful beautiful system you are having. Your body is doing now. So this is what I'm just experimented on myself. I'm not talking bookish knowledge. So definitely you are what to eat. You should eat right food, and you assess yourself. How is your once become 40 years, you have to go for all whatever checkups and assess your body. So that makes you understand what is required for your body, which is the right food for you for body. Because each food is different to each person. Something is good for you, something may not good for me. So it can be assessed easily by using now continuous glucose monitor, understanding your all eating habits. So that is possible now. So there is accurate results are going to come. So I feel sports people also should understand that. I think you are all sports enthusiasts. Very important. See, when you are playing, any game, including the throw ball, see, it makes difference in your life. You get happiness. You connect with people. You connect with nature. And, it makes huge difference. I understand this. If I don't go to gym, if I don't go to workout for 8 days, my body becomes, very irritative. My body actually feels, I feel heavy. I can't do any work at all. Honestly speaking, every day is a ritual for me to do something to move our body. This is most important. And I enjoy my food, eating right food. I really enjoy. I eat, millets. Millets are very tasty. I eat, vegetables, fruits, and also I eat, all these, nuts and other things which are nourishing my body. Every day I drink, either olive oil or coconut oil every day morning. Oil is not bad, but I use cold pressed oil. Cold pressed oil means, difference I'm going to tell. When the oil is made, use, churn the oil, ingredients very slowly by using old traditional system. In the factory made, they raise your oil content ingredient to 600 degrees, they heat up and they crush it, then it becomes carcinogenic. After crushing this oil, which has become carcinogenic, which has lost all nutrients, then again add, some other palm oil, some other things, to mix up this oil. They don't give pure olive oil, pure coconut oil, pure, groundnut or sunflower oil. So this is most important. You have to understand this truth. Please avoid using factory food. Please avoid using, this all white chemical food. Please avoid using these feeds and also this bakery food, which are all produced. Now there are lots of, social entrepreneurs are also producing some of the good food, some of the snacks, good snacks, using millets, natural organic ingredients, cold pressed oil, so that they are very tasty also. I don't say food should not be eaten like a medicine. Food is not medicine. Food has to be tasty, enjoyable. Food has to be consumed, very happily. That is possible. Because, I opened the restaurant. I know that people come to my restaurant. They also really enjoy. And I think Sampurna Agde is our really, she's the great fan of our supporter and fan of our organic food and organic farming. and people really respect our food, because the food nourishes the initial stage. Only when they start eating the food, the whole taste, aroma, and all the goodness, definitely anybody can feel it. So go for organic, go for moving your body, go for the best food, and you live this life. This is a very greatest gift to living on this universe. Magic. We are magic. Ourselves are magic. We are not something different. Don't disconnect from the nature. Don't disconnect from the earth. Don't disconnect from the universe. They are beautiful. We are only living because of this existence. So have love and compassion, not only to existence, but all our human beings, for all our the trees, plants, animals. Then whatever your level of spirituality increases, and you get more energy, more a different path of living, more different thinking of all this existence and also this nature. So that gives you definitely a great energy to face any kind of challenges in the life. Life is full of challenges, but when we are powerful, when we go with the nature, and when we live with the nature, when we get the blessings from the earth, earth and all these things, definitely we can also definitely go on a right path, and meet any challenges and become very successful whatever we do in our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jairam sir, for your valuable inputs about our nature and relating that to our own health.
ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
Thank you, Jairam, sir, for your valuable inputs and beautiful insights on how food is medicine. I will definitely use some of these suggestions in my daily life. I'm pretty sure I won't get any diabetes or sugar in my future if I follow your advice. Now we have Mrs. Veena Anand Sheth from India. She's a yoga instructor, and she's going to talk about how yoga can improve our lives. Over to you, Mrs. Veena Anand Sheth.
Am I
Yeah,
audible?
hello.
Okay.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah,
Okay.
continue, please.
Hello everyone. I am Veena Anand Sheth from Siddhapura, Karnataka, India. I am an yoga instructor and a throwball player too. Today I want to share my experience and importance of yoga. Before that, most of the people think yoga means a body exercise. But according Maharshi Patanjali, the word yoga means combining. It is a merging soul and God. Those two are within us. It should be done by through the practice of Ashtanga yoga like Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. It shows be a constant practice of our life, then only the soul and supreme soul will be uh, united in the body. Then man will be able to have a wonderful life. Before that, convening my salutations to India's famous yoga guru Patanjali Baba Ramdev ji and Ayurveda guru Acharya Balakrishna ji and Guru Mata Patanjali Guru Mata Sadhvi Devapriya ji. and my yoga guru, Sri Manjunath Naik Sarji. I practicing yoga, my yoga guru, Mr. Manjunath Naik from Siddhapur. After 3 years, now I want to share my screen PPT and I continue my speech. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. After 3 years, I continued the practice and completed the assistant yoga teacher course. With his support, I went to yoga camp and there I instruct yoga to people. At the same time, I got the opportunity and got yoga principal course at Patanjali Yoga Pita, Haridwar, Uttarakhand from Baba Ramdev ji. Later, I participated in several district and state level yoga competitions and I won many prizes. Immense growth is my health through yoga inspired me to become a yoga instructor with the aim of teaching yoga and pranayama to others. I started free yoga class for women in 2017. After the past 6 years, I have been conducting free morning yoga classes for women. In my class, they have found solutions to many of their health problems and all are leading a happy and peaceful life. I'm also organizing yoga camps in many rural villages, especially for women and children. I'm also teaching yoga at school and college students. Apart from this, I am constantly involved in promoting yoga. Yoga is a part of my life so that I too find happiness and peace in my life. For the last 4 years, I am working as a yoga teacher for a school in my place. Also, I have been working as the president of Mahila Patanjali Yoga at my place for the last 7 years. Along with health, yoga has also given me a good identifier and I have also received many honors in recognition of my yoga service. It's my wish to continue this yoga service till my last days. I have done this much success with the support of all my yoga committee, yoga friends at state, district and taluk committee bearers. Yoga is just a body discipline. All is a all it is a science, lifestyle, diet, and to get good personality, respectable in society, and reduce life stress. Yoga is a wonderful power of social service. Yoga is a planet by practice of Ashtanga Yoga, a human can attain his highest life. The practice of pranayama can balance the breath in the body so that the health for our heart increases. With that, it also increases our immunity, social health, lifestyle. Yoga is the only way to get rid of our lust, anger, greed, etc. To increase our feelings, love, and peace. Tranquilly, uh, plant patience and happiness, and to unite our souls and the supreme soul through meditation to unique physical and mental health of the body. All in all, yoga is must for everyone to maintain physical and mental health of the whole body through good diet, asanas, pranayama, mudra, and meditation. In the midst of today's stressful life, from deadly disease, rising from BP, sugar, cholesterol, thyroid, cancer, away from allopathy drugs. And finally, my overall concluding is yoga is the best. Do yoga daily and stay healthy. Yoga is not only an exercise, it is everything for everyone's life. It is yoga teaches you the how to take food, how to get healthy, how to walk, how to talk, how to stay happy. Everything. Yoga is everything for everybody, so you should practice daily yoga. Yoga has a power to reconcentrate a person completely. It's 100% for me. And please do yoga daily, you all people. I request you. And finally, my hearted thanks to my throwball coach and my friend Srimati Sampurna Hegde, sister, for allowing me to participate in the program and share my experience of yoga with you all. It was a great opportunity for me. Thank you once again to Sampurna Akka and all leaders of International Throwball Federation. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Veena, for
Thank
whatever
you,
the
madam.
PPTs you have shared regarding yoga. It was really good, and whatever our yoga, which is very good for health and social life as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Veena, for such beautiful insights. And I will definitely be doing yoga every single day. I have lots of stress in my life, so I'll make sure to do yoga every day. And now we'll be taking a 60-minute break for lunch. And in the meantime, you can watch our throwball videos that we'll be presenting. Thank you.
Samurai sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding.
Throwing a ball across two persons or two groups of people was a recreational play observed during 1930s in Australia and England. It was accepted as a very popular play during the leisure period, especially by the women. Therefore, basically, this throwball play was known to be as women game. It is believed that this throwball reached India through YMCA, most probably during 1940s. Initially, this play was restricted to Chennai and later in 1950s reached Bangalore. Dr. H.C. Buck, head of the department, YMCA, College of Physical Education, Chennai, formulated preliminary guidelines for the first time during 1955. Almost after 15 years, this play of throwball was auspicious of Throwball Federation of India, TFI, at Bangalore, led by B.M. Rachappa, Director of Physical Education, University of Bangalore. Simultaneously, this play was well accepted at schools and colleges for both boys and girls. T. Ramanna, a humble sports lover and promoter from Bangalore, shouldered the responsibility of organizing a national level throwball championship for the first time at Bangalore during 1980s. Further, a national level organization, TFI, was re-established under the leadership of T. Ramanna, and in the year 1985, draft rules were framed. Ministry of Sports, Government of India has recognized TFI as National Level Sports Organization in 1989. The game of throwball has been developed and became a popular game among men and women in all the states wide over the country by 1990. Professor Dayanand Aksar, another sports lover and promoter from Gulbarga University, Gulbarga, has edited first copy of rules and regulations of throwball game in 1990s under the directions of T. Ramanna, Secretary General, TFI. The great sports vision of T. Ramanna moved the national level organization TFI to Asian level organization ATF from 1996 onwards, including South Korea, Sri Lanka, Japan, Nepal, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In view of the faster development of the game, the second edition of the Rules and Regulation book and the modified ball was brought by TFI during the year 2000. To promote the game effectively at the international level, T. Ramanna conducted first Asian Throwball Championship at Kolkata during the year 2002 and the second Asian Throwball Championship at Chennai during the year 2005. The indigenous sport vision of T. Ramanna aimed at the world level and established International Throwball Federation ITF during August 2002. Chief Officer of ITF is established at Bangalore and the regional office for Asian countries is located at South Korea, where Dr. Lee Jong-young being the secretary in charge. Several others who are thriving very hard for the development and promotion of the game at international level are Abdul Halim bin Khadir, Singapore. In view of the popularity and fast promotion of the game and to strengthen the game technically sound at the international level, the preset third edition book edited by Professor Dayanand Aksar on game and rules of the throwball of International Throwball Federation is being published by Chief Secretary General ITF Bangalore.
The throwball court. The surface may be made up of grass, wooden, polygrass or hard court. The dimension of the surface of the throwball court. The width shall be 12.20 meters. The line shall be marked with yellow, white or any contrast color with the surface. The length of the court shall be 18.30 meters, marked again with yellow or white color, and the half court measurement shall be 9.15 meters. The service zone shall be 6.10 meters, marked with dotted lines, situated on the right side of the playing area outside the court. Free zone shall be 12.20 meters. The box line being 1.50 meters on either side of the court, which forms a 3 meters box. The total length shall be 3 meters, which shall be called as neutral zone or the box area, and the zones being marked with dotted lines, and the front zone being 2.55 meters from the box line. The front zone shall be 2.55 meters. The center zone shall be 2.55 meters again, and the back zone also shall be 2.55 meters. The height of the net 2.30 meters. The length of the net being 12.50 meters, on which the playing surface will be 12.20 meters. The width of the net being 1 meter. The antenna being 1.80 meters, with 1 meter within the net and 80 centimeters above the net, marked with white and red colors. The height of the pole being 2.30 meters. The pole being 2.30 meters. The diameter of the pole being 10 centimeters. The free zone being 3 meters on all the 4 sides of the court. The scorer bench being placed outside the free zone, and the substitution bench also being placed outside the free zone. The scorers being seated outside the free zone behind the umpire, and the substitution bench also being placed on the left and right side of the scorers. The scoring board being operated by the scorer. The set score and the match score being projected by the scorer, being assisted by the assistant scorer. Location for the umpire being positioned within the free zone outside the sideline. The position for the assistant or line umpire being situated on the rear side of the service zone. The position of the lights for the matches being played under lights. The height of the pole shall be 20 feet on the minimum side and shall be raised according to the surface. The poles shall be situated on the rear side without affecting the player's eyesight.
Ball. The ball shall be spherical in shape with lemon yellow color and dark green stripes. The ball shall be made up of synthetic leather. The size of the ball shall measure, when inflated, 70 centimeters circumference. The weight of the ball shall be 450 grams. The ball recognized by ITF and marked so shall only be used during the matches. The pressure of the ball shall be equal to 0.6 to 1.1 atmosphere, which is 100 grams per centimeter square at sea level. Team. The team shall consist of a maximum of 12 members. The playing team shall comprise only 7 players during play. However, substitution up to a maximum of 5 players from 12 members is allowed. But at no point of time the playing team shall exceed 7 members. A match should not be considered valid if there are less than 7 players in either side of the team. Players' position. The position of the players in the court shall be as follows. Front zone 1 and 2. center zone 3, 4 and 5. Back zone 6 and 7. The player standing in position 7 shall make the position to serve the ball. The rotation of the position of the players should be in Z fashion, moving to the right from position 1. Players shall wear the proper uniform numbered 1 to 12 and numbers shall be clearly visible on both front and back. Players' uniform. All players should wear solitary colored uniform including t-shirt and shorts. All players should wear suitable sports shoes. Men and women, including boys and girls, should wear t-shirt and shorts. Each team should bear the chess number from 1 to 12 only. Size of the chess number should be 5 into 10 centimeters in the front and 10 into 20 centimeters at the back. Play. Choice of the court or service shall be decided by tossing the coin before the play commences. In the respective sides of the court shall take the proper positions. Soon after the referee blows the whistle, the play starts. Rotation position, order of the players shall be maintained throughout the set. Rotation position, order of the players can be changed for any subsequent sets informing the umpire. However, in the deciding set, they shall not be changed in the position order of the players when they change the court at 13 points. During the service, players shall be in their respective positions. If any player of receiving team is not in the respective position, then the serving team will be awarded a point. If the player of the serving team is not in respective position, the team will lose service. In case players of both the teams are not in respective position, a common ball may be given. During the play, if there is any natural, unforeseen disturbance taken place, it will be considered as common ball and re-service shall be given. Service. The ball should be served using palm of any one hand from above the shoulder level in one course of action. If ball is served below the shoulder level, it is considered as foul. Player should serve the ball within 5 seconds soon after blowing the whistle from within the service area without touching or crossing the end line of the playing area. The service ball touching the net and antenna shall not be permitted and side change should be given. The service ball shall be returned by only one player of the opponent team and the second touch is not allowed. The service ball on all lines of the playing area shall be considered as good ball except box line. If the server takes more than 5 seconds to serve, then it results in delay, ball in or out. Any ball falling on any line of the playing area is a good ball except the box line. Any ball that falls into the box and on the box line is dead ball. Any ball that falls on the ground outside the playing area with or without touching the players is considered as out ball. Any ball touching the antenna is out ball. Ball in play. A player shall not take more than one step to return the ball. If so, it is called as movement and is not permitted. A player shall receive the ball with both hands and shall return the ball with only one hand. If not so, it is called as both hands throw and is not permitted. A player must have his contact with the ground while receiving the ball. A player jumping and receiving, holding the ball in the air is not permitted and it is given foul. Any player during the play shall not touch the box line. A ball in rally, which is except service ball, if slipped or dropped by a player, not deliberately, before touching the ground in the court, can be handled by any one of the player mate and can return it to the opposite court. Ball shall be thrown by the player above the shoulder level only. Player receiving the ball at any level above the trunk should bring it to the shoulder level and then should be released within 3 seconds in one course of action. Otherwise, it is considered as thrown below the shoulder level and foul. Ball handling. Handling of the ball. Holding the ball simultaneously by both the hands firmly is permitted. Player shall receive the ball firmly only above the trunk level. The player shall not receive the ball below the trunk level, and if so, it is not permitted and accounted as improper holding. Tapping, pushing. Tapping or pushing of the ball deliberately by the player shall not be permitted. Body touch. While throwing, the ball shall not touch any part of the body except the palm. If so, amounts to body touch. Shifting. The player shall throw the ball from the same side on which he or she receives the ball. The side changes from right to left or left to right shall not be permitted, and if so, is called shifting. Delay. Any player during the play shall not retain the ball for more than 3 seconds. Receiving and returning of the ball by the player shall be one course of action and should be completed within 3 seconds. Otherwise, it causes delay. Clash. Pulling or catching the ball by 2 or more players simultaneously shall not be permitted and is called as clash. Scoring. All matches shall be played for best of 3 sets only. Each set of a match shall constitute 25 points, which means TT or rally score. The team winning 2 out of 3 sets shall be declared as winners. In case of 24 points each, the play is continued until 2 points lead is reached 24-26 or 25-27. When the scores are 26 points each, any team scoring 27th point first shall be declared as winners. In the deciding set, after reaching 13th point by any one of the team, there shall be change of side. However, positions of the players shall remain same. Substitution. Substitution is the act by which the referee authorizes the players to leave the court and another player, which is substitute, to occupy the position. Entering of a substitute player into the court and exit of a playing player in that position of the court should be considered as completion of one substitute. There shall be 5 substitutions permitted in a set. One or more players may be substituted at a time permitted in a set. Exceptional substitution under the limit of the rule may be permitted by the referee in case of injury of a player, or if a player unable to play due to condition of the health. A player can be substituted only once in a set. In case of the substitution of a player, the same player should be replaced. However, no substitution is permitted at 7th or service position. 2 minutes shall be given to injured player to regain and commence the match. Otherwise, substitution shall be enforced by the referee. Time out. 2 time outs for each team in a set shall be permitted. Duration of each timeout shall be 30 seconds. During the timeout, players may go to the free zone. Maximum of 5 minutes shall be permitted as duration between 2 sets. Manager or coach or captain can only call for timeout. Substitution of players is not permitted during timeout. Technical timeout. Timeout may be taken by the referee as per the direction of the technical committee to regularize the implementation of routine rules of the game. The maximum time limit is 5 minutes. Duration between matches. A team should be given minimum of 15 minutes duration in between the matches up to quarter final, all league matches. A team should be given minimum of 30 minutes duration before it plays the quarter-final matches. A team should be given minimum of 45 minutes before it plays in the semi-finals. A team should be given minimum of 60 minutes duration before it plays the finals. Conduct. Conduct of players, coaches, or managers may be considered as misconduct in the following circumstances: addressing or questioning repeatedly the officials regarding decisions, making unpleasant actions or movement to influence the decision, leaving the court without informing the umpire or referee except between the sets and during time out, any kind of force or action to influence the decision. Punishment. If any kind of misconduct as stated under the rule exhibited by the players shall be warned with a yellow card by the referee. If the same player exhibits the misconduct for the second time, shall be expelled from the particular set, indicating the red card by the referee. If the same player repeats any kind of misconduct for the third time, shall be expelled from the remaining part of the match, indicating both yellow and red cards by the referee. In case if players exhibit a severe, unforgivable misconduct even at once, the player shall be expelled from the entire set, match or tournament, indicating yellow and red cards by the referee. However, the decision can be executed by the referee in consultation with the technical committee. If the manager or coach exhibits any kind of misconduct, shall be warned with yellow card for the first time and for the second time shall be warned with red card, giving a technical point to the opponent team. In case of more than 30 minutes delay, the entire match shall be replayed. However, referee shall consult the convener, organizing secretary, or the technical committee in any such unforeseen incidents before the execution of the decision. Protest. A protest shall not be entertained in any case against the referee's decisions. However, the protest on the point of fact on other matters related to the game shall be entertained. Protests shall be lodged only by the manager or captain in writing within 30 minutes soon after completion of the match, along with the prescribed fee, which is to be paid to the convener of the tournament. If there are any objections before the commencement of the match by either of the teams, the match shall not be stopped and played under the protest. However, if a team does not turn up within the stipulated period of 15 minutes, the present opponent team shall be declared as winner of the match. Match officials. There shall be 6 officials for a match: 1 referee, 1 umpire, 2 line umpires, 1 scorer, and 1 assistant scorer. Referee shall be solely responsible for the smooth conduct of the match, ensuring the assistance from the remaining officials, and referee's decision shall be final. Umpire shall line up both the teams, call the captains, toss the coin, decide the service or side of the court, and indicate the referee to commence the match. Umpire shall note the chess numbers of the players, position of the players, and shall maintain and regulate the rotation order of the players. Umpire shall also observe good or out ball on the respective sidelines and can assist the referee. Scorer shall ensure the entry of the names of the players along with the chess numbers before commencement of the match. Scorer always should maintain score points by both the teams throughout the match. Scorer should also indicate 13th point of the deciding set to the referee for the side change. Assistant scorer shall record substitution, time out, and punishment or warnings exercised by the referee. Line umpires shall observe the ball in or out of the respective sides. They shall also observe line crossing of the player during the service. Match convener designated by the federation shall decide and allot the officials for every match from the available officials, and also should coordinate to regulate and supervise all matches. Score display board may be arranged conveniently by the local organizers. Official uniforms and equipments. Officials shall act only in the specified uniform and essential equipment. Specified uniform. International officials: light blue t-shirt and dark blue pant. Specified equipment. Every official must have 1 whistle, 1 set of indicator cards, which is yellow and red, a pen, and a pocket diary. Size of the card shall measure 5 into 8 centimeters. Players have to warm up before starting the game. referee signals to start the match or set. Line cut. Body touch. Shifting. Dubs. Clash. Three touches. Two touches. Good ball. Out ball. Tapping or pushing. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Common ball. Touch out. Change of court. End of the play. Time out. Official time out. Throwing below the shoulder. Dead ball. Substitution. Movement. Net touch. Wrong position. Wrong rotation. Yellow card. Red card. Yellow and red card. Both hands throw. Ball on the line. Ground ball, which means hand touching the ground. Jumping and holding the ball. Re-service.
चोर हूँ पिछले 2 दिन से यहाँ पर हूँ पर क्यों जियो मार्ट बिग समर सेल चालू है सब कुछ इनको घर बैठे मिल रहा है बाहर कोई जा ही नहीं रहा
जियो मार्ट बिग समर सेल 21st to 30th April अब इंडिया गर्मी में बाहर नहीं निकलेगा.
Hey, what's up, you guys? So welcome back to my channel, and if you don't know me already, my name is Kaukab, and I love volleyball. And what I've been doing recently is showing you guys a lot of volleyball tips that will help you really get at the game and learn how to play volleyball from the beginning. So today we're going to do the long-awaited overhand volleyball tutorial, and there are multiple parts to this tutorial, so make sure you watch the whole thing. But if you aren't already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to my channel and follow my social media. But today, let's get right into it. About overhand serving name is bow and arrow. And if you've ever played volleyball, you might have heard this before. Bow and arrow is an analogy for a way to use your arms in order to serve the ball over. Now what you're gonna need for this is a volleyball. And if you don't have a volleyball already, I already have a video that I've already made about how to find a volleyball, and it's gonna be somewhere up here. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have a volleyball. You're gonna extend your arm to its fullest capacity, and this is your non-dominant arm. So if you're right-handed, this is your left hand. If you're left-handed, this is your right hand. So what you're gonna do is extend it. Now the first thing about volleyball is we need to learn how to do the toss, okay? The toss is 90% of the reason why volleyballs don't go over. It's the toss. If I toss it back here, I'm gonna end up serving like this. If I toss it way out here, I'm gonna end up leaning forward. We want the toss to be just right for us so it meets our hand at the right point of contact when we're serving. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna put your dominant hand behind your back and keep your non-dominant hand, you're gonna toss right in front of you. You're gonna see if the toss is right in front of you. It shouldn't be too high where you're gonna reach it too high or too low where it's too low. So after we finish learning about how to do the toss, we're gonna look at how to contact the ball with our hand. Now, a lot of the things I see a lot of girls who are beginning do is they try to do the knuckles. They try to hit it like this because they think it's gonna help it go over. You will break your fist like this. Don't do this. You wanna have an open palm and have 5 points of contact. That means 5 points of contact means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open palm. So if you have to, before you start serving, you have to slap it twice just to get your hand right, do that. Everybody has serving rituals that they use before they serve. And I'm gonna show you some of mine when I demonstrate a serve at the end. But we're gonna learn 5 points of contact. So am I gonna contact the ball here? Is that gonna go over? Absolutely not. Am I gonna contact the ball here? No. I'm gonna contact the ball at the highest point at my toss. So toss up, highest point, that's where I'm gonna contact the ball. Toss up, highest point, that's where I'm gonna contact the ball. After learning how to contact the ball with your hand, what we're gonna do is make sure you follow through. And what following through means, I'm gonna turn this way. What following through means, after you serve, you don't just stop here. You don't go and serve and you stop here. You serve and you go all the way through. Serve all the way through. What I tell my clients a lot of the time is, think about throwing a baseball all the way through. Do you throw a baseball and you just stop here? You go all the way through. So after you serve, you're gonna come all the way through. Now we're gonna talk about the most important part, which is your body position or your form. So with your form, you don't just serve and just stay in place, okay? That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna work well for you. So you're not gonna stay in place. You're gonna take a step forward and step into it. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take a step forward and step into it. And that's how you're gonna serve. So you're gonna serve, step forward, and step into it. So let's imagine that the line is right here. And remember, you cannot cross the line while you're serving. That's considered a football. So what you're gonna do is start back from behind the line. I start reasonably back. What I do is I serve in, serve, and step into it. One more time. Start serving, and then I step into it, okay? So now we're gonna put all of these steps that we learned, and we're gonna put them all together. And then at the end, I'm gonna teach you about serving rituals. So I'm gonna put them all together. So the first thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna remind ourselves, our toss. Bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. Bow and arrow, okay? So we're gonna start from the beginning. Bow. I'm gonna start my arrow. Arrow. Toss. And serve, okay? Bow, arrow, step, hit. One more time. Bow, arrow, step, bow as straight as possible, and your arrow, don't start here. You want to open your arrow all the way up. Open your body up so you can get forward momentum in order to hit the ball with all of your power. You hit it here, that's dinosaur arm. You're going to hit it and go just like that. You want to open all the way up. So when you start, you want to go all the way open and you have enough momentum. Open all the way up, full momentum, okay? Make sure you open up. This applies to other serves, but to learn how to do a float serve, a jump float serve, jump serve, those are videos coming on up. But let me talk about serving ritual. So, everybody has a different ritual. Some people bounce the ball a couple times. Some people toss it up and let it fall. If you've ever watched volleyball on TV, or if you've been to a game, you might have seen this. What I do is, I bounce the ball a couple of times, I come up, slap, slap, and then I serve. So I'm going to show you my full serving ritual. One drill that you can use at home or when you go to practice to help you learn get your serves over, because I know serving is a difficult skill for many people. What you can do is you start close up to the net, start up close to the net, start at the 10-foot line. And the 10-foot line, or the 3-meter line, the 10-foot line is the line where the front row and the back row are divided. Start at the 10-foot line, try to serve over. Every time you get a serve over, take a step back. Try to serve over. Every time you get a serve over, take a step back. If you get stuck in a position for a while, work on that until you can move back further, until you're all the way back behind the serving line. And that's a drill you can use in order to learn how to serve better. Or if you're a coach, that's a drill I highly recommend using. I use it with a lot of my clients. That really helps you get your serves over. Also, you might want to try just doing bow and arrow. Just stand like I'm doing outdoors. Bow, arrow, bow, arrow. A lot of people are having noodle arms when they come up and they serve like this, or they serve like this. It's a lot of the time it's fixed easily by form. So I hope that you like this overhand serving video. I know it's kind of long, but I hope that you like this video. Please like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm super excited for today's video because I'm going to be showing you how to jump float serve and how to jump topspin serve. You guys have been asking for this for such a long time. I'm happy to be in the gym so I can run through the technique with you guys, show you how it's done, and just hopefully help you get a little bit better in the game, in your skill set, on your court. One thing I'll add is I'm gonna be teaching you a technique that I learned at USC that worked best for me. There's a lot of different ways you can be taught. You might have a coach that's told you to do the 3-step or hold your elbow like this. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, I'm just saying this is how I do it, and if you are interested in how I do it or wanna learn that, I'm gonna show you that today. Also, everyone learns at different paces, so if you can't do what I'm doing today right away, don't get down on yourself, don't be upset with yourself. I wasn't jump float serving until I was, I think in high school. In 8th grade, I was doing a standing topspin. So there's a bunch of different things you can do. And it's not about what kind of serve you're doing. Are you a jump top or a jump float or a standing float or an underhand? As long as you're putting a ball over the net that has some pace on it, that's moving, and is gonna be hard to pass, that's the ball you should serve. So if your standing float is really good, no need to put pressure on yourself to mess with it. Once again, just want you guys to do what's best for you, and I'm gonna walk you through that technique right now. Okay, we gotta go to the service line because that's where we serve the ball, Volleyball 101. So I'm gonna bring you guys back here and kind of show you where I stand, how I do my steps, and when I toss, and all that good stuff. Okay, actually, newsflash, before you serve, you have to warm up your arm. Really important, you don't want to have any injuries, you don't want to be tearing any ligaments. So I'm gonna warm up my arm against a wall. So in case you don't have a partner or someone to play with, this is how you would warm up your arm, for those of you that don't know, but I'm hoping you all do. Some people, when they warm up their arms, they just like throw the ball and they get like lazy with it, but it's really important that every move you make has intention. So when I'm warming up my arm, I'm gonna be taking a swing that is the right movement I'd be taking in a game. And that looks like this. I'm here, and I'm throwing. I'm extending, and I'm throwing. using my body used to generating the momentum from my right hip and my whole body. So it's not just my arm, I'm back, my weight's back, and then I'm coming through the ball. That's where you're gonna get a lot of your power. I'm here and I'm coming through the ball. For lefties, it would look like this. You're here, you're coming. Oops, not fast left. And you're here, you're through the ball. I like to warm up both my arms because it just makes me feel even. If I do one side for 30 minutes, I'm just like, my left side feels weak. My left side feels weak. So I do both. And then once you get that good rhythm and that good twist, you can start swinging. So it's the same thing. You're here. Oops. Okay. We're warming it up. Cool. Here. So if you guys notice, that should be very similar from head to toe, but it's really important now that my toss is in front of me. I'm leading myself in front of my hitting arm to step through and swing. So I'm here, and I'm ending with my weight forward. I hope that makes sense. My arm feels good. You can try some on the left. I don't know how this will go. Not bad. And so then your arm should be feeling nice and ready. And once again, that's really important because those little things, that important warm-up is going to transfer to your serve. So now in your serve, you're going to have that same toss, swing through, and that rotate. So let's get to serving. So for a jump float serve, you're going to take 4 steps. It's going to be the same as when you're taking an approach at the net. 4 steps, which stays consistent with how you hit at the net and also keeps that rhythm. You're going right, left, right, left. So I'm so sorry if you're a lefty. I promise after I do the righty spiel, I'll try to do it on the left for you as well. So what you're going to do is I start kind of, I don't know how many steps it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm about 4 steps back. I don't count it out, I just kind of eyeball it. But my approach is gonna look like this. So I'm gonna start like this, and this looks like what? Exactly how I had myself positioned when I was swinging against the wall. And I'm gonna go right, left, right, left. I'll do that one more time. I'm here, my weight's back, right, left, right, left. Cool. Oops, football, but no ref, we're good. And if you're a lefty, I'm gonna try, you'd be here, left, right, left, right. Not too bad. I'm like, maybe, am I ambidextrous? I don't know. A lot of people want to know when to toss, right? When do I toss the ball? I'm taking 4 steps, I'm thinking about the toss. When you're starting, you're gonna have to think about probably when you want to toss the ball, which is gonna be, let's see when I do it. I go right, left, toss, right, left. Right, left, toss, right, left. But I would encourage you to kind of, once you get the hang of that, just don't overthink it. Let your body just feel like this is essentially, you're setting yourself up.
Samurai sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding.
Throwing a ball across 2 persons or 2 groups of people was a recreational play observed during 1930s in Australia and England. It was accepted as a very popular play during the leisure period, especially by the women. Therefore, basically, this throwball play was known to be as women game. It is believed that this throwball reached India through YMCA, most probably during 1940s. Initially, this play was restricted to Chennai and later in 1950s reached Bangalore. Dr. H.C. Buck, head of the department, YMCA, College of Physical Education, Chennai, formulated preliminary guidelines for the first time during 1955. Almost after 15 years, this play of throwball was auspicious of Throwball Federation of India, TFI, at Bangalore, led by B. M. Rachappa, Director of Physical Education, University of Bangalore. Simultaneously, this play was well accepted at schools and colleges for both boys and girls. T. Ramanna, a humble sports lover and promoter from Bangalore, shouldered the responsibility of organizing a national level throwball championship for the first time at Bangalore during 1980s. Further, a national level organization, TFI, was re-established under the leadership of T. Ramanna, and in the year 1985, draft rules were framed. Ministry of Sports, Government of India has recognized TFI as National Level Sports Organization in 1989. The game of throwball has been developed and became a popular game among men and women in all the states wide over the country by 1990. Professor Dayanand Aksar, another sports lover and promoter from Gulbarga University, Gulbarga, has edited first copy of rules and regulations of throwball game in 1990s under the directions of T. Ramanna, Secretary General, TFI. The great sports vision of T. Ramanna moved the national level organization TFI to Asian level organization ATF from 1996 onwards, including South Korea, Sri Lanka, Japan, Nepal, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In view of the faster development of the game, the second edition of the Rules and Regulation book and the modified ball was brought by TFI during the year 2000. To promote the game effectively at the international level, T. Ramanna conducted first Asian Throwball Championship at Kolkata during the year 2002 and the second Asian Throwball Championship at Chennai during the year 2005. The indigenous sport vision of T. Ramanna aimed at the world level and established International Throwball Federation (ITF) during August 2002. Chief Officer of ITF is established at Bangalore and the regional office for Asian countries is located at South Korea, where Dr. Lee Jong-young being the secretary in charge. Several others who are thriving very hard for the development and promotion of the game at international level are Abdul Halim bin Khadir, Singapore. In view of the popularity and fast promotion of the game and to strengthen the game technically sound at the international level, the preset 3rd edition book edited by Professor Dayanand Aksar on game and rules of the throwball of International Throwball Federation is being published by Chief Secretary General, ITF, Bangalore.
The Throwball court. The surface may be made up of grass, wooden, polygrass or hard court. The dimension of the surface of the throwball court. The width shall be 12.20 meters. The line shall be marked with yellow, white or any contrast color with the surface. The length of the court shall be 18.30 meters, marked again with yellow or white color, and the half court measurement shall be 9.15 meters. The service zone shall be 6.10 meters, marked with dotted lines, situated on the right side of the playing area outside the court. Free zone shall be 12.20 meters. The box line being 1.50 meters on either side of the court, which forms a 3 meters box. The total length shall be 3 meters, which shall be called as neutral zone or the box area, and the zones being marked with dotted lines, and the front zone being 2.55 meters from the box line. The front zone shall be 2.55 meters. The center zone shall be 2.55 meters again, and the back zone also shall be 2.55 meters. The height of the net 2.30 meters. The length of the net being 12.50 meters, on which the playing surface will be 12.20 meters. The width of the net being 1 meter. The antenna being 1.80 meters, with 1 meter within the net and 80 centimeters above the net, marked with white and red colors. The height of the pole being 2.30 meters. The pole being 2.30 meters. The diameter of the pole being 10 centimeters. The free zone being 3 meters on all the 4 sides of the court. The scorer bench being placed outside the free zone, and the substitution bench also being placed outside the free zone. The scorers being seated outside the free zone behind the umpire, and the substitution bench also being placed on the left and right side of the scorers. The scoring board being operated by the scorer. The set score and the match score being projected by the scorer, being assisted by the assistant scorer. Location for the umpire being positioned within the free zone outside the sideline. The position for the assistant or line umpire being situated on the rear side of the service zone. The position of the lights for the matches being played under lights. The height of the pole shall be 20 feet on the minimum side and shall be raised according to the surface. The poles shall be situated on the rear side without affecting the player's eyesight.
Ball. The ball shall be spherical in shape with lemon yellow color and dark green stripes. The ball shall be made up of synthetic leather. The size of the ball shall measure, when inflated, 70 centimeters circumference. The weight of the ball shall be 450 grams. The ball recognized by ITF and marked so shall only be used during the matches. The pressure of the ball shall be equal to 0.6 to 1.1 atmosphere, which is 100 grams per centimeter square at sea level. Team. The team shall consist of a maximum of 12 members. The playing team shall comprise only 7 players during play. However, substitution up to a maximum of 5 players from 12 members is allowed. But at no point of time the playing team shall exceed 7 members. A match should not be considered valid if there are less than 7 players in either side of the team. Players' position. The position of the players in the court shall be as follows. Front zone 1 and 2. Center zone 3, 4 and 5. Back zone 6 and 7. The player standing in position 7 shall make the position to serve the ball. The rotation of the position of the players should be in Z fashion, moving to the right from position 1. Players shall wear the proper uniform numbered 1 to 12 and numbers shall be clearly visible on both front and back. Players' uniform. All players should wear solitary colored uniform including t-shirt and shorts. All players should wear suitable sports shoes. Men and women, including boys and girls, should wear t-shirt and shorts. Each team should bear the chess number from 1 to 12 only. Size of the chess number should be 5 into 10 centimeters in the front and 10 into 20 centimeters at the back. Play. Choice of the court or service shall be decided by tossing the coin before the play commences. In the respective sides of the court shall take the proper positions. Soon after the referee blows the whistle, the play starts. Rotation position. Order of the players shall be maintained throughout the set.
Hello, sir.
Rotation position. Order of
Yes,
the
sir.
players.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a nice break. It's time to introduce one of our keynote speakers, Dr. Kaukab Azeem, who has a number of achievements and qualifications under his list. He has a PhD, a Doctor of Literature, internationally certified fitness and bodybuilding coach, a visiting professor in Ministry of Education and Culture in the Faculty of Sports Sciences in UNY, Indonesia. Today, he is here to talk about the prevalence of lifestyle and healthcare. Over to Kaukab Azeem.
You can carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue, sir.
Yeah. Dear respected Dr. T. Ramanna ji, Dr. Igor, Lanzoni, Dr. Arvind, Kanchi, Dr. Venu, Kondle, Mrs. Sabita Kondle, Dr. Mani, Mrs. Sampurna Hegde, Ms. Netra, the other dignitaries around the globe, invited speakers, delegates, and friends. I take an immense pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me in this wonderful conference. So, I'm going to talk about prevalence of fitness, health, and lifestyle management. Little change in my title. Here is the summary: fitness and health, fitness trends, patients with heart problems, research reviews, cardiovascular benefits of physical activity, and the importance of aerobic plan programs. There are a lot of plans are there you can get on internet, but planned exercise always gives you a good results. My contribution, conclusion, and takeaway home. Physical fitness is a state of health and well-being, ability to perform aspects of various sports and daily activities without fatigue. Fitness is the quality or state of being fit. A well-rounded fitness program improves a person's in all aspects of fitness, such as aerobics, resistance training, and flexibility. Physical fitness may prevent or treat many chronic health conditions brought on by unhealthy lifestyle. Today we are facing a lot of health problems due to our inactivity. Make fitness your favorite habit, not for one day or 2 day or for the crash course. According to a great boxer, Muhammad Ali, I hated every minute of training, but I said, don't quit, suffer now, and live the rest of your life as a champion. How we will define the health? Health is defined by the WHO, World Health Organization, as the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, which is marked not only by absence of disease or infirmity, according to the World Health Organization 2014. Factors for good health include such as genetics, the environment, and education. Education plays an important role, as we know, and to enhance and maintain one's health, the following measures are important: healthy diet, planned exercise, and screening of the diseases. Once a doctor diagnoses or screen, half of the problem is solved. Nowadays, the problem is if they don't diagnose the disease, then it will take a lot of time to get recover faster. So these are the fitness trends, which is important to know for all of us. Online training, it was very popular when we were in pandemic, and many students, many people, they have opt online training. Wearable technology includes fitness trackers, like how many, for example, how many steps you have completed in a day, smart health watches, heart rate monitors, and GPS tracking devices. This all, it helps in a small way for you to keep yourself healthy. You can monitor, you can just find out how many steps you have done in every, like according to ACSM, American College of Sports Medicine, they recommend 10,000 steps in a day. High intensity interval training, HIIT. It involves short bursts of activity followed by a short period of rest or recovery. Despite concerns expressed by some fitness professionals, these 30 minutes or less sessions continue to be popular form of exercise around the world. The people say always busy, always travel. So this is advisable for them to do this hit weekly. They can do 2 times, 3 times, and 30 minutes of training. Strength training with free weights. instructors focus on teaching proper form for exercises using barbells, kettlebells, dumbbells, and medicine balls. Resistance progressively increase as correct form is accomplished. Training with free weights debuts at number 4 in 2020. So, doing exercises with free weights, it needs more dexterity. Dexterity means doing with perfection. So if you're doing in a wrong way, it will affect on your joint, not on your muscles. If your muscles develop, also it will develop in a wrong shape. So dexterity, doing with perfection is very important when you are doing with free weights. Exercise is medicine. It's a very popular word. Exercise is a medicine. It, according to American College of Sports Medicine, encourages health care providers to include physical activity assessment and associated referrals to certified fitness professionals in the community as part of every patient visit. Bodyweight training, it is old concept. Bodyweight training, it's we can say the old school training. Bodyweight training uses minimal equipment, making it more affordable, not limited to just push-ups and pull-ups. This trend allows people to get back to the basics with fitness. During our pandemic, with the 2 years, when the gyms are closed, so many people they are used to do with their own body weight, like you can do push-ups, sit-ups, free squats, leg raises, scissors,
Excuse
cycling.
me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, are you changing the slides or it's in the
Yeah, I'm
second
changing the
slide?
slide because maybe this is not friendly. I will
Okay.
I will show you like this. It's visible now.
Yeah, no, because we just wanted to recheck whether you were in the second slide,
No,
right?
no, no.
So whether
I'm
you are
now. It's now around 10th slide now.
okay, sir.
Now you can
Fine.
see this slide now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can see.
Yeah, yeah. Because when I have enlarged it, it's not friendly. It's not helping us.
Okay,
So
sir. Okay.
exercise is medicine. Bodyweight training, fitness program for older adults, virtual training, personal training, outdoor activities. So these are the most fitness trends in the last academic year. So you can see health and fitness trends around the globe based on the top 5 trends from each region. So exercise for weight loss was on the top around the world, you know, and personal training, functional fitness training, fitness for older adults, training with certified professionals. These are the top in the world. Patients with heart problems, because many people they are dying early through heart problems. And if you see US 6.5 millions, according to WHO, World Health Organization 2016, 27% cases due to cardiovascular diseases and cardiovascular diseases, and globally 17.9 million. Non-communicable diseases kills 41 million people each year. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just keeping facts in front of you. Equivalent to 71% of all deaths globally. Each year, more than 15 million people die from NCD between the ages of 30 and 69 years. Non-communicable diseases. And 77% of NCD deaths are in low and middle income countries. Cardiovascular disease accounts for most NCD deaths, or 17.9 million people annually, followed by cancer, respiratory diseases, and diabetes. Diabetes around 1.5 million. So these 4 groups of disease account for over 80% of all premature NCD deaths. Tobacco use, physical inactivity, the harmful use of alcohol, and unhealthy diets all increase the risk of dying from non-communicable diseases. So, detection, screening, and treatment of NCDs, as well as a palliative care, are key components of the response to NCDs. this all reference I'm giving to you from WHO, April 2021. Which state in India has the highest heart disease? In the case of heart disease, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Haryana have the highest rate of heart diseases. Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, and Meghalaya have the lowest. So we have to see their habits, the diet habits, and their physical activity. So this is directly connected with your problems. Various studies have revealed that countries like Japan, Korea, and France have the lowest heart rate related issues, and it is all because of the type of lifestyle they follow. And US has the highest obesity rate, and Japan has the lowest. So if you see the diet habits of the both the countries, you will find the difference why US has the highest rate of obesity and why Japan has the lowest. And resting heart rate, when you woke up from the bed, immediately you can check your resting heart rate. At peripheral artery or carotid, you can check for 15 seconds and multiply by 4. And 72, as we know that it is the normal. If it is more than 100, you have to see the doctor, which is very important. And here I'm giving to you, you can see the targets by the American Heart Association. So at the age of 20 years, the target heart rate zone 50 to 85%, 100 to 170 beats. Average maximum heart rate 100%, 200 beats per minute. So as on, you can see 30 years, 35, 40, 45 years, it has the ranges and it should be in the same range, so not to get any side effects or any problems. Research reviews, according to Peter Cookins, the health benefits of physical activity can be realized by engaging in moderate intensity physical activity. So here the word is called moderate intensity. Moderate intensity was advisable during the pandemic situation, as well as myself now also 1 year 2 years stay in moderate activity, because nowadays many we are hearing in the news, hearing many on the WhatsApp, people are dying. When he was doing in the gym, he is dying. They are running on the outside, they are dying. So still we are finding the causes of the death. But what I feel, that low to moderate intensity of exercise is okay for all of us, and don't go for high intensity exercises, so which is very very important. And for example, you're doing exercise for 1 year and suddenly you stop for 1 month 2 months, and again you want to do the same type of intensity, it's not advisable. You have to go to the low intensity, stay for low intensity for 2 3 weeks 4 weeks, adopt and go to the next level. So don't do any wrong exercises or this one which will cost on your health, so which is very very important. Treatment for cardiovascular disease can differ by the type of condition. Yours may include changing part of your lifestyle like your diet, exercise, and stop alcohol and tobacco use. Medications, including ones that treat risk factors like blood pressure or cholesterol, or to break up clots. Medical procedures like having a balloon or stent placed in your blood vessels, heart valve surgery, or coronary artery bypass graft surgery, according to Suzanne and et al. In the year 2019. Scientific evidence indicates that regular physical activity, exercise, and fitness are a key determinants of health, according to Azeem and et al. 2019. Physical activity is reasonable and strong means of prevention diseases, improvement health and well-being, according to WHO 2003. You can see all of them, they're emphasizing on exercise, diet, and your lifestyle. So these three things are very important. Keep your mind. What I'm talking to you, what I'm telling to you, I'm supporting with the reviews also the same thing what they have done before. Regular physical activity is important throughout of life cycle, childhood to old age, according to Roy Shepard 2013. Well-being is in the state of having health, happiness, and prosperity. He who takes medicine and neglects to diet, give your concentration here. He who takes medicine and neglects to diet weighs the skill of his doctors. According, this is a very famous Chinese proverb. So your diet and your exercise is very, very important when you're taking any medicines. And these are the research reviews. Regular physical activity and exercise are important in reducing risk of health, death, and cardiovascular events in the primary as well as secondary prevention. A sedentary lifestyle is one of the major risk factors for cardiovascular diseases. Low education levels and low income contributed to the finding that risk factors for cardiovascular diseases in residential care centers were higher than those in the normal population in Saudi Arabia. Health authorities should develop effective public health policies for, according to Henin and et al. Recently, 2020, this was. And here you can see cardiovascular benefits of physical activity. So, according to Young Fiends, Heat, and these all they are showing a positive relationship with exercises, and it's shown improvement in the HDL. So these are the values I'm giving to you. Total cholesterol less than 200 is desirable, 200 to 239 borderline high risk, 240 and over high risk. So total cholesterol should be monitored, and HDL, high density lipoprotein, it should be less than 40 mg for men, and it should be less than 50 for the women. Increase risk of heart disease if it is less than this. Greater than 60 mg, some protection against the heart disease. So people talk about LDL, but I talk about high density lipoprotein, which is very important, and how to improve it. You can take a good diet like avocados, pomegranate. This will help you to increase your HDL, which will protect against your heart disease. So LDL less than 100 mg is optimal, 100 to 129 near optimal, above optimal, and 130 to 159 borderline high, 160 to 189 is high, and very high is 190 and above. So you have to monitor your LDL. And according to American College of Sports Medicine and American Heart Association recommends for cardiovascular health. The Centers for Disease Control, American College of Sports Medicine, and American Heart Association recommend 5 days a week a moderate exercise, 3 days per week vigorous cardio, respiratory aerobic exercise per week to improve fitness and reduce risk of illness and diseases. Physical activity is any bodily movement produced by the contraction of skeletal muscles that increases energy expenditure above the basal level. And you can see from Peter Cocaines and others also. So physical activity is very, very important. Most common exercise related complications. Most common exercise related complication is often associated with exercise intensity, the nature of the activity, pre-existing conditions, and musculoskeletal anomaly. So you have to see your level. Our coaches, you have to see the maturity. Training maturity is very important. He's a beginner, he's an intermediate, he's advanced, or you have to see that. And his body type also, like his ectomorph, mesomorph, endomorph. According to that, we have to give the exercise. If you are giving a wrong intensity, it will have an adverse effect, not a good effect. And you can see very clear about the range of aerobic and anaerobic heart rate zones. So aerobic zone, 50 to 60% of your heart rate maximum, very light training. And moderate, the green one, you can see aerobic activity, the zone third, 70 to 80% of your heart rate maximum, moderate training. How you will find out your heart rate? So maximum heart rate 220 minus age times 0.6 to 0.9. So you will get the lower and the high range of limit, and you should monitor in that, which is scientifically proven, scientifically, you know, um, uh, advice to do exercise like this. Aerobic training session you have to do in the morning or evening. There was a lot of debate, but if you want to lose fat, you want to lose weight, you have to do it in the morning. Why? Because break fast. Why we say break fast? Because you are breaking the fast in the morning. So directly you will burn the fat because you don't have carbohydrate in the body. So you have a lot of gap, like 8 hours, 10 hours in the morning. So directly, if you go for exercise and you will get good oxygen in the morning, free from the pollution. So oxygen is very important. Do exercise in the morning if you want to lose more fat and more weight. And evening is advisable for the athletes to keep their the high energy and all that at the 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Usually the athletes you will see on the grounds, they are at the same time. So find out your fat burning zone, which is very important. Fat burning zone. Oh, fat burning zone, it should be from lightweight to moderate. If you do in that range only, you will burn the fat. Carbohydrate and aerobic training, same dose. For you're taking more carbohydrate and you want to burn more fat, it's uh, like Chinese proverb, you're doing in a wrong way. So cut down your carbs, take more balanced diet, but cut down the carbs as you can take from the complex, not from the simple carbohydrates, which is very important. Protein diet or balanced diet. I prefer balanced diet, not only a protein diet. Balanced diet is very important. Crash diet and complications. People see a lot of advertisements on internet. They go for crash diets and they find some problems. So it is not the day for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day. It's a matter of your lifestyle. Change your lifestyle, which is very important. Don't take any complications in your life. No shortcuts, only smart work. Work hard. Like people say, take the machine, keep it here, you will lose 5 kg, 10 kg. Never happen because we are here, in this profession from more than 25 years. Our students do a lot of exercises like 500 sit-ups. They work hard for 1 hour, 1.5 hour, but they cannot get the good abs within 6 months or 1 year. So it's we never find any shortcuts. So don't believe the shortcuts. Only hard work, which is very important, and through hard work only you can improve your health. And here I'm giving to you the walking program. You can see anybody, any age, any gender, you can start without any, because lot of my students, they have done their families, and I get a very fascinating, gorgeous, we got uh, feedback from them. So just start with week one with 20 minutes, and second week you can take the picture of this one and you can start your exercise. Don't say tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes in our life. Lazy people say tomorrow. So don't do that. Just start from today. Go for a walk. Enjoy yourself. Keep music or anything which you like. Just walk. You should have one pair of good shoes and see that the shoes is not, you know, lost this one. It should be, the sole should be straight, which is very important. And you can walk every day to improve your health. Then walk jog program. Here you will walk for 5 minutes and 1 minute you will jog. This is the second model. Little bit this is challenging, more challenging than the first one. So, and this is not advisable for them who are more than 75 or 80 kgs and their age is more than 40. You have to walk the first slide. uh, you can do this maybe 5 cycles, unless you are now ready for the hair activity. So then you can go for the second model. Then we have the third model, walk, jog, run. So 5 minutes you will walk, 1 minute you will jog, 30 seconds you will run. In the first week, in the last week, you can see 1 minute walk, 1 minute jog, 1 minute run. Fascinating results, which students like 19, 20, 21, they can start this program. They will get a fascinating. If you just work out this 2 years, 3 years, and just go for the second one and continue this, you will keep yourself healthy. You will not get any problems like diabetes or cardiovascular problems. Keep your heart strong. If your heart is strong, your total body is strong. If your heart is weak, your total body is weak. Full body workouts. And here I'm giving to you some advices from American Heart Association. They are suggesting 30 minutes of exercise every day for 5 days, 25 minutes of exercise for 3 days. The intensity will be little bit high. High intensity only 2 days they can do if you don't have time. But presently, for this 1 year, 2 year, 2 years, don't do any exercise because we don't know. Many people are complaining lot of problems due to high intensity training, or they are sudden deaths we are seeing in the gyms and outside. So please don't do any high intensity exercise. If you have diabetes or high blood pressure or any type of problem, non-communicable disease, don't do any intensity exercise. Do you have to go for only low to moderate exercise. Pomegranate is very good. It's good for the heart. Every day, now it's summer, you can take one every day, which is has very good benefits. You can go on study about it, about pomegranate. It has lot of benefits for heart. Pomegranate juice is the running as the most heart healthy juice. It appears to protect the heart and arteries. Small studies have shown that juice improves blood flow and keeps the arteries from becoming stiff and thick. So you can control your blood pressure through this pomegranate. Don't stop, take pomegranate. It's very good for your heart and your circulatory system. So take this one because juice contains antioxidants like blueberries, red berries. These are all antioxidants. Green tea, you can take this one to keep yourself healthy. And you can see lot of exercises. You can do physical activity at home, or if you have a one pair of dumbbell and bench, you can do all these exercises at home. This was we were having a program in our university. I was given this suggestion in my university. We have started weight control exercises for morbid obese. They are all more than 40 BMI. So we have given them every semester. Half knowledge is more dangerous than ignorance. So take all the information from standard one, like American Heart Association, American College of Sports Medicine. There are a number of articles out there, but from where we have to authority, see the authority where and take the suggestion from there. This is my contribution. Impact of aerobic and anaerobic cross training on coronary heart disease and biometastasis was a major project I've done in my university. It was successfully completed and it was published in ISI journal. And this was also major project. Impact of three different types of training on body composition, blood pressure, anthropometric circumference, and selected fitness varies among overweight males. So this was also successfully completed and was published in ISI journal. Effect of resident training on selected physical and physiological variables on the male students was recently it was completed and was published in Web of Science journal. And impact of physical activity on body composition, flexibility, and muscular endurance on males. It was presented in the Pre-Olympic Congress at Liverpool, England, and was published in the proceedings of the Pre-Olympic Congress. Influence of combined strength come aerobic training on health and selected fitness variables among overweight males. It was presented in the International Congress in St. Petersburg, Russia, and it was published in the proceedings. Full paper. Effect of 12 weeks brisk walking on blood pressure, body mass index, and anthropometric circumference of obese males. It was presented in France and was published in World Academy of Science, Engineering, and Technology. This was my recent publication in Web of Science, a single author paper. It was done on morbid obese. Morbid obese is more than 40 BMI, body mass index. So it was published in Medical Science as a single author paper. And this was my single author Web of Science in Q2 journal recently in Romania. And this was also published in Switzerland in Q2 Web of Science journal. And this was also my part of project. And recently, last year, it was published in Web of Science journal. November 2022 Q2 journal in Romania. The conclusion is here. Cardiovascular disease are the major causes of mortality and morbidity in developed countries, and their prevalence is increasing in developing countries. Atherosclerosis is the major causes of cardiovascular disease. It has a long clinical history and may be well progressed before symptoms occur. Inactivity and low fitness are the strong risk factors for cardiovascular diseases. Both confront increase in risk similar to associated with smoking, hypertension, and high blood cholesterol. Being physically active or fit may reduce the risk of having a stroke. Mechanisms by which physical activity may modify cardiovascular risk include effects on lipoprotein, metabolism, blood pressure, and endothelial function. Physical activity is a central component of cardiac rehabilitation. Exercise training may enhance myocardial perfusion and hence oxygen delivery to the heart. Exercise reduces symptoms of claudication and heart failure and may help to lower blood pressure in hypertensive individuals. And here are my recommendation. Take away home. Exercise is a medicine. So don't skip from exercise. Start from today. Don't say
Excuse me,
tomorrow.
sir.
Yeah, this is my last slide.
Yes, yeah.
Engage
Sure,
in regular physical activity and well-being. Health checkup every year. If you're more than 40 years, 50 years, you have any problems, check up every year because prevention is better than cure. Improve the knowledge like exercise, nutrition, and health. Take balanced diet and maintain in and out of your calories. If you want to lose weight, you have to, for example, if your body weight is 100 kgs, 100 kgs multiplied by 24, 2400 calories. If you want to lose weight, 2400 calories minus 500, it is 1900 calories. So you have to take 1900 calories if you want to lose the weight. Fight and reverse the type 2 diabetes, exercise, diet, and natural medicine. People, if they know that they are diabetes, they think they will die. No, you have to fight. Diabetes is nothing but it is a friend. How you respond to it, how you, and it will respond to you same in the same way. So you have to change your lifestyle, do exercise, and change your diet. Change your diet, which is not friendly. The foods which is not friendly for diabetes, stop that diet and change your diet with it, which is friendly and help you to reverse the diabetes. Improve your cardiovascular health and follow systematic aerobic program. Take warm water early morning and after the meals. This is a Japanese technique, and that's why they are having the lowest obesity rate in the world. Prefer 4 different color of fruits and vegetables in a day. This is recommended by the International Nutrition that you have to take 4 fruits in a day. Take minimum 8 glasses of water in a day, not at the same time, but divide it morning, afternoon, evening until they take every 2 hours, 1 hour. Take. Don't be dehydrated, but take water. If it is summer, you need more, drink more. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to attend this wonderful conference. Thank you very much, and over to the organizer.
Thank you very much, Kaukab sir, for your insightful thoughts about how the training should be usually.
Thank you, Dr. Kaukab Azeem, for such an informative talk. I will definitely do all of the things you've recommended, or at least try. I hope everyone has taken notes because I certainly have. Everyone should eat more pomegranates. Now we are going to move on to Dr. Muhammad Adil, who is a PhD scholar in sports law and jurisprudence. He's a lawyer and also a world champion and record holder in strength lifting. He's going to talk about sports and crime, the anthropological twins. Over to Muhammad Adil.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a very pleasant evening in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, and it was an absolute pleasure listening to Dr. Kaukab Azeem, sir. Of course, my ideal when it comes to academics and sports. So, without taking much of your time, I'll start with my presentation. But before that, a small introduction as to who I am and what is my relevance to this present conference. Uh, I, Muhammad Adil Ansari, am a sports lawyer basically, and a research scholar in sports law and jurisprudence, particularly also specializing in criminology along with that. So the topic which I'll be presenting today would be sports and crime, the anthropological twins. Before I start, am I audible? Uh, just for the sake of clarity, ma'am, is my voice audible? Any issues with the voice?
Yeah, Adil, you are audible.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So, you see, Throwball as a concept, I was introduced to that concept way back in December, like last year itself, and I was quite mesmerized by, the very therapeutic approach which this sport has taken. Unlike other most of the sports which we find in our daily life, there's a competitive edge or an impulsive competitive tactic which is attributed to that. There's a certain degree of violence which is expected out of it. Now, by violence, I do not mean to say like a physical violence, but I mean to say violence as an attitude. You see, for any sport to have a success within the domain of the public perception, there has to be a certain degree of engagement. And we know it for a fact that people like to engage much more with violence than to any other human activity. And that is why we see that whenever it comes to violence or crime, we find that people are interested in those stories. Most of the movies which are successful are, action movies. Most of the sports which are successful, there's an element of violence. And they become much more successful when there's certain degree of bad blood which is infused in the game. For example, if you take into bodybuilding, um, we have a lot of rivalry stories which actually make the sport much more profitable for the organizations. For example, the Kaigri in the Phil Heath fiasco. There was a lot of bad blood, a lot of trash talking going on, and then we find that on stage, people would enjoy that immensely. Again, when it comes to cricket, well, whenever there's a heated exchange between the players, suddenly the crowd is all cheerful and all enthusiastic. So, in one way or another, we have to accept that people like to enjoy violence. Okay, but why is that so? And that is why we need to acknowledge, and I thought that that would be relevant for the purpose of this conference, that a certain, a link needs to be drawn between the sport and crime, because in both these elements, there's a certain degree of violence which attracts the attention, which attracts the participation of the people. And what is that? What is that? Before just going to the theoretical things and the anthropological justifications which we have for that, what we find is that within a sport, we tend to determine the winner, but winner on the basis of skill, often a degree of chance or the element of luck has a role, of course, and that makes it much more, interesting at the end of the day. But there's a certain degree of skill which is expected, and the combat is between the participants as to who has the superior skill. The one who is better is going to win. Or we could just, talking in the philosophical realm, we could simply say the one who is much more equipped with engaging with the violence against the other. I mean, the violence can be tactical, it can be strategic, it can be physical. Okay, so all these things, the moment somebody engages it against the other, well, then we have a sport. We have a few judges, a certain degree of judges who are responsible for adjudicating the result of the game. Now, when it comes to crime, what we find is that crime also has an element of play to that, like mobsters, like youngsters who plunge into crime. Most of them have an aura of they are quite taken by the just sorry for the disturbance which is coming from outside voice that's outside, that's not that's beyond my control, so I hope my voice remains audible and I'm not distracted by that. So okay, okay, I think it's getting out of hand. Ma'am, should we
Yeah,
may
your voice is audible, Adil.
okay, it's
Yeah,
audible, okay.
yeah, yeah.
So just a moment please. let them let them okay, 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 so sorry for the disruption again, that was out of my control. Again, the crime has an element of play to that. Why? Because youngsters more or less are attracted to that so as to display the dominant, an urge to represent themselves, to assert themselves as dominant. Most of the crimes, why do they happen? Why do they happen? Simply because, of course, there's a certain degree of bad blood which might be between people. There can be jealousy, there can be hatreds, there can be some valid points, or there can be a failure of judiciary. Now, what does judiciary actually does? It adjudicates between the winner on the basis of the merits of the case and not on the basis of the brute strength. And in that case, what we find, the similarity between sport and any judicial authority is that both of them are adjudicating authorities. One of them adjudicates on the basis of merit of your case, and the other one adjudicates on the basis of your skill set. Now you see what the where the parallel is coming. In any society, what we find is the state has certain laws. There's a whole paradigm of laws which basically conceptualizes the concept of nation as a functioning republic or a democracy, or it can be even a oligarchy or a dictatorship. That is irrelevant though. But for any system to work, there is one implied presumption that the law should promote social order. And on the other hand, what does sport stand for? Of course, sport has a certain degree of orderly aspect to that, but the main contention of sports as a field is to promote conflict, isn't it? And that is why it is important that we take both these domains of human social behavior and use it for the most productive utilization of the human I would say society which we have at our disposal. Man is basically dictated by three factors. According to Johann Huizinga, he wrote a book back in 1944 that was Homo Ludens. And he said that apart from being man, being called as Homo sapien, that means a thinking man, man is also Homo faber. That means the man, the maker. It means the man has an inbuilt ability to innovate. But beyond that, man is also Homo ludens. Homo ludens means that man has an instinctive urge to play, an instinctive urge to compete, an instinctive urge to try to assert its dominance. You see, way back, it was, it's quite an accepted, theory, though it can be with its flaws, but certainly with certain merits as well. Paul McKellen, basically, he said there was a system which we call the triune brain model, which says that the human brain can be divided into three parts. And the oldest part is called basal ganglia. And after that, we have the limbic system, and then, of course, the neocortex. Now, the thinking part, the conscious part, the one which is responsible for a social interaction, for a language, for a emotional connectivity to, or to the ability to sympathize with people or with objects, that is dictated by neocortex. But when it comes to the element of competition, then the urge to survive, the urge to dominate one's, I would say, existence, one's presence, that is dictated by the oldest, system within a brain, that is basal ganglia. And it's also called the reptilian brain. So we find that the human brain basically has three, layers of covering. And the most evolved part of that is the one which is connected with language, with emotional connect, or the emotional sentience which we have. But we cannot simply ignore the oldest part, the reptilian one, the one which is responsible for competition, the one which is responsible for conflict, the one which urges a man to do, go beyond the normal social behavior and search for conflict, or search for ambition, or search for adventure. The problem with the legal systems is that they do not acknowledge this part. And any legal system which does not acknowledges this part, well, it's a biological thing. It exists. It is going to manifest itself. Okay? Sigmund Freud said, and he basically said it in the context of trauma, that a trauma which is unhealed would manifest sooner or later in much more uglier forms, because the trauma is there to stay. And the same thing applies for human instincts as well. If you do not give a certain room for exercise of these essential human instincts, they are bound to exfoliate in ways which are ugly and of course harmful for the society. And that is why sport is important, because sport allows humans, and for that matter animal sports as well, sport allows you a room, a channel to exercise these instincts. And if you do not allow them, they are bound to resort to other ways, uh, other means which are available within the social order, so as to exercise these instincts. And that is why we find that in most of the teenagers, they there's an urge for violent behavior. And it is at that stage, when it comes to teaching pedagogy, uh, we recommend people to engage in sports. Sports is important for that purpose, because if you are not allowed to exercise this instinct, it is going to manifest, it is going to come out in ways. And it has been proved. I'm going to cite few papers for that purpose, and they are of course very well acclaimed ones. The first one is by Bruce, who said that that one's behavior, the behavior of play is essentially biological in nature. Stanley Hall, in his 1920 paper, Theory of Recapitulation, he said, and reiterated Bruce's idea that ludic behavior is biological in nature, and it is essentially linked to your mental health. You see, in today's world, mental illness, depression, these kind of things, they're becoming a lot more common. Why is that so? I mean, there's a lot of luxury around. You have a lot more available opportunities to exercise your faculties. But then why is that every country which is marching towards a first world order is having a certain degree of mental illness, or an array of such illness attached to them? It's simply because of this factor that the element of play is being ripped off out of it. This also explains why young teenagers and children for that purpose are addicted to games, mobile games, these kind of games which we have on your computers, PUBG for that purpose, because they allow your children the room to exercise their instinctive ludic impulse. And that is important. That is important for the healthy functioning of one's personality. Any person who is devoid of that is bound to suffer with a certain degree of handicap to his own, I would say, potential, be it mental faculty, be it one's personality, one's behavior. All these things, they are going to be hampered because of that. I'll just illustrate it through an example that you just look, for that matter, just look into the pedagogy which is or the methodological skills which are deployed in rehabilitation centers or old age homes. You know, these places, you know, there's an attempt to deploy the same pedagogical tools which are deployed in pre-nursery classes. If you must have noticed, in play schools, in pre-nursery classes, children are, the way we induce learning to them is by incorporating an element of play. You just bring the ball, you just arrange a certain puzzles in a manner, you color them, you induce an element of play to that. In old age homes, of course, in old age homes, where if you have people out there, there's a you know a certain degree of trauma is expected out of the people who are admitted over there. It's out of compulsion, basically, if somebody has to resort to old age homes in order to get them to give them some relief from their trauma which they might have faced. We induce them in some kind of competitive painting, insert some musical events, some play events. Throw ball for that purpose. I'll just come back to the topic which is relevant for the purpose of this conference. Throw ball, and I would appreciate the International Throw Ball Federation for that purpose, is that the people, the federation, and the people who have conceived this idea of throw ball, they recognized this principle way ahead, and they took a lead in this department. I was quite fascinated when I saw that instead of, I would say, focusing on the cutthroat competition, which is promoted by other sports, particularly when it comes to, if you are comparing to ball sports, in football, or for that matter, cricket, or I would give you the example of calcio. Yeah, calcio is a sport which is played in Italy for quite a while now, and interestingly, Henry III, the monarch of that time, when he witnessed this game, it's the game. I'll just give you a brief example. It's basically that there are two teams of 11 or 12 people, or it may be 24, that depends. There's a ball, and they have to get the ball from one side of the field to another side, and the opposite side also has to do it with respect to their own target to the other side of the field. And for that purpose, they are allowed to use any kind of violence they can deploy. No, of course, they are not allowed to use guns or swords for that matter, but they are allowed a free use of their hands, of their legs. It's a brutal sport, and it's for even today it is played, and it has a massive audience to itself. And Henry III, for that matter, when he witnessed this sport for the first time, he said it, and I'll just quote: "The Calcio is too small to be a real war, but too cruel to be a game." You see, it was too small to be a real war, but it was too cruel to be a game. George Orwell, the most acclaimed author of 20th century, his opinion, he wrote a piece way back in 1940s or something, that football, the violence which was associated between the audiences, which supported opposing teams, that football was, and sports for that matter, was war minus shooting, and that was his opinion. And even in the medieval time, the church and the state would prohibit sport; they would discourage sport. But over the period of time, we have seen the sport has been, evolved. Just like that, the political conflict which used to happen in the form of wars, it has evolved in the form of parliamentization. Sports, the element of play, it has evolved in the concept of sportization. And throw ball, for that purpose, I would appreciate, and the federation and the game for that matter, that it recognized this element, the therapeutic element of play. Throw ball has recognized it very well. There's no element of violence in that. Almost anyone can play. There's no element of, even if the violence which is deployed against the opposite team, that is to its bare minimum. And not only throw ball, I would also like to point out the frisbee game. Even in that sport, after the people have played, they just sit down, they discuss that whatever good has happened, what are the pros and the cons and everything. So I think throw ball is a good initiative, and we need to take a cue. All the academicians, educators, sportsmen, sports federation, they need to take a cue as to why sport is important for law enforcement. For open prisoners, for the prisoners, sports therapy is something which is quite an upcoming field, and in certain jurisdictions across the world, it has been deployed for a time now. So sports can be used for a therapeutic purpose. It can be used for the rehabilitation of traumatized victims. It can be used for the rehabilitation of criminals, and of course, it can be used, and it is important. I say that with utmost urgency, and it is important as we progress and march headways towards a first world order, which is more dictated by things such as artificial intelligence and armchair research or workforce. So, with that, I would like to end. Thank you so much for your time and listening to me. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Adil, for your very insightful speech about how to connect sports with therapeutic kind of a thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammad Adil, for such insightful talks and bringing in the psychological elements into sports as well. As a psychology student, this was very relatable for me as well. Now we have Dr. Ramu P, convener for the technical committee in International Throwball Federation. He will be talking about comparison of athletic ability among chasers, dodgers, and he's an all-rounder male Kho players of Telangana state. Over to Dr. Ramu.
Good evening, one and all. Respected T. Ramanna sir, Dr. S. Mani, T. Ramanna sir, Secretary International Throwball Federation, Dr. S. Mani, Asian Throwball Federation General Secretary, Dr. Igor sir, European Throwball General Secretary, and Sampurna Hegde ma'am, and other members conducting this international conference from last 2 days, and participating speakers, eminent speakers from last 2 days we are hearing. It's a great pleasure to join this international conference, Throwball conference. I'm very happy to share my views here. I have a 10 minutes time here. So first of all, I would like to congratulate all the Throwball officials, Federation officials. They're conducting in a grand manner, first time in European countries. Definitely, this is a milestone of Throwball history. So coming to today's my topic, comparison of athletic ability among chasers, dodgers and all-rounders of male Kho players of Telangana state. So there is a lot of collaboration between throwball and Kho because both the games are indigenous games, the Indian games. Kho after 25-30 years, now Kho is playing in a turf, astroturf, and they are playing in Asian countries. Slowly it is picking up to the European countries and all over world. Like throwball also, under the guidance of Dr. T. Ramanna sir, definitely it will go to that heights. The both games are indigenous games. There is no expensive to play the throwball or the coco. So our Olympic Committee Pitamahudu, P.R.D. Cobertin sir, said like this: the importance of the Olympic Games is not winning, but taking part. The essential thing in the life is not conquering, but fighting well. So the quotation said we should take part in different levels. So this is the time. The throw ball is slowly moving one by step. So it reached now. We are conducting international conference. It's not easy. That day, what Piertin Kopatin sir said, now throwball game is implementing step by step, and our intention is not a participation of Olympic Games, but slowly it will reach to the Olympic level. Coming to Coco. Coco is a traditional indigenous game and ranked as one of the most popular traditional sports in India. Now even throwball, it's the most popular game in India. In each and every corner of the country, every village, in every school, now the throwball is playing because it's a very popular game. Only one ball is enough, one net and volleyball court. Expensive of the game. And there is no body contact between the players. There is no injury. And lot of last 2 years, our throwball officials or maybe throwball lovers, we have conducted 5 to 6 studies on this, and the older age people also playing throwball now, and disabled people also play throwball playing now. So our throwball intention is the game has to play in all over the places, all over the age groups. Maybe they are fit or unfit. If they want to play the throwball, we have to study. They did the studies. Their health is improved. Their studies are improved. Their psychological levels are improved in all the areas. Last 2 years, 3 years only after Corona, we have started the studies. I can say through throwball, we are doing something for the society. So intention of the game is to do the service for the society. So I think our leader, Mr. Ramanna sir, or Mr. Mani or Mr. Sampurna, these all people are working on that. I'm very happy. My suggestion is and my wish is to continue same studies, and one or the other day, the throw ball will go into the higher level and higher level. So in this, I have taken this study around 120 people, and out of 120 people, we have taken male players, chasers, coco, 60 members we have taken, dodgers we have taken 20 members, all-rounders we have taken 40 members. Total 120 members we have taken. Out of 120 members, we have taken the following tests. We have taken the coco playing ability and anthropometric variables and motor fitness variables and physiological variables. All these variables we have taken. So our intention here, my study's intention is either coco playing ability is dominating the skills or skills are dominating coco playing ability. So the same study is now going on, my scholars are doing on the throw ball. The throw ball skills are dominating variables or variables are dominating coco skill, throw ball skills. So for that we have taken the rating chart of coco playing ability. We have taken the 3 experts suggestions, and we have drawn the skills, and we are giving the rating of each and every player. And coming to anthropometric variables, we have taken their height, reaching height, sitting height, and arm length, and leg length, and body weight. These all things we have taken. And coming to motor fitness variables, we have taken the speed. We have taken 30 yards run to measure their speeds. Even throwball is a small code. The 30 yards meter is 30 yards run is very effectiveness. And coming to agility, we have taken the T test. So why I have taken the T test? Throwball is a jet-shaped game, the rotation. So they should rotate themselves after the service is down. So I have taken this T test because it is very nearby the skill. It's coming to one more variable is elastic power. That is bunny half test. And cardiovascular endurance, that is 600 meters run. Coming to physiological variables, I have taken the resting pulse rate and systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure and breath holding time. Why I have taken the breath holding time? There is a relationship between the breath holding time and 3 seconds of the ball holding. So we are doing this study is a very systematic, professional, and effective manner. So definitely the next international seminar of throwball, we are going to present on the prediction of throwball playing ability of anthropometric, physical, and physiological variables of national players. So what is the variables are predicting? How we should improve the throwball player performance? If you play throwball, what is the merits and what is the demerits? So I'm going to do that for the next seminar. So I have a very less time now. So for this same thing, I have taken the F test, an analysis of data. I got the analysis of covariance. I did the mean and median and standard deviation. For all things, finally, we got the multiple regression equation. So if you did that equation, if you fit that equation, you did all these measurements, definitely one good player, the coco or throwball player, they want to perform their ability. If we can take this multiple regression equation, for that if we introduce this very physical or physiological and motor fitness skills, what are the important skills, and we can easily improve their performance. So for this, friends, I am concluding my topic here. And finally, I would like to thank Dr. Igor, European Throwball General Secretary, Dr. T. Ramanna sir, International Throwball Secretary, and Dr. S. Mani, Asian Throwball Secretary, and Sampurna, and other members of the Throwball family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ramu sir, for talking about Coco and along with our throwball activities and how these things can be used for your insightful speech about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for such an interesting talk. We will move on to Dr. Titus PM Sase. He is a Vice President in Sierra Leone, a Throwball Association, educationist, businessman, and religious leader. He will be talking about throwball as a recreational and social activity. Over to Dr. Titus.
Okay. We want to thank everyone for being part of what we are doing. I want to thank God for Throwball. Thank God for what's happening over the world. I'm going to speak on Throwball as a recreational and social activities. And we want to say Throwball has been a blessing and it's been a great game that's been playing in our nation and in our communities. And we have been enjoying this great game here in our country, which has been a blessing and a great support to the games in Sierra Leone. And everybody has been a part of it and they have been enjoying it. So what we really want to know is that Throwball is a sport that where every player can be loved. You know, when you play Throwball, in our parts of the nations of the world, of this country, we've seen that when we are playing Throwball, everybody loves Throwball. And it's been a sport that builds one confidence and strength. It builds the confidence and strength of everyone. Once you are playing it, it helps build our confidence. Throwball can be socially impact communities when played. If we are playing Throwball in our communities, we can see the impact being created in our society, in our communities, in our different schools. And what basically we are doing here in our country, and we have seen Throwball being played, is when we take it to the communities, we are seeing how people are participating in social, they are taking it as a social activities. And this has helped them to be able to participate in Throwball. I remember a few months ago, we went to the beach to play Throwball, to have an exercise. And what I saw in what we are talking about social activities, we saw that when we playing Throwball in the beach, we saw that many people were watching us. Many people were admiring, what kind of game is this? And they saw this and they were able to participate in the game. And they saw it, it was so great. And it helped it so much. And it was a great impact in those communities. And many people after that came to join the game. Throwball can be socially impacted in our communities when we play. It can be played in community schools also. But how can we do that? We need to take them to the schools. We need to play them in the schools. And by doing this is by playing them and teaching the people how to do it. Because Throwball, we take it as part of the recreational activities, which helps different schools to also put it part of their recreational activities. Like the PA teachers, that the physical health education teachers, we empower them to have the education of Throwball. And when we do this, it helps them to have the knowledge of Throwball, and this helps them to sensitize the kids in the school and help them to play Throwball. It also, we can say Throwball can help relieve one from stress. Because when we play Throwball, it helps us to relieve from the stress. It helps us to relieve from the situations that we are going through mental health, and it helps us to relieve from health issues. Even myself, I played a few weeks ago when I went to the field where they used to play. And I saw within the 1 week that I played Throwball, I found that my health improved so much in playing Throwball. And this is what I say, that playing Throwball also helps your recreational activities. It also helps your health. It also helps your social activities. So when we play Throwball, and inclusively we put ourselves playing Throwball, it helps us in different aspects. We can say also, it is a sport that empowers you to exercise also. We don't take it as a sport that we just play. It also empowers you to exercise. Because few weeks ago, when we get to the field, we saw how the players exercise before even they go to the field. Now, even in throwing the throw ball itself is an exercise. Because at the end of the day, myself, I came to understand by throwing the ball, it gives me that exercise in my health. At least it helps me improve my health. Okay? So we also got to understand that throw ball can also help us have an association in our communities. Now, when we have a different players, we have different communities playing different communities. This helps in association. It helps in association with different people. Now we have different people coming. We have the military coming. We have the police coming in. We have the prison officers coming. These helps us to have a relief of our activities. It helps us to have presentations in our activities. It helps us to also associate with different people. So I must say that Throwball has helped greatly in different accents, One of the things we got to put in cognizance is, number one, playing Throwball in schools helps socializing the game, helps improving the game. Number two, make it as one of the recreational sports in schools. That's our mandate here. We make it as one of the recreational sports in the schools. Number three, we take the communities. We take it to the communities, in our local communities. We take the Throwball to those communities, which helps them in their recreational activities, their social activities also. Then we also help us to form different clubs in different communities. These all we have in improving the Throwball in our society, help Throwball in having the recreational activities in different aspects of our communities. Throwball is a great game, which I have experienced, which a lot of people have experienced, and it has improved a lot of people. I'm seeing a lot of people being improved through Throwball. Somebody a few days ago was telling me that a few days I was coming, my weight was like this, but since I've come in to play Throwball, I found that my weight has reduced. I said, wow. So Throwball also helps in different areas. Somebody was going through some stress, and a few days ago he was playing in the field, and we find out he's now happy. So it gives a lot of fun. Throwball gives a lot of fun. When we go to the field, we have a lot of fun. We laugh, we play, and we find out everybody's relieved from their stress. So these has helped so much in our recreational activities, in our social activities, in our different locations and communities. That is what I want to say in my presentation. Are you with me?
Thank you, sir. She'll be joining shortly.
He said?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Titus CC, sir, for your insightful thought and speech about our Throwball Federation and game of for Throwball.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Titus, for talking about how Throwball can be recreational and a social activity. We definitely now know how it can improve our social skills and how we can also incorporate it in our daily lives. Now we have Dr. Elangovan. He's a retired professor and secretary of Indian Yoga Association. He will be talking about yoga for Throwball performance. Over to Dr. Elangovan.
Thank you, Ilangovan sir. Sir, please continue your speech, sir. Ilangovan sir.
Greetings to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to be with you at this August gathering of International Throwball Federation's conference. I extend my sincere thanks to all the office bearers and very particularly to Ramanna, Sambhurna, Manisar and Netra and others for having given this opportunity. You are organizing it as an extraordinarily beautiful and also achievable and excellent manner you are conducting. Once again, our pranams to you. And as you know very well, Throwball is the part and parcel of sport. Madam, can you exhibit my PPT? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
Please. It is a part and parcel of sports. Sports is very essential for social change, social cohesion, and the throwball plays a very vital role in bringing the world together, whether it is on par with performance level or healthy level. So it plays a very major role, vital role. And we are very pleased to express our sincere gratitude to your organization. As you know very well, almost all sports and games, they are using yoga. This yoga, it is the traditional and ancient system of promoting one's well-being or wellness. It is for your kind information. The present West Germany football team, they are using yogic practices in their national team's schedule. And the NBA, that is basketball functioning in America, 40% of the players are using yoga as their training schedule, module. And also, you might have seen recently we had our chess Olympian, and most of the players, they are doing very well, and also they exhibited by using yoga. So yoga is a part and parcel of sports, men's or women's life. Tendulkar, the known player in India, cricketer, he is very much fond of yoga. And Sharapova, you might have known that Sharapova also is a tennis player, women player. She used to do yogic practices. Djokovic, the number one tennis player in the world today, he used to do yogic practices, and he is the real ambassador because once he had asthma problem, then completely he came out from that problem. So almost all the games and also the players using yoga as a cross training. So here already I told you, it is for social change. It creates communal harmony, that throwball. Next, please. Change. And yoga, as you know very well, it is the science of being evolution, science of activating inner energies, blossoming of human potential to its fullness, scientific study of balanced intellectualism, to develop consciousness to its fullness, to find out the truth, that truth means positive experiences. And it is the scientific tool to get experiences to its depth and dimensions. These are all the definitions of yoga very much needed for not only players, but for the society. Next. Next, please. And very particularly, I told, it not only helps for promoting one's peak performance in throwball, And also the previous speakers, they stressed throwball is being want of promoting health. The global health status I want to show here. 4 billion people will be obese by 2035. Its cost will be more than $4 trillion globally. About 422 million people have diabetes. 1.3 billion are affected by high BP. 7.4% of the world population live with chronic respiratory problems. Over 110 million people have experienced stroke. 97 crore are affected by mental problems, not only physical, but mental, particularly. 1 in 6 deaths are from cancer. 55 crore are suffering from dementia, a kind of psychological disorder. Only 4.3% people are healthy. It is a very big concern. And a mass entry we need that can be achieved only by throwball. More than 80% of the world adolescents are physically inactive. So it is very easy to bring them into our fold if we introduce throughout the world the throwball playing game. Next. Next. And there are so many factors affecting our throwball performance, whether it is a big player or an ordinary player. Accumulation of toxins can be there. Hormonal imbalances may occur. That is neurotransmission can be one of the reasons. And the neurohormonal imbalances of human systems, impurity of genes, and blockages of the energy level, and accumulation of too much energy, and the excess antioxidants and ignorance. These can be the main factors affecting the performance. Next. In throwball. And it is for your kind information that there are so many physiological benefits of yoga. Muscles become elastic and in balance, relieves pressure on cartilage, BP stabilizes, it controls heartbeat, decreases cholesterol and blood sugar level, body temperature drops, pulse rate decreases, increased lung capacity and respiration, oxygen consumption will be less, increase the vital capacity and avoids fatigue and increases peak performance and the longevity of the player of throwball. These are all some of the physiological benefits when you play, when you do yoga, when you have the yogic practices in your regular training schedule. Next, please. And there are some psychological benefits also. Ventrolateral prefrontal cortex in the brain, it will be activated, stabilizes cardiac nucleus in the brain, enhances gray and white matters in the brain. It keeps intact the fore, mid, and hindbrain, balances biorhythm, promotes delta waves, activates hypothalamus and hippocampus, increases brain volume, avoids brain shrinkage, increases the number of connection between brain cells and improves blood flow to the brain. So the important psychological concepts is, if you do regular yogic practices, when you go for playing or training in throwball, there are two psychological concepts can be enhanced. One is Vairagya and Viveka. Vairagya means completely dedicated for the social reforms, social improvement. And Vairagya means, that is Viveka means, that is discrimination, discriminating power, which is right, which is wrong, which we have to, because doping is the main concept in other major games. So that kind of unwanted things we can overcome by doing yogic practices. Next, please. And there are so many benefits already I told. When you do yogic practices, hormones will get segregated. 52 hormones are segregated in the pineal gland alone. 30 hormones are segregated in the gut area. So hormones are the middle part. That is the fulcrum that is needed for the promotion of sports and peak performance. So hormone segregation will be in a perfect condition when you do yoga, because whoever having hormonal balances, that player will be an extraordinary player. He can give his 10% result. And also genes. Genes, they are controlling our activities. So genes can be perfected. And also it is not only perfect genes. If the genes are perfected, our circadian rhythm will be good. Our all other neurotransmission will be good. And also our blood flow will be good. And the cellular health will be good. And our concepts, that is, our performance will be good. Next. Please go to the images. So here I am seeing and showing some of the yogic practices purifies caudate nucleus and medulla, which are meant for stabilizing emotional behavior. If a player is emotional, he can't show his performance. His performance will be hindrance. So in order to have emotional perfect behavior, you need yoga. Slowly you increase. Yogic practices promote neurogenesis, the process of nurturing neurons. Next. These are all some of the benefits in the brain. Enhances white matter integrity to avoid depression, because stress or depression are the main cause of promotion in sports. Next. So yogic practices help to tolerate pain by purifying anterior cingulate cortex, whether this is for mental or physical pain, physiological pain. Next. And also dopamine segregation is very much needed for our happiness. There yoga helps. Next. And also hippocampus can be activated when you do yoga. That is meant for your memory, learning, etc. Next. And there is a hormone called oxytocin. It is very essential. So if you want to promote the sports, the throwball in the world, definitely this hormone will be very important role it will play, and we can improve by yoga. Next. And also there is a technique called, if you want to overcome the bad memories, definitely yoga helps. Next. So stress damages hippocampus, meant for learning, memory, and also it has to be enhanced if you want to give 10% performance. Next. And also this is what we call neurotransmission. Communication is very essential. So yoga is essential for promoting communication and also this neurotransmission. Next. Telomere. It is also very much needed for longevity. Next. So there are, I have framed a module for a throwball player. These are all the practices, yogic practices needed for a throwball player. Next. And Surya Namaskar, it is very, very essential practice. It activates their peak performance. Next. Surya Namaskar, we need Virabhadrasana. It provides balance. Throwball players need balance. It eases neck, shoulders, and back, tones up the ankles and the knees, good for stomach and leg muscles, chest expands. So Veerabhadrasana is essential for a throwball player. Next. And also Viparita Karani, it is also very much needed. It activates your all human systems, abdominal breathing is induced, and it balances central nervous system and autonomic nervous system. Next. And Matshyasana are also needed because it promotes blood flow to the brain easily. Next. And also Ustrasana, it promotes all systems in our body, and it is very much needed for cerebrospinal fluid, which is essential for our performance. Next. Dhanurasana, it is also very essential, and it overcomes laziness, and it is good for various diseases, and very much needed for women throwball players, particularly. Next. And Mayurasana, it strengthens the muscles of the whole body, develops muscular control, chest expands, activates different glands, promotes neurons, digestive and respiratory systems, eases the flow of cerebrospinal fluid that gives divinity in us, and also we can give 10% performance. Next. And also Ardha Machendrasana, it is also a twisting pose we need. Next. And the Kurmasana, it tones abdominal organs, makes hips and shoulders more flexible, stimulates the muscles around lumbar spine. It is very essential. Next, Kurmasana. And the Tolasana, it strengthens the wrist because throwball players needed arms, shoulder, and abdominal strength, and also stretches legs, hips, spine, lower back, chest, activates cerebrospinal fluid, promotes stamina that is very much needed for a throwball player. Solasana is very essential. Next. And also Paschimottanasana, very excellent practice for throwball players. Next. And also we have to go for pranayama practices, Kapalabhati, breathing exercises, breathing practice very much needed. Then next. And also Bhastrika pranayam we need. Next. Nadishodhana pranayam we need. So these pranayama practices overcomes all our problems and activates our performance. Next. And Mahamudra is very essential mudra practice. Next. Then finally you have to do meditation. So if you want to have 1 hour schedule, you please have loosening the joints, that is warming up activities you need. There are some practices in yoga. Then do Surya Namaskar, asanas, pranayama practices, meditation. Then your complete total well-being will be good. Your performances will be good. Next. So at the outset, what I want to tell you, yoga is the rhythm of the body, the melody of the mind, the harmony of the soul, creating symphony of life, as said by Iyengar. So I request the organizers, I request the administration, please consider, have twice a week in your training program of throwball players. You can see wonders on their performance. Thank you very much for having given this fantastic opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Elangovan, for your very wonderful presentation about our yoga and how it can improve our throwball players as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elangovan, for talking about how yoga can help throwball players. I myself didn't know there were so many asanas that could actually help throwball players so much. So now we're going to go for a short tea break for about 15 minutes and come back with many more speakers sharing their experiences and their throwball experiences.
Throwball has a grip, okay? Small dots, you can see it here. This grip will give us acupressure. Every time we hold the ball, it gives the acupressure. What is acupressure? Acupressure is a science. It's part of the anatomy study. We understand that each part of our body, as we see here, lung, eyes, ears, stomach, heart, liver, brain, spinal cord, bladder, intestines, everything. All these parts of the bodies are connected in hand, the nervous systems. It is connected in feet also, it's connected in ear also. That's the way our body is structured. Every time you hold the ball, each of these nervous system is getting activated internally. It reaches the internal organs every time you hold the ball. It doesn't really take much time. That's the science behind why throwball can help much more faster. Every game is good, but this can help much more faster.
Hello, my name is Sabita Kondle. I'm LMFT LPCC licensed therapist in California, United States. There's something called, we're all aware, called vagus nerve. What is the vagus nerve? Where is it in our body? It is the longest nerve and it connects your brain to many important organs throughout the body, including the gut, intestines, stomach, heart, and lungs. And the important piece of the vagus nerve is a key part of parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest nervous system. So it influences breathing, digestive function, and heart rate, all of which can have a huge impact on the mental health. And having the higher vagal tone means the body can relax faster after stress. Now, Throwball, vagal tone relationship. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the ball, Throwball, feeling, touching, how you're holding, how you're tossing, how you're receiving. All this is something that I highly recommend for the heart rate variability. You're increasing the heart rate, and then you're learning, your body, your nervous system is learning how to relax your body when it's stress time. You're playing, you're moving, your activity helps your brain and your body. And the exercise increases the brain growth hormone that supports your brain's mitochondria and helps reverse cognitive decline. That is one of the reasons I strongly believe that Throwball is one of the tools that can help you to increase your mental health.
So this is very important for us to understand that any form of physical activity, in particular I'm using Throwball here for my patients with kidney failure as well as those on dialysis to help improve their physical condition, improve their appetite, and reduce forms of, let us say, bone loss, improve their bone structure, improve their muscular activity. This will also actually help improve cognition in the long run.
ವೃತ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು 52 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿ. ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪೇನ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಮಸ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಪೇನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಜು ಕೆಲವು ಮಂದಿಗೆ. ಈ ಕೆಲವು ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನೋಡು ತಲೆನೋವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಕ್ರಾನಿಕ್ ಹೆಡೇಕ್ ಸಹಿತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಮನಃಶಾಂತಿ ಬತ್ತು, ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತು. ಈ BP ಶುಗರಿಗೆಲ್ಲವ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದಂತ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಹೋಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 40 ವರ್ಷ 50 ವರ್ಷ ಮೇಲರ ಸಹಿತವ ಇದನ್ನು ಆಡಿದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟು ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತು.
ಅನ್ನಪೂರ್ಣ 73 ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಆಡೋದು 1 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಆಟ. ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲದಿಂದ ಕೈ ನೋವು, ಗುಡ್ಡ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ತಲಾಗ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೂತ್ರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಸರಿಯಾಗತ್ತು. ಅಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಶರೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸುಧಾರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ.
सही टेस्ट पैकेज चुनने से पहले या तो ये सारी किताबें खुद पढ़ लो या डायरेक्ट अपोलो के डॉक्टर से पूछ लो.
Clinically curated packages. Direct Apollo doctors say.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ನಳಿನಿ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ 69ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಈಗ.
ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಭಟ್ ಅಂತ, ನನಗೆ 73 ವರ್ಷ. ರತ್ನಾವತಿ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅಂತ.
ವೀಣಾನಂದ್ ಶ್ರೀ
ಶಾಮಲ ಹೆಗಡೆ, ಲಲಿತಾ ಪೂಜಾ, ಮಧುಮತಿ, ವೇದ ಅಂತ. ಸುಮತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಲಲಿತಾ ನಾಯ್ಕ. ನಾನು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಅಂತ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾ. ಭಾಗ್ಯ ನಾಯ್ಕ ಅಂತ. ಸವಿತಾ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅಂತ.
ನಾನು ಈ ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಏನು ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿಯಿಂದನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗದಂಥ ಪೇನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ನೆಕ್ ಪೇನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ನೆಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಅಡ್ಡ ಹೀಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಈಗ ಸರಾಗವಾಗಿ ಈ ನೆಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ತಿರುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು.
ಇದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಕೈ ನರಗಳ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯ ಇತ್ತು, ಗಡಗಡ ನಡುಕ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಸುಮಾರು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋದು ನನಗೆ. ನಿದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿದ್ರೆನೂ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಕಡೆಗೆ ಶುಗರು, ಇದು ಪ್ರೆಷರು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು, ಏನೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನನಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೆ ತಲೆನೋವು ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದರು, ರಾತ್ರಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಮಲಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ತಲೆನೋವು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಲ್ ಪೇನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಹೀಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೇನ್ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ಮೂತ್ ಸ್ಲಿಪ್ಪರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಹೀಲ್ ಪೇನ್ ನನಗೆ ವಾಸಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
ಕಣ್ಣಾರೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದರಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಅಕ್ಯುಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಅಕ್ಯುಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಯನ್ನು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಪವರ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನಗಂತೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ 2 ಗೇಮ್ ಆಡಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಯೂಶ್ವಲ್ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಎದೆ ನೋವು ತುಂಬ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು 15 ದಿವಸ ಮುಂದಿರುವಾಗೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಎದೆ ನೋವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪೇನ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪೇನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ದೇವರು ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಉಸಿರು ಸಿಕ್ಕದ ಹಾಗಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಪೇಯ್ನ್ ಆದಾಗೆ ಎದೆ ಹಿಡ್ದಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಸರಾಗವಾಗಿ ಬ್ರೇತ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Welcome back everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed the little tea break. Now we have Mr. Kendemba and Patrick Masakoy, Secretary General, Sierra Leone Throwball Federation. They'll be talking about throwball from a scientific approach.
Sir, please unmute, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Please carry on, sir. Sir, please carry on, sir. Can you hear us? Patrick, sir. Hello?
Mr. Masakoi, are you
Can you
there?
hear us?
Oh, yes, I am there. I'm
Yeah.
there now.
Yes. You may
Please carry on,
sir.
sir.
Okay, do you want to share the presentation on slide with me?
Yeah, if you have, please share, sir. It will be good.
Yeah, I have sent it to you.
Okay, not a problem. I will share. Are you able to see, sir?
Okay. Okay, very good afternoon. It's already afternoon here now in Sierra Leone. It's a pleasure to be part of this World Conference. I am Patrick Masakoi. I am the Deputy Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Throwball Association. My presentation here is on the social science approach of throwball. And this is a typical case study of what we are doing in Sierra Leone. Yes, please. Slide, please.
Yeah. Are you able to see the
Yes.
next slide? Yeah.
Yes, next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I am in the third slide now.
Okay, thanks very much. As being said by my previous speaker, who is the vice president, of course, we consider throwball as a social science sport. Very much interestingly, because when the ball is being thrown for player fair play from one player to another, uh, the ball goes across the net. It is like extending an olive branch to somebody that you want to play with. And the game is being guided by standard rules because you have to play by the rules. The players, officials, and spectators are protected by these rules. Players are required to demonstrate the spirit of sportsmanship during and even after the game. And that is the spirit. Next slide, please. Now, what sport has done with respect to peace, and this is where we are hinging, we are going to really cliff my presentation to. Example of sport and peace in Africa. This spanned all the way from the war we had in Sierra Leone and also in our neighboring country, Liberia. The current president of Liberia happens to play a vital role. By then, he was in active uh, football. He was contracted by the International Committee of the Red Cross in order for him to use football to spread the knowledge and understanding on the law of war. That is equating the rules that has to be guided whilst you are in the field of play, and also informing those who were combatants in order for them to adhere to the rules of war. So that particular game was played in the National Stadium in Liberia, wherein they had two games. One was played without rule, and the other one was played with rule. Therefore, the public was sensitized that if every one of us can adhere to the rules of the game, then there would be fair play. If at all the combatants at that particular time adhere to the rules of the law of war, then it means civilians will not be killed, and only those who were in active combat would have to be attacked. So that was like an equation of what the sports, the rules around sport and the rules around the theater of war signifies. Next slide, please. Furthermore, another player, a professional player, Didier Drogba, from Ivory Coast, also used his profession as a footballer in order to halt the war that was raging out in the Ivory Coast. Then the former Secretary General, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, also said, sport has become a world language, a common denominator that breaks down all the walls and barriers. It is a worldwide industry whose practice can have a widespread impact. That tells us that the social science of sport can mitigate violence, can mitigate even disaster if at all we adhere to the rules of the game. Now, the social science of throwball sports. We want to look at throwball as a tool for dialogue for peace, wherein it can also enhance everyone everywhere if at all we adhere to the rules of the game. Now, let us look at this particular equation. For example, we look at throwball and dialogue for peace. The description here has to do with the target group. Throwball targets the players, and dialogue for peace targets the concerned parties. The meeting place for throwball is the pitch of play, and the meeting place for dialogue for peace is either at a house or an agreed environment. Then the code of conduct for throwball are the rules of the game, wherein dialogue for peace are the laws binding the law, binding the meeting, and also the engagement for those who are concerned. Then the judges. The judges for throwball are the referees, and the judges for dialogue for peace are the mediators. Then identity. The common identity for throwball is the jersey that is being used, the costume being used in the field of play, wherein the identity for the dialogue for peace are normal dress that is being worn by those involved. Then the community members are, for throwball, they are the spectators who will be watching the game. And for dialogue for peace are the individuals, the members, and the friends of those who are involved in it. So equating that of throwball and dialogue for peace are really very, very common. They have a common ground where they can trend. Now, the social science approach of throwball. We have got core values that throwball look at. One has to be neutral. whatever game you are playing, the officials have to be very, very neutral. They have to take that into consideration in order to foster a fair play. Of course, they have to be impartial, no discrimination in the process of playing the game. It is universal for the game, for the rules that is being adhered to or respected in Africa is the same rule in any other part of the world, and it has to be diversified, meaning even those living with disabilities are also part of the game. They have to play it. The aged, the young, they have to be part of it. So, what are we currently looking at? We want to look at throwball replacing weapon in order to extend or to foster peace for everyone everywhere. So throwball can be used in order to replace weapon so that it can create an enabling environment in order for community members to live in peace, and using throwball in order to mitigate violence in communities. Now, the throwball social science part of has to be done by using strategies. So one of the strategy here is throwball social science drama. So there are two scenarios to that. Scenario one. Scenario one has to do with playing the game without rules. So what are we going to look at? We look at a game be played without referee, a game be played without rules, a game be played without teams wearing jersey that would identify them. And infringement to disadvantage opponent is applicable in this first rule, in this first drama. Then supporters can even jump into the field to aid their team. Mind you, the game should not be played more than 10 minutes because it will be very, very chaotic. So after the 10 minutes of play, then we go to the next scenario wherein the play would have to play between the game will have to play between two teams, and during that particular play there would be referees. The rules of the game has to be applied. Then the team would be identified with their different jerseys, and whistles, cards, and decision of the referees would be enforced for any infringement during the play. So that's the second part of the drama that has to play. And when that is being done, then uh, the spectator will now be asked, what did they see in the first game? For them to explain. What was good about the first play? What was bad about the first play? What would happen if the first play is not mitigated? So they would have now to ask. This is the point where we want to explore dialogue for peace. At the end of the second play, the spectators will be asked also what they saw in the second play. What was good about the second play? And what was bad about the second play? After these two scenarios, the spectators will further be asked, including the players themselves, what are the causes of the first play? That is, the first play that occurred without rules. Then what would be the impact of the first play? What can prevent the first play during the action? What could be used in order to prevent that? That is, if at all the game that is being played, if we have seen signs and symptoms, what could be done by the community members in order to prevent it? Then what would be the role of community stakeholders in order to prevent the first play? Because it would have to be very chaotic, because there would be no rule, and there would be, no blowing of whistle or cards being displayed in order for those that will be infringing, foul or whatever against the rule of the game. So, at the end of this, we have to now bring on board, and the community members we have to now bring on board suggestions, equating those suggestions in their community that they are living. That is, we have seen this particular play. So, do we experience such in our communities? Do we experience violations, or do we experience infringement by stakeholders or by community members in our community? So what can we do in order for that not to happen, for such not to happen? What would be the role of community stakeholders? What would be the role for even community members? Even if you are not an authority, but what would be your role in order for this type of thing to be mitigated in communities? So this can now be used in order to prevent tribal conflict, political violence, youth violence, religious violence, and even land dispute. So this is telling us that we can use the game of throwball in order to raise awareness, to strengthen knowledge and understanding of community people with respect of signs and symptoms that are occurring in our community, so that by doing this, it will mitigate violence. Violence that has to do with tribal, violence that has to do with politics, violence that has to do with religion, and violence that has to do with land disputes. So, as I conclude, we are now moving towards our general election. So we want to use throwball in order to preach peace, in order for us to use dialogue for peace as one of the peace approaches or strategies in order for us to mitigate violence. This is our thought, and this is what we want to use. And thanks very much for this game that we have introduced in our country, because currently we have got key stakeholders, teams, and participants who are members of the national security apparatus in Sierra Leone. That is the police, the military, and I am coming from the angle of the Sierra Leone Scout Association. And we want to also use this particular social sciences drama in order for us to raise awareness in our communities so that we can go through our election peacefully. And the election will be happening on the 24th of June, 2023. I want to thank you very much for your attention. And this is the strategy, this is the social science drama of throwball that we want to use, and we want to also share with our colleagues out there across the world. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Prati
Can
Masako.
you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Yes, Nifia, go on.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Patrick, sir, for your very good. You have prepared a very good PPT about our throwball and all other stuff. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ken, do you want to add it?
one of the brigadiers from the military again. He was the master of ceremony, and we have the commissioner of Scouts, Sierra Leone Scouts again. They were there in attendance to grace that wonderful occasion. So having Throwball in Sierra Leone has been an immense help to the youth, to the aged, and to the middle age. Now, Throwball has been played like from Mondays to Fridays at a field that was provided by the military of Sierra Leone. And it has been work every day so that the people might enhance the quality of health that Throwball is currently promoting. So I want to take this wonderful opportunity to render my profound thanks and appreciation to the entire International Throwball Federation for giving us this opportunity to participate through this health well-being sport. Thank you once more. I remain them back in Samora. God bless you all. Over to you, sir. Nithya.
Thank you so much, Ken. Like, even though with your difficult times, you made a time for us, and you had a very thoughtful speech. Thank you so much. Our
You're highly
entire team
welcome.
appreciates your this insightful speech.
Highly welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kendemba, for such a inspirational talk, and also Patrick Muscoy. Next, we'll have Dr. Jyoti, who's a doctor and a physician, and she'll be speaking for Throwball for Health. Before she speaks, we'll play a 5-minute video for all of you to enjoy.
I'm a throwball player. Because of the grip, throwball gives us acupressure. Every time we hold the ball, we get acupressure and entire body gets regenerated. That's the beauty of throwball.
Throwball is a very good game for children. They can maintain their physical fitness as well as score more marks in academics.
Both sides of our brain getting activated and they become brainy, they score well.
It's a wonderful thing and it is very much helpful in being healthy also.
Which will help tone up your muscles, even catching it improves coordination of your fingers, your hand, your brain, and so on. So this is very important for us to understand that any form of physical activity, in particular I'm using Throwball here for my patients with kidney failure as well as those on dialysis, to help improve their physical condition, improve their appetite, and reduce forms of, let us say, bone loss, improve their bone structure, improve their muscular activity. This will also actually help improve cognition in the long run.
ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் வந்து டிரான்ஜெண்டர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறவங்க வந்து யாருமே ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் இன்வால்வ் ஆனதே கிடையாது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து நாங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூரில் இருக்கிற டிரான்ஜெண்டர்ஸ் வந்து இன்வால்வ் ஆகிருக்கோம். கண்டிப்பாக வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் அச்சீவ் பண்ணுவோம். இது வந்து இப்போது டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் லெவலில் போனோம், வின் பண்ணோம், ஸ்டேட் லெவலில் வின் பண்ணோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னும் வந்து ஒலிம்பிக் லெவலில் போகணும்னு எங்களுக்கு ஆசை இருக்குது. அதுக்கு வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட், இந்தியன் கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து அப்புறம் நம்ம மக்கள், என்னோடய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணணும், ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு எல்லாரும் கேட்குறேன்.
Hello everybody.
This is Jayashree from class 9. Prabhat AM.
Currently, Uday Kumar Y. Santosh.
Lavanya R. Ananya M. Priya Kiran Sanjay. Swati. Rani John. Sadhana. Chaitanya R.
I study in Gopalan International School.
Mr. Jayanti College. Acharya Institute of Technology. Gopalan National School. St. Anne's College.
Mr. Jayanti College.
Studying second year BCom. Pursuing my second year Mechatronics Engineering. Pursuing my final year BCom.
I am Throwball coach from past 16 years. I have represented Karnataka and India. Now I am presently coaching Karnataka team.
I have experience of 15 to 16 years of playing Throwball.
I'm playing Throwball since 8 years.
3 years.
8 to 10 years. 3 years. 3 years. 5 years since 2015.
I have played 15 international Throwball tournaments representing India.
I've played 6 nationals and 1 international. We have 1 gold for our country.
So Throwball can be played by every single person of all ages, all genders and all types of people anytime. The consistency of the ball is very easy to catch. It weighs only about 450 grams when it is blown, so you can easily hold the ball and throw the ball back and forth, not a problem. You can play it at home. You don't need to come to the ground all the time if you are not comfortable. You can stay home, play with the walls, or you can just dribble the ball as well, like this. And every time you hold the ball, even in sitting position, your body gets activated. That's the beauty of Throwball.
So think about this, folks. Throwball, a very easy exercise that you can think of and do on your own, with other patients, with your family members, and see how that works.
Please support the game, and I wish you people also play Throwball. Thank you.
You've seen it and seen it all, but really, have you seen it all? Are you ready? Are you ready now? Will you take the long road and drive out of town? Will you hit the battle and keep it down? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready
Can you come, can you share your video? Okay, sure.
I'll share it later, the PPT one.
Yeah, fine.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Jyoti. I'm a general physician and a national throwball player. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Ramanna sir and the team for giving me this opportunity today. Today I'm going to speak about few important health benefits of the throwball. Throwball, we have few very important health benefits to improve our cardiovascular fitness. While we run, jump, and it's like quick running or jumping or mild running or jumping, which improves our cardiovascular fitness. And then it enhances the hand and eye coordination. This sport requires to catch and throw the ball quickly, which helps to improve the hand and eye coordination. Then it improves our muscle strength. The muscle strength, it includes all the body muscles, like mainly the chest, the upper part of our body, like anterior deltoid or pectoralis major, so which works for the glenohumeral joint to throw the ball or to rotate, it helps us to, it gives the strength to the upper arm to throw the ball, and then to rotate the back of your body, the scapular bone. We have 3 muscles which are attached to the scapula. So these muscles work simultaneously together. All the 5 muscles together, they work to throw the ball. And then the abdomen muscles, it helps rotate and stabilize the trunk. So during the throw of a ball, the upper muscles, the back muscles, and the abdomen muscles together work in catching and throwing the ball. So the throw requires the players to use the arms, shoulders, abdomen, and legs together. So when you throw or catch the ball, which helped to, as I discussed, hand and eye coordination. Then last but not the least, it improves the social skills. So throwball is a team sports that requires players to communicate and work together to achieve a common goal. This helps to improve social skills and build strong relation with the teammates. So the throwball from younger age, if you start throwball from younger age, this keeps, and this is the only sport which, it is an ideal choice for the people of all the ages. Throwball. And it improves the social skill, especially with the kids, the growing age. It helps kids to improve their throwing is also called as a motor skill, which projects an object, helps to develop fine motor skills by controlling small muscles in the hand and fingers too. So the throwball altogether, the major importance, like health important, like it improves the cardiovascular strength, then our hand and eye movement, and the total upper part of the body, and the coordination between the body parts. So I would like to conclude my hello. Nitra, are you able to hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, Jyoti.
There's some disturbance coming in between. I'm sorry, in between. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you, Nitra.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jyoti.
Thank you. Yeah, once
Yeah,
again,
thank you so much.
truly
Yeah.
appreciate and thank you, Dr. Ramanna sir and team, for
Okay.
giving me
Thank
this
you.
opportunity.
Yeah.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಧವರಾವ್ ಅಂತ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ನನಗನಕ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಪರೀತ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ತಪ್ಪದೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರುವಾಯಿತು. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದನ್ನು ಗೋಡೆಗೆ ಹಾಕೋದು, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ಸುಮಾರು ಇದೊಂದು 8-10 ಥರ, ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬರೀ ಈ ಬಾಲ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಮನೆಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ನಾನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಈಗ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಟು ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 36-38 ಜನ ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
So this is very important for us to understand that any form of physical activity, in particular I am using Throwball here for my patients with kidney failure as well as those on dialysis, to help improve their physical condition, improve their appetite and reduce forms of, let us say, bone loss, improve their bone structure, improve their muscular activity. This will also actually help improve cognition in the long run.
I'm Clarence, an alcoholic.
My name is Vijendra.
పేరు వచ్చి రెడ్డి శంకర్.
मेरा नाम सूरज हो.
मेरा नाम जुबेर.
I'm here at the Sri Sai Foundation Rehabilitation Center.
ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ ಅವರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು.
ఈ బాల్ త్రో బాల్ చేసేటప్పుడు నాకు కొంచెం హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయితే
वेट मापने ऊपर मतलब ये वेट मापने 1 kg वेट मुँह बढ़ा 1 kg वेट बढ़ो मेरो.
डिप्रेशन सो ऐसे ही में थोड़े दिन ऐसे ही में रहता तो डिप्रेशन में चले जाता था. ये गेम की वजह से मैं थोड़ा डिप्रेशन रिलैक्स हुआ, मेरा माइंड रिलैक्स हुआ.
My overall health improved and I felt I was young again.
ನಾವು ಆಡ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆದುಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಡೋಪಮೈನ್, ಸೆರೋಟೋನಿನ್, ಆಕ್ಸಿಕೋಟಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಖುಷಿನ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋವುಗಳು ನಾವು ಮರಿತೀರಿ.
என்னால் உட்கார கூட முடியாமல் இருந்துச்சு. அந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் சுச்சுவேஷனில் இருந்தேன் நான். அப்புறமா தேர்ட் ரவுண்டுக்கு ஃபுல் ஜோஷாக 3-4 ரவுண்ட் ஆடி இருக்கிறேன். நான் ஓடுறேன், உட்காரு, இப்போது ஃபுல் ஃபைன் ஆகுறேன்.
So we were here at Sai Foundation Rehabilitation Center to coach a few people here for their health benefits. I am so amazed by the results and the response that they have given by themselves.
ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் வந்து டிரான்ஜெண்டர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறவங்க வந்து யாருமே ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் இன்வால்வ் ஆனதே கிடையாது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து நாங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூரில் இருக்கிற டிரான்ஜெண்டர்ஸ் வந்து இன்வால்வ் ஆகிருக்கோம். கண்டிப்பாக வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் அச்சீவ் பண்ணுவோம். இது வந்து இப்போது டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் லெவலில் போனோம், வின் பண்ணோம், ஸ்டேட் லெவலில் வின் பண்ணோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னும் வந்து ஒலிம்பிக் லெவலில் போகணும்னு எங்களுக்கு ஆசை இருக்குது. அப்புறம் நம்ம மக்கள், என்னோடய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணணும், ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு எல்லாரும் கேட்குறேன்.
ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಟ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಾಡಿನ ಆಟವೆಂದೇ ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರು ಆಡುವಂಥ ಕ್ರೀಡೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಮಾನಸಿಕ, ದೈಹಿಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಭೌತಿಕ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲಭ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಆಕ್ಯುಪ್ರೆಷರಿಂದ ನರಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಂಸಖಂಡಗಳಿಗೆ, ಇತರ ಅಂಗಾಂಗಗಳಿಗೆ ರಕ್ತ ಪರಿಚಲನೆ ಸರಾಗವಾಗಿ ಸಾಗುವುದರಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ.
Throwball is very simple game. If you play throwball, you can improve your strength, stamina and agility.
So it brings from negative to positive sides. It makes us to think more and also helps us to concentrate more. And also the throwball, while playing throwball, we have more flexibility. We gain more flexibility, which keeps us more fit, and also our muscles gain more strength and stamina. We also get more endurance keeping playing this usually.
We really want to promote throwball for the purpose of health, for the benefit of the society, and ensure that entire world can take advantage of having throwball, playing throwball and enjoying it, also enjoying the good health. Thank you all.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional can be a real chore. The thing I like about StreamYard is that the user interface is really simple to understand and can give you a professional look without
ನಂಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಂ. Okay, welcome back everybody. This is Sampurna Hegde. Now I'm going to speak about Throwball for academic score improvement, which is one of my favorite subjects. Let's look into the study that we have done. In the last couple of months, we have been off and on to these two places called Yellapur and Siddhapur in Karnataka of India, Uttara Kannada district. Vishwadarshana School, Yellapur, from 31 December to 26 January 2023, which is about 20 working days of training that we had conducted on Throwball for the students. And we conducted the same similar kind of a Throwball tournament for Siddhivinayaka School, Siddhapur, Uttara Kannada district, from 7 Jan to 13 February 2023 over the 6 weekends. The information here is introduction to Throwball and method of study that we have done here, and participants' demographies and results announcement and experience sharing from the participants. While I'm talking about the academic score, I need to have some affinity towards this particular subject, I feel, and I just want to explain and talk about myself, what is my profile which is aligned to this study. I'm Sampurna Hegde. I'm a data scientist, software professional, project manager, co-founder and chief innovation officer of Bloom Value Corporation. I'm also a Throwball player. I've played 15 international Throwball tournaments and won 15 gold medals. I'm fortunate to have won those gold medals for India. And I'm also Assistant Secretary General of International Throwball Federation, and I still play professional Throwball. Other than this, I'm also a naturopath. I have done diploma in naturopathy, practicing since 30 years for my personal and family purpose, family members and relatives. I've been maintaining health without medicine since last 30 years. Today, many speakers spoke about maintaining the health with the right food, with yoga, and with games and exercises. I'm so glad I followed all of their words much before I heard them. Yes, primary contributor for my health is Throwball, yoga, naturopathy, and healthy food habits, all of them. Other than this, we are talking about academic score. So where do I stand with respect to that? The top one out here, I'm an avid player in my school days. I was also a good student and favorite to many of our teachers. I'm so glad I remember all my teachers who have helped us to study well. I have secured 30th rank to Karnataka state, which is about, for the people who are not aware, the population of India, right? There were about 800,000 students who appeared in the exam in that particular year. Out of the 800,000 people, I was one among top 30. I think that can talk about the volume here. I used to be in the ground all the time. At the same time, I used to be studying and scoring as well. That tells some story, right? And I have continued the education even after my diploma in computer science, which is like 18 years. I started working and I continued my education for next 25 years. My last college formal education was in 2016 with executive PGDM in business analytics. I just every year I wrote the exams. That's me in terms of academics. Now coming to the study, what's the motivation behind this study? Why did all of us from the Throwball team, not just me, I'm talking about, it's an entire International Throwball Federation who thought about this particular idea, which a lot of people really think, okay, how did it come, right? It came from one of our coaches, our favorite coaches, Santosh sir. I would like to call out his name specifically because he's the one who shared this slide with me. He said, this year all top 10 scorers or the top 10 scorers have a lot of throwball players who played in national level and international level. Our throwball players are good scorers in academics too. That struck my mind. Thank you, Santosh sir. You have instilled that idea in me. When we saw that, yeah, I mean, I personally played with many of these students who are in this picture, who are the top scorers who scored, it's like 98%, 96% and 94%. It's really big. Out of 10 people, 3 of them are throwball players, simple. So when we look back, Santosh sir and all of our other coaches and International Throwball Federation team, we looked back and checked, is it true? Is it true that many of the throwball players are really good in academics? As per our hypothesis and the way how our players were playing, and they were getting merit seats for engineering, for medicine. They became doctors, they became engineers with the merit seat. I'm not talking about sports quota, and I'm talking about not the school level players here. I'm talking about the people who played state level and national level tournaments and international level tournaments. And most often people think that anybody who plays, who are into sports, they will never study. That's not true with throwball. We just realized that. Just before me, you heard Dr. Jyoti. Jyoti is also a national level throwball player, and she is a merit student of medicine. She completed her degree in medicine. We call it as MBBS in India. And now she is a doctor in the USA and she is practicing. So that's evidence. And we have several such evidences, not just 1 or 2. That's where the motivation came, and we said, okay, fine, what's the science behind the throwball players being brainy or throwball players able to score better? What's the science behind this? Okay. Coming to that, the first and foremost thing, you have heard many of us talking about this acupressure, right? The first and foremost thing is acupressure, which activates entire nervous system in your body with the grip that we have. We have spoken about this yesterday too. The lungs and brain and heart and kidney, all parts of our body is connected to our hand. Every time we hold the ball, it gives acupressure and it activates the nervous system so that your body is healthy. The first thing anybody who wants to score higher, they need to be healthy, isn't it? The health is the most critical thing, and when you are healthy, you can think, you can be creative. That's one part of the story. The second part of the story, I mean, it is true with anybody who plays any outdoor game, right? People will be active and they can stay healthy and they can write the exams, etc. However, what is the other point of the story which is unique to throwball? very, very unique to throwball, which I haven't seen in my experience. Any other game has this kind of a rule which makes you play with both the hands and proactively, cognitively. It mandates for you to use. In throwball, there is a rule. If you are holding the ball, the minute the ball comes, you are supposed to hold the ball, throw it from the side, the same side of the hand, and throw it across the net. You cannot throw it to your friend and they cannot throw it back. It's not, it will be fault and you are going to lose a point professionally. That's part of the rule. Same way, when the ball comes and by chance you are holding the ball to your left side, then you are supposed to throw the ball across the net with your left hand. How many of you are comfortable with both the hands and really putting the force and throw it across the net? Net is little far in throwball. You cannot even go near the net. There is a distance, 1.5 minimum, 1.5 feet of distance that you will be having, and the farthest one will be about 9 feet. It's not, 9 meters I'm talking about. The farthest one is 9 meters. So irrespective of it, you have to be very quickly checking how the ball is coming. You have to judge the ball, you have to hold the ball, and then you have to throw the ball with the force either from the left side or from the right side with equal force. And your leg movement has to be proper, and you have to throw. You cannot simply catch the ball and throw it with your own sweet time. It's only 3 seconds that you have, just 3 seconds. You are not supposed to hold the ball below your waistline. You are not supposed to hold the ball from the bottom and throw it back. It's not possible. You cannot use both the hands to throw the ball. It has to be only one hand. And you are not supposed to shift the ball from one side to another. Shifting is not allowed at all in throwball. And I haven't heard this rule in any other sports. You take football, you take cricket. I'm not really comparing the other games here, but I'm just talking about a rule that exists in throwball, which is a unique thing. Because of this reason, if somebody has to cognitively and instantly think about balancing your left side, balancing your right side without any problem, your brain actually need to work. Your right side of the brain is controlling your left side. Your right side of the brain is controlling your right side. Left side of the brain is controlling your right side. So because of this reason, when the brain gets activated, automatically your grasping power improves. You will be able to think logically. The left side of your brain thinks logically. All your mathematics and the language skills and all this comes from your left side of the brain. Meantime, on the right side of the brain is actually the cognitive function. It's a creative function where you can understand even unrelated objects, unrelated things. You'll be able to solve the problem that probably there is no logical reason, and finally you can go and figure out what's the logic behind certain things. It can be an artist, right? When the artist is drawing something, other people cannot understand, but when they really come up with their art, it's beautiful. So that's a reason both sides of the brain getting activated is an important function for somebody to write even in their academic exams and move forward in their interest of career, whatever they want to be. Okay? Now let's move to the next part. I think this is something we have shared last time yesterday as well, but I'm going to repeat this. Throwball is going to give the actions, throwball is going to give the acupressure, throwball is direct internal organ impact for whoever is playing. It's non-injurious, it's enjoyable, and actions to both sides of the brain. That's a focus of today's talk, and it's cognitive, and last but not the least, because it's affordable. This ball in India, it costs only about $10. I'm sure one pizza cost or anything that we eat it'll be like similar cost, but once you buy a ball, you can play for a year, and you can play with 15 members in your team. It's not just for one person, so it's so affordable. Now moving to the next, what's the method of study? We conducted the study in 2 different schools, Vishwadarshana School, Yellapur, Uttar Kannada district of Karnataka, India, 31 December to 26 January for 20 working days. Only during the school days we conducted these sessions, but on a continuous basis. And in Siddhivinayaka School, Siddhapur, Uttar Kannada district of Karnataka, from 7 Jan to 13 February, 6 weekends we conducted these sessions, only on Saturday and Sunday. And our coaches used to go every weekend to this place and then trained, but in Yellapur they stayed back. For 10 days people stayed back and then coached the students there. We did the body composition measurement using ActoFit Smart Scale. You've seen this, I'm going to show this, how we did that, how we understood the skeletal muscle and lean mass and body fat percent, all these different factors. And we have taken the details before and after. We also did take the academic score of these students before the throwball training and after the throwball training with their next regular exam and their final exam. Okay. This is the So, we have taken the subcutaneous fat, lean mass, fat free weight and all these different things, and who are the students who participated in this? We have taken 9 standard students who had about 70% or lesser score, because if somebody is already scoring 90%, there is no point in conducting a research study and say that, oh, 90% student did 92. I don't think that makes sense much, right? In Siddhivinayaka School, we took all the students. Since it's a study, we wanted to see all different types of students out here. And we conducted regular, any school throwball session that we would run, we ran in the same way. We just took the students to the ground and we told them all the rules and regulations and taught them different skills and techniques of throwball. And many of them are really playing so well. We are considering them for getting them to the district level and state level selections and so on, even though they started learning throwball only during that period. Okay. Now, what's the result? Here it goes. This is Vishwadarshana School, Yellapur result. 30 students who used to score lesser than 70% earlier, 24 of them in their final exam, they scored higher than their previous exams. 24 people means 80% of the students improved their academic score. And when I am talking about academic score, it's their science, maths, biology and social science, English, Kannada, Sanskrit, whatever the language they have taken, all these different subjects. We are not talking about game score. We are talking about academic score here. We are talking about their maths and science and all these different subject score. They literally scored higher. And those who scored higher, 8.29% on an average they increased. The percentage increase I am talking about, not this the score, it's a percentage of improvement is 8.29% for these people. And when we took entire population, it was 5.93 improvement. Okay. Now let's look at Siddhapur. What happened? Here we have taken all types of students, 180 students who participated, in which with throwball training we had selected only about 29 students who came regularly for the throwball sessions, and 151 students, we just took their measurements in the beginning and score in the beginning, and we left them off, and then we took their score post completion of the training again. When we look into this score, out of 29 students, 25 students had improvement in their marks on an average of 7.4% from their previous scores, whereas which is like 86% of the students who went through the throwball training scored higher, whereas other students, of course, I mean, a lot of people will score higher than the previous exams because they study hard, or they may have other kind of activities through which they learn and they score higher. So out of 151 students who did not attend throwball training, 66% of them improved their academic score in their next exam. That means if we train the people with throwball, the chances of they scoring higher is 20% more than the people who may not be playing throwball. We are talking about small samples here, but I think even with the small sample, I think it proves that there is something that works, that helps students to really whatever they study, they should be able to remember, they should be able to write in the exam, they should be able to understand better, they should be able to respond better. So this is a study conclusion that we had, and we are going to do more and more such studies in other places. And from the body perspective, we did find the students' skeletal muscle and lean mass and protein percent increased, and 80% of the students improved in academic score who had lesser than 70% in Yellapur, and 86% of them had improved score who played throwball, as opposed to 66% of them who did not play throwball. And of course, there was a physical improvement in all these students who played, which is a natural thing. I don't really need to explain that. Anybody who plays outdoor games will be physically fit. That's given. I would like to acknowledge a lot of people who really supported on this, other than ITF, which is a home. Siddhivinayaka School, Siddhapur management team, I went and spoke to Shashibhushan Hegde. He is the chairman of the school. When I called him, he said, Sampurna, come. And I'm not even going to ask what you're going to do. If you are coming here, it's going to be a good cause and good program. I will let you run this program. It wasn't easy to get such kind of a welcome. Thank you so much, Shashibhushan sir, for helping us make this happen. And whenever we go to the management, it's not just the management who plays a role, it's also the people within the organization, within the school, who are going to support us to execute. In this case, we had Mr. Santosh Hegde, he is the headmaster, and Mr. Anil Almeida, he is a physical education teacher, and all the other teachers who supported us to really conduct this session, conduct this research study. Thank you so much. And Vishwadarshana School, Yellapur management team, I approached Mr. Hariprakash Konemane. He is a journalist. In fact, he is a very well-known journalist in Karnataka. He said, okay, I'm going to give the contact, and he gave Mr. Guru's contact. We call him as Guruji. he was very supportive and connected me with Mrs. Mahadevi Bhatt, she is a principal, and Mrs. Vidya, she is a class teacher. Entire school really supported us. Mr. Pramath Hegde and Mr. Guru are the physical education teachers who were also very, very supportive and interested to work on this. And nonetheless, I would like to call out Mrs. Medha Bhatt, who was a key person who connected me with all these different people from the day one. When I coined this idea of why can't we do this study in Yellapur, she said, fine, we'll make it happen. She is part of the administration team. Thank you so much. And I also would like to acknowledge our coaches, the students, the throwball players who went from Bangalore to this place, which is like very far away, overnight journey, and they had to go and stay there and conduct these sessions. Mr. Santosh, chairman of Throwball Game Development Committee, he is very, very supportive, and he was the one who came up with the idea, and thank you so much, Santosh sir. And Mr. Sharan P, he is an international throwball player and a coach. Mr. Uday Kumar, international throwball player and coach. Mr. Abhishek, national level throwball player. Mr. Tanoj, state level throwball player. Ms. Chaitanya, international throwball player, and Lavanya, international level throwball player. Kirtana, international level throwball player. Maunika, Chandan, Girish and Prabha, all these players who really helped us to train the students despite of their own academic requirement. They went there and stayed there and trained the people and made this program successful. Thank you so much. Right now I'm going to just stop it for now, and now let us hear from the students who went through this program and the parents and their experience. Thank you. Okay. So we would like to call upon Mr. Narhari Dongre. He was very much interested in getting his daughter trained in throwball. Narhari, would you like to talk about your experience and your daughter's experience if she's around? You may have to come on the video. Okay. Hi, Narhari. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and talk. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can talk.
Okay. Hi, namaskar. I am Narari Dongre, resident from Siddhapur, India. In order to
Is it audible? 1 second. Is it audible well? Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. In order to determine the effects of throwball in human, a research or a case study has been conducted by Blue Value Solutions. Sampurna Hegde and team has given training every weekends for a month. My daughter Nandini, a primary school student, also part of the training. As a father of Nandini, I am very happy to share my findings and experiences about training. First of all, I observed throwball game improves hand and eye coordination, which is important function in one's everyday life. And second one is her self-confidence and concentration has been improved and she has become more active. And lot of things in studies, so means academic score, problem solving, skills, handwriting speed, energy have been improved. And lastly, one word I should say here about Sampurna Hegde and her team. Even in her busy schedule, she used to travel all the way from Bangalore to Siddhapur, which is about 250 miles, for coaching both kids and adults and making them realize importance of throwball in improving human health. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Narahari.
Okay,
It's an
thank you.
honor. And I was so glad that your daughter is interested and you were interested in getting her trained. And glad to hear one more very interesting thing that you said. Her handwriting and problem solving skill
Yes,
improved.
improved, definitely.
Very
And
interesting to hear. Is Nandini there?
Nandini there. She's another phone. Nandini is there.
Okay, yeah, we can have Nandini talk.
Okay.
Thank you, Narahari.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Nandini?
Yeah, ma'am.
Hi. Rama? Unmute, ma'am.
Mind is in ma'am.
Okay, louder. Speak louder.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nandini Dongre. Today, I want to share my experience related to academics after playing throwball with you. Sports and games are important for us. In them, throwball game is also an important game. They offer us a change from the monotony of daily life. They keep us healthy and fit. It is useful means of entertainment and also of an physical activity. Sports and games help in my character building and they keep me always active. It refreshes the mind and it keeps free from diseases. And after playing throwball, my skeletal muscles and protein percent had improved. And to saying about my academics related is increase in my concentration. It means when we are playing the game throw ball, we have to release the ball within 3 seconds after receiving it. After receiving it, if we are playing in right hand, our left brain works. If we are playing in left hand, our right brain will work. If our left brain will work, our mathematical skills and creativity had been improved, and that's mind, math subject scores and science scores had been improved. At that time, our left and right brain will work and it will be active, more active. And I had scored many such new marks. In this situation, I would say thanks to Sampurna ma'am and their team, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Nandini. You said it so well. I'm so glad you caught up all those points, even in your mind. Amazing. And I'm so glad you scored higher too in the last exam. Right? I know you're already a good scorer, but I think you did it even more better. Correct?
Okay, nice. Thank you, Nandini. Okay, do we have Siri? Netra, do we have Siri? Yeah. No. Okay, fine, not a problem. In fact, we also had one of the other person from Yellapur. She wanted to share her experience and she had a struggle. Okay. One thing I just want to make sure everybody hears this is when a student, be it your own daughter or a son or somebody in your school or whoever, if they don't study well, please don't really hurt them. It's important because it's going to impact on their mental health and they will not be very happy if you keep poking them saying that, oh, you have to score high. Oh, you have to go and sit and study. No, that's not the way to handle the kids. I think the way to handle the kids is to help them. And one of the method that we can give them is first and foremost thing is their mind has to be free to think and absorb the new subjects. The game can help them. I'm not saying for kids only throwball. Throwball is one of the games, but I respect every single game. I played all the games in my childhood. Every game is important for kids. Let them play whatever the game they want to play. Give them space to play the game first. Only when they play the game, their mind will be free and they can actually go back and study. And when they study, it will get absorbed into their brain. That's the first thing. And the second thing, from the International Throwball Federation, we really want to help the students to gain their confidence back, gain their mind power back, and play the game, play throwball, and score well, do well in your career, do well in your studies, and come forward and be a great citizen of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Have a great day, all of you. And we have the next speaker out here, Dr. Venu. Is he? Okay. Uh, thank you so much. I'll be handing over back to the MC of today, Manthana. Well, we are going to have one more person coming and sharing their experience. I just want to share one more thing. Yesterday, we have spoken about, I just want to summarize from yesterday. We have spoken about throwball for academic score today. We have spoken about throwball for health for elders of all. Okay, here we have Dr. Venu Kondle. Thank you so much for joining, Venu. I was just summarizing, Dr. Venu, about all our programs that we have done and researches conducted by ITF so far. Just now completed talking about throwball for academic score. We found 80% and 86% of the students who played throwball, they could improve their academic score in their immediate next exam and in the final exams too. So it's a new insight for even for us. We just conducted that as an experiment, but we found the great results 86 and 80% of the students who were able to score high. And when we did the similar kind of a comparison with those people who did not play throw ball, what is their improvement in the score? Only 66 of them, 66% of them could score higher. That means if they play throw ball, the chances of them scoring high is higher, 20% higher. So that's an amazing insight we got as well during the research, and we would like to thank the schools who really helped us to do that study. I think we have one more person to share the experience on that. Do we have Nidhi Hegde or Siri on the call? You may come on the video. Siri video on mado. Unmute mado.
ಹೇಳಿ.
Hi.
ಹಾಯ್.
ಆರಾಮ?
ಹಾ ಆರಾಮ್.
ಓಕೆ. ಸಿರಿ, ನಿನ್ ಮಾತಾಡಲು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ನಿನ್ನೆಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೆ? ನಿನ್ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆತಲಿ?
ಗುಡ್ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಬಂದ್ವಿ ಈ ಸಲ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ.
ಓಕೆ. ಏನ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಟ ಆಡಿ?
ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತು.
ಓಕೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತು?
ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚಲೋ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿನಿಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಸೊ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಚಲೋ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಹಾ.
ಬೇರೆ ಎಂತಾರ ಹೇಳಲು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಕೋಚಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ?
ಸೂಪರ್. ಮತ್ತು ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೌನಿಕಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಚಲೋ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟ.
ಓಕೆ, ನೈಸ್. Thank you, Siri. I just want to translate this for you because I had to do the conversation in Kannada for everybody's benefit. Siri is from Yellapur School, and she's a good student. She's a very good student, I would say. But again, when it comes to academic scores, not everybody will be at the exact same level. So she had a little bit of struggle. We said, okay, why don't you play throw ball, Siri? And we are here to help you, and we're going to coach you. Initially, she was not too sure if she can really do better, anything better than what she is doing today. But when she came to the ground and she started playing with all the fellow students with the throw ball, and immediate next exam, she scored 6% higher. And in the final exam, she scored 18% higher than the previous one, which is like an amazing transition. From she herself didn't know that she's going to score higher, but she was able to remember and she was able to score better in the next exam. So this is an indication when somebody does not score high in school. I think we really have to take a step back and think why and how we can help them physically and mentally, and then give them the confidence. Today, Siri is so confident. I'm so glad. I was so glad to talk to her. Congratulations, Siri. And thank you so much for coming and talking to us and sharing your experience.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you for this opportunity. And we would like to hand over to Dr. Venu. And I also see Dr. Sabita, who has joined in here. She is a psychotherapist. She is going to speak immediately after Dr. Venu. Dr. Venu is our co-founder of Bloom Value Corporation. He's an amazing person. In fact, he's a nephrologist by his profession. He's MD, and he's also a serial entrepreneur in the medical area, medical field in the USA. He has established 19, I don't know the exact count, Dr. Venu, sorry, maybe 19, maybe 20, or maybe 22. So many number of organizations I'm talking about. It's not the experience, it's like number of number of enterprises he started, and he made each one of them successful. is not easy to do. We are learning a lot from Dr. Venu, and it's such a pleasure and privilege to have you here in the International Throwball Conference today, Dr. Venu. Without any further delay, I would like to hand over to you. Thank you. Just a second, Dr. Venu. You may want to unmute yourself, and then we're going to switch to your video, and then you can get started.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
You're audible.
awesome. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Sampurna for not only informing us about Throwball, but also inspiring us. Recently, Sampurna visited United States. Even before that, when we met in Bangalore, she introduced us to Throwball. Initially, I particularly felt, what is this Throwball? But after having a direct experience with Sampurna, obviously it will be very hard to resist, because she's herself as an avid learner, but she's also able to influence and make us inspire about the work that she's doing. And that's how the entire Throwball has begun into us. And within the matter of 6 months to 8 months, we started learning bit more, again learning bit more. But not until that day we held that Throwball in our hand, it changes you immediately. The ball itself, it will change you. It will connect you to your mind, and it will connect you to your body. When the pressure, the type of firmness, and then immediately after that, and now we are here to briefly talk about Throwball. Hopefully, I continue to be part of it, to go through the journey of this Throwball and this International Federation of Throwball. I also like to, before I get into the effects, that what I feel the areas of benefit could be potentially in dialysis patients, I like to congratulate and thank entire federation, and the federation leads and federation teammates and federation officials who has making this possible, and involving and inspiring countless number of people into this and keeping this game alive. I think they all deserve a big applause. And with that brief background, I'm born in India, graduated from Gueye from a medical school, migrated to United States and did my internal medicine residency and nephrology and hypertension and transplant medicine from here, Oregon Health Science University, and started practicing nephrology, followed by some population health management, and currently we manage hundreds of thousands of patients. I'm very fortunate, recently associated with Bloom Value, and which is a technology startup, and learning quite a bit from Sampurna and her team. As a physician, my first pass was, how we could connect the Throwball to the health outcomes. But after I saw Arvind, who is one of our co-founder, and when he joined Sampurna and creating this team and looking at Throwball and its effects, and then I started about thinking where else throwball could be benefited. I don't know most of you know or not that dialysis patients have major issues with the mobility and quality of life. And last one is depression and anxiety and mental illness or mental health issues. I particularly think there are three areas of benefit. Throwball is a non-contact sport. World is moving a little bit away from contact sport because contact sports are associated with the sports injuries, particularly American football. And I think the patient population in dialysis has a decreased ability to move, and they have musculoskeletal problems. So the one first area I would like to further review and see if there would be benefit is renal osteodystrophy, or the kidney-related bone disease and musculoskeletal disease. The patients who has on dialysis or end-stage kidney disease starts having musculoskeletal dystrophy. That means their muscles and bones start getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and they are prone for fractures. And the primary reason is less mobility and also disease, kidney disease related some hormone changes. We don't know about the hormone changes, how much throwball would affect, but I am pretty sure if you 3 to 5 times a day, 3 to 5 times a week, or at least 3 times a week, if a throwball can be regularly instituted, and I would think that there would be definite benefit from the renal osteodystrophy, which also can be related to the bone loss from the immobility. It will give some mobility, so that may prevent it. And at the same time, it's a non-harming sport. That's what I would call throwball is a less harming or a non-harming sport, and which may have directly a lot of effects to that. And I think I would like to take this throwball to introduce to group of dialysis patients this year as time permits, and to see how they will be taken up. If we can show some early results, then there are hundreds of thousands of patients those are on dialysis in US and across the board. Then it will become a non-contact safe sport that may halt or prevent further bone loss and a muscle loss. That's by preventing renal osteodystrophy and musculoskeletal disorder, which is a predominant issue in dialysis patients. Maybe we could start patients who are stage 5 kidney disease and not on dialysis yet, so that they carry that habit while they transition into dialysis, is one of the big benefit I'm thinking in an area where it can affect. The second challenge is that there is cognitive impairment or a loss of cognitive function in most of the dialysis patients. I also think the next level benefit will be that there can be potentially improvement or decreased loss of cognitive ability in dialysis patients. That would be a tremendous benefit if that can be achieved and that can be attained. I think probably we can focus, because the cognitive loss happens because of toxins, and because also less interaction, and loss of connectivity because they become isolated. And that also related to the next topic that I'm going to talk, is that cognitive improvement will tremendously improve the quality of life. That could be in a second area that the impact can be there, and how significant or not we will know, but if we try. The third and last benefit I see is more than 70% of all dialysis patients have diagnosed or undiagnosed depression. It is because getting a therapy and continuous counseling is hard. I think this would act, I think Throwball doing 3 to 5 times a week would act as a subtle therapy and may prevent or improve or treat subtly the underlying depression, I think. Dialysis usually provided 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. On non-dialysis days, the 3 other days in a week, if they can play Throwball. And there are groups of patients, they are interconnected because those who are on dialysis, they connected each other through either social media or the dialysis related platforms. I think if we could, there would be an amazing day one day next 1 to 3 years, and in United States, the dialysis patients themselves as a Throwball kind of convention, or dialysis patients do meet once a year, different platforms that they are there, and if we can introduce Throwball in there, that would be a good idea. Beyond that, and I am very enthusiastic and to incorporate if there are any activity that is designed by International Federation for Throwball or any local organization here in US want to create an environment or an opportunity to the dialysis related patients to involve in Throwball, I think we would seriously consider that. One of the big need these days is that preventing this social isolation, and the Throwball may help lessening that when they are playing this with another dialysis patient. And some of the dialysis patients are wheelchair bound or less mobile. I think this would be a great sport to, when they have a disability, they could still participate in this sports activity. And I think that would be another benefit. I kept it very short. This is my first meeting, and this is my first time and to get involved. These are the 3 areas I feel, and the direct impact can be there. We have to see if there would be any other direct or indirect benefits from involving Throwball into these dialysis patients. Thank you, Sampurna. If anybody has any questions, I can take. And sorry, I kept conversation little short and very direct. And I think I'm also thrilled that Sabita is following me, so she could take a little of extra time that I have not used. Thank you, Sampurna.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Venu. In fact, there are a couple of points that you brought up. I just want to answer some of those.
Sure.
Number one is, can it be used for dialysis patients? We have already done that study in Bangalore.
Excellent.
We have got the actual person who used to go for kidney dialysis on a 3 times in a day basis, if I remember. And he's a yoga guru, by the way. He used to do the yoga, still he got his kidney failure happened, which nobody can predict some of these things, right?
Right.
But now with the in the middle of the COVID, we conduct the online throwball session for this person, for this patient in
Wow.
2021, March till May. In those 4 months, he used to be at home and we used to conduct the web conference, and our coach, Santosh sir and Mani sir and all these people who used to be in their house, in their terrace sometimes, and they trained the patient just by dribbling the ball and putting it to the wall and catching and playing with his wife. So all these different techniques we trained him. 1 hour in twice a week. Sorry, 2 times in a week, basically. 2 times in a week. Within 1 month, his blood pressure got normalized. He had a fluctuating blood pressure. Sometimes it
Mm.
used to be like very low, and sometimes it used to be normal, and sometimes it used to be very high. So if we do the measurement,
It's a
his
major benefit because
yeah,
70% of all dialysis patients or 80% of all dialysis patients have hypertension.
right. So he was able to sleep according to his own words when he said, after playing throw ball, I'm able to sleep properly in the night. He had a difficulty in sleeping. And after playing throw ball, he felt he has more energy now. He has a stamina now. Interestingly, now he goes to the dialysis alone. He does not need a
Wow.
family member to accompany him. He goes for dialysis, he gets the dialysis done, comes back. He doesn't
Wow.
really sleep on the bed. He goes to his, he has a shop in Girinagar in Bangalore. He
Wow.
goes to the shop, sits there and sells.
Oh,
He
wow.
works, he continues to work.
That's
That's the kind of
amazing.
energy.
That's really, really amazing. I can't believe
Yeah.
that.
He is 64 years old, in fact.
Wow.
He is not too young either, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that was an interesting thing. And the second thing is majority of these nephrology patients, as I heard, they will have either diabetes or hypertension or both, as I
Correct,
understood from Dr. Arvind.
correct, correct.
And in his studies, we found several of the people who are like aged also. Yesterday also we had one of the person coming and talking. They had diabetes. Uh, our own driver, in fact, he had about 400 the diabetes score earlier. He used to do walking and he used to control his food and everything. Still, his diabetes used to be higher when it is measured, more than 400. I'm talking about. He started playing throw ball because he found all of us seeing some good results.
Hmm.
He bought the ball from me. He paid for the ball.
Wow.
My driver. He paid for the ball and he took the ball home. He started playing at home. And few days ago, he tested, after 1.5 months, he tested his sugar level. It is 199.
Wow.
It has come down, and actually, a couple of weeks ago, it was 199. And yesterday, he was also one of the experience sharing person. He said it's back to normal now.
Wow, wow.
So that's
That's
a
amazing. That's
correct.
if kidney disease patients can have blood pressure and blood sugar control through NS sports, that's an amazing thing because it not only helps to control the disease, but also it prevents other complications related to high blood pressure and diabetes, which are very, very significant. I think it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite a few people who reported that even my mother had some frequent urine issues after she
Hmm.
started playing. She does not have any issues anymore. She is very healthy now.
Wow.
She's 73 years old.
Wow. This is amazing.
And after, like, she never had played throw ball before that. Even though I'm a throw
Ah,
ball player, she never played throw ball. But since last 1 year, she has been playing and she's healthy and she's able to maintain the health because of this.
that's very, very
So,
nice.
right. So thank you so much for your time. And I'm going to hand over this to our MC now. Are there any other questions, team? And are there any questions in the group there? No? Okay, fine. Really appreciate your time. I'm going to hand over this back to our MC now to say thanks to you first and
Thank
use
you.
Sabita.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venu. Just a little about him because I didn't get to introduce him before. Dr. Venu is really an amazing person. He was a two-term president for California Medical Association, UBASATA, for 20 years. And he was also chairman of board for Rideout Hospital Medical Foundation for 8 years. And he founded several other accountable care organizations, including California ACO, MBA ACO, Golden Life ACO, and Achiever ACO. He was he's also chairman of board and CEO of Nirvana Physicians in the USA. And he also co-founded Bloom Value Corporation. And he's also part of so many more local organizations, and he's board members for so many more other organizations that involve in healthcare communities and things that help uh, in the healthcare sector. Thank you so much for such insightful talks. Now we will move on to Dr. Sabita. She's a psychotherapist, entrepreneur, and respected in Yuva Sator Community, California. She's a founder and CEO of Atibas, and she's an active member of various local organizations and president of the Safe Foundation that she founded in 2020. Over to Dr. Sabita.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Sabita Kondle. I'm the psychotherapist in California, United States. I'd like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to be on and talk about various different things today. As Dr. Conley was saying earlier, and Sampurna and few others that I had opportunity to hear yesterday, a little bit of um, pieces and bits. And I also know we all know, and you are all aware of this throwball. It's nothing new that I have to teach, but I would like to share some of my slides. I hope I'll be able to put that together. Uh, can I get a little help? I'm not sure how to share the screen.
Dr. Sabita, you may click on the fifth button, present now, in the bottom. If you just do the mouse over below.
Present now.
Present now, yeah.
Yes. It says your entire screen, a window maybe? Click
Yeah,
on the window.
you may share the entire window, that's easier because if you switch, it will still maintain the sharing.
Because it's on my screen, but I'm not able to.
You may have to click twice, in fact. Once it shows that, you have to select that and then click as share now.
Gotcha. I only see this one, the one that I am on. I'm not able to see my other one, so I'm not sure what could have happened.
You may click on that, which is fine. First, you may click on present now and current screen. And once you select share now, post that, you can switch to your other page.
Okay.
You may use the Alt tab also after that. Once you click on the share, it's not shared yet. Yes, now I think it's shared.
Now it's shared?
Yeah, we can see.
Shared.
Oh.
We can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you may go on slide share presentation mode. Yeah. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your kind help. All right, I would like to kind of share some of the importances and what I think is beneficial as not only as a psychotherapist, but as a person who loves sports and believes in what throwball is all about. So we're going to talk about a little more about the throwball training and the cognitive function and its exploring some benefits. And most of you are already aware, but those who are you watching and wondering what I mean by what I'm saying, the connection between the throwball practice, vagus nerve and nervous system, and a cognitive function. And brief overview of the throwball, as you all know, where it was found and how this whole game is played. However, even though it has some rules and the guidelines how to actually play the throwball, but we are really looking into a population that may not be able to follow all the rules, or in fact just the simple basic rules. However, there are great benefits that is very important for people to pay attention to. It doesn't matter how long you've been practicing. It's a good idea to continue to practice, even if you're not playing in the team level. It's still okay because the benefits and the improvement of the eye coordination and then agility and cardiovascular endurance is a very important part of this throwball practice. And let's look into the science behind the throwball practice and the cognitive function. Of course, the research has shown that throwball practice can stimulate the vagus nerve. I repeatedly talk about the vagus nerve and how it is actually very much connected to the mind and body and neurotransmitters such as acetylcholine and dopamine, and which are crucial for cognitive function. And it has found, according to the research, the physical exercise such as throwball can promote neurogenesis, the growth of the new brain cells, and neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to adapt and change. So I'm going to pay attention more to take you guys into that direction of the neuroplasticity is what I'm really focused on, even including in psychology and psychotherapy. We are continue to understand what this means. How do you change your thoughts? How do you take from moving your thoughts to the practice of changing your behavior and attitude, as well as the throw ball, how it can help you do exactly the same with the neuroplasticity. And the importance of the cognitive function in the daily life. As we all know, the mental process that enable us to learn, think, reason, and the link between the throwball practice and the cognitive function. And there's so many studies that are more and more talking about it. Like I just mentioned in the previous slide, the activation of the vagus nerve, and it's important on the nervous system. That's the piece I would like to take a little more into the depth today. Improving the cognitive function can enhance learning. What does that mean? Problem solving, decision making, and overall mental well being. As much as it sounds very simple, problem solving and decision making, there is a process that's behind, and I would like to kind of talk about that as well today. When we engage in activities that challenge our cognitive function, such as playing sports, any type of sports, let alone throwball, our nervous system respond by releasing hormones that help that enhance our cognitive abilities. So, for example, the release of adrenaline during physical activity can help to improve our focus and attention, while the release of cortisol can help to improve the memory retention. I'm going to repeat this: improve our memory retention. So I believe Sampurna and others were talking about in their own experiences how throwball is actually helping. Yes, because of this cognitive function that does improve, such as memory retention, focus, engaging, and decision making. As for the example earlier, she was talking about a patient who was able to go back to work and sit there and continue to work. The decision making skill and problem solving is a crucial piece for that. Moreover, practicing such like throw ball can stimulate the brain areas involving in the cognitive function, like I mentioned, the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, and cerebellum. The brain areas are involved in a range of cognitive functions. When I talk about the attention and the working memory and motor learning, the movability that Dr. Conley was also talking earlier in the session. Um, let's go to the next one. This is a little bit of more details of the nervous system in cognitive function. The cognitive function, which is totally talking about the brain and the spinal cord and peripheral nervous system work together to process and store and to retrieve information, which allows us to perform wide range of cognitive tasks: learning, memory, attention, perception, and decision making. What I was talking earlier, the neurons, the primary cells of the nervous system, are the responsible for transmitting electrical and chemical signals in the brain. So, how is this really important? We'll talk more about it. Uh, and I'll be using other people's data as I was listening earlier in the sessions and yesterday sessions. That cognitive function, the nervous system is essential for cognitive function, which is impacted by various factors such as hormones that we just talked about. I'll go in depth as we move on to the other slides. The stress is a lot of us experience in daily life. Um, what kind of hormones does it release, and how is it affecting in the brain system? And then physically, when somebody has any type of diseases, how is that affecting the nervous system as well? And how can we optimize and use these techniques to help us, such as hormones that we'll be talking more in detail: cortisol, epinephrine, all kinds of other stuff. The nervous system is essential for cognitive function, I think, which we all agree. which covers all type of mental processes related to knowledge and understanding, that comprehension, that processing. It comprises the brain, the spinal cord, and peripheral nervous system that I was just talking about a minute ago. When we are focusing on retrieving information, storing information, that's memory. Neurons are the primary cells responsible, right, for electrical and chemical. The brain is totally, such as the prefrontal cortex, that specialize in different cognitive functions. The prefrontal cortex that we all talk about all the time for decision making, and the hippocampus for memory. Hormones like cortisol, like epinephrine, like I just mentioned, also impact on the cognitive function by regulating the body's stress response. I'm going to just a little more focus on this piece. How does it affect and help reduce the stress levels in the body and affecting some of the specific regions of the brain? And the introduction to the vagus nerve that I'm constantly talking about. I'd like to, even though it's on the slide, kind of review and talk about this one more time. The vagus nerve is the longest cranial nerve in the body. I'll share some pictures, and you can always Google and look it up for your own whenever you guys get a chance. Connecting the brain to many important organs, including the heart, lungs, and digestive system. And the function of the vagus nerve plays a vital role in regulating the body's autonomic nervous system, which controls many unconscious bodily functions such as heart rate, breathing, and digestion. How many of us really pay attention and be grateful, right? For the autonomic nervous system, what it does every single day, tirelessly, never complains like we complain, right? Beating the heart. It does it on its own, and breathing and digestion. Those just few. Stimulating the vagus nerve can improve mood, reduce anxiety and stress, and enhance cognitive function. Not only the research is showing this, but I personally experienced on my own. Throwball is an increasingly seems like a popular sport that can have many health benefits, and it has been found to have a positive impact on body's vagus nerve, which is responsible again for the controlling, remember, heart rate, breathing, and digestion. That's just a few. And the throw ball can probably definitely can increase one's focus and mental clarity while reducing stress levels and improving overall well-being. I'll show you the little screen of this picture of vagus nerve. Um, how daily exercises to rewire your brain. So this is a just a quick picture that's showing, of course, the heart and the digestion system, and then the nervous system. And I'll take you. This particular diagram is available on Amazon. If somebody wants to really use it or buy it, please feel free to do that. Role of the vagus nerve in cognitive function. As I just mentioned earlier, several aspects of the cognitive function, including attention, memory, and emotional regulation. This is the super important piece for emotional regulation. As much as I'm going to focus on the attention, memory, and decision making skill that I talked in the past, the emotional regulation is very crucial in regulating emotional responses by controlling the activity of the amygdala and brain region that is involved in the processing of emotion. Activation of the vagus nerve can help reduce emotional reactivity and improve emotional regulation. I'm going to go a little deeper into what that means from a psychotherapy and psychological perspective. All emotions are, I'm going to say this again, all type of emotions are good to have, and it's okay to have, whether it's sadness, angry, upset, they're all okay. How much is okay is the key part. So dysregulation versus regulation, what it is in amygdala in the brain region that we were just talking about, that's the place where it processes all types of emotion. It could be happy, it could be joy, it could be sad, it could be irritability, it could be frustration, anger, speaking loud, speaking angrily towards other people. All these are emotions. And how this helps is a piece that I'm going to connect in a minute. The vagus nerve that we are talking about, how it actually improves emotional regulation. Yes, through the yoga and the breath work, throwball, all of that is important. But when you actually learn how it is impacting our daily behavior and attitude, that'll become very important. So the promoting the activation of the vagus nerve through practicing such as the deep breathing or physical activity, the one of it is a throw ball. It can improve the cognitive function and overall being, so that emotional regulation and impulse control is extremely important, as much as it is important to pay attention for children, especially those who are in school, still in academic, but those who are actually learning and working daily. Attention is super important. When you're regulating your mind and body through small daily activities such as throw ball, can help people to stay more focused, to be successful in whatever the arena they are in. The neurons in the brainstem involves in regulation of attention and arousal. So activation of vagus nerve can improve that attention and cognitive performance. And we're all aware the importance of the decision making skill, how important it is. We're constantly making decisions every single day. In fact, every hour, every 15 minutes, every few minutes, we're constantly actively using our prefrontal cortex. And that's the piece that helps us make these critical decision making skills, and then impulse control. When somebody makes the environment harsh, very difficult to control our emotions. But if you're practicing, such as throw ball daily, I would probably say at least 30 minutes to an hour if possible. It doesn't have to be in one stretchable uh, 15, 20 minutes. Even if it is 5, 10 minutes with the breath work, it goes a long ways. And this is the piece that I would like you, as much as everybody's aware of practice, just looking at the ball, imagine you holding in your hand and letting it go as you move your other hand to throw the ball. Keeping your eyes looking at the screen, keep your eyes on the ball. Just imagine looking at it as if you're actually throwing the ball. That attention, that decision making skill, how far, how much, what's the strength in your arms to use, all that's happening so fast. And that is part of the vagus nerve system and the prefrontal cortex. Now, connection between the practicing throw ball and activation of the vagus nerve. As I was mentioning about the vagus nerve, let's go a little more into the nervous system called parasympathetic nervous system, and there's also sympathetic nervous system. The crucial part, which is important with the heart rate, digestion, and respiratory rate. The vagus nerve also plays an essential role in the body's relaxation response. That's the piece I was talking earlier about, focusing on. I hope you guys all remember the body's relaxation does go with the focusing on decision making, but the impulse control, the controlling system. So the evidence suggests that practicing throw ball can activate the vagus nerve. That's the beautiful piece I would like all of you to take with you today. And those of you who are listening, remember to practice. And this vagus nerve that we're going to go into a little more in depth in next several slides. The health benefits, including the stress reduction. All of us are very familiar with the stress reduction, how it can help us to be more successful, more focused. activation of the vagus nerve to reduce the levels by promoting the relaxation and reducing the activity of the sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system is the fight and flight response that when we are angry, we get there, activates the sympathetic nervous system. And those of you who are very much aware to survival mode, that's what we call ourselves, that is also part of sympathetic nervous system. It's okay to be in that mode for moments. We are all humans and we are all animals and reptile brain, where we do have this ability to not only save ourselves, those of you who are especially parents can relate to what I'm saying. That instant activation when a child is touching something, when the child is in a risky position, or we ourselves in a risky position, we automatically use our survival mode to protect ourselves and protect those around us. So it's not all bad to be in a sympathetic nervous system. What it is not to stay long in that mode. When you stay longer in that mode, you do activate that stress area where you will not be able to focus, where you will get into that anxiety and get upset or shut down. So, those are the effects of the sympathetic nervous system. And let's look at the positive sides, like I was just talking about. Yes, it does help using relaxation techniques to bring the sympathetic nervous system to go into parasympathetic nervous system, which can improve our heart health. And like I said, the digestion. A lot of us have a lot of dietary restrictions, what we can eat, what we cannot eat. Europe especially, right? They call that gut brain. Slowly the Western medical field and the others are following and understanding, but the Eastern population, like such as in India, talked about this for thousands of years. The gut brain and the digestion and Ayurvedic and all kinds of things. The immune function, how it can help with the vagus nerve. And there are studies shown. I am a relationship specialist and a trauma specialist. We use this in the system and proven mechanism, something called vagal tone, and that is related to the vagus nerve. When you focus on improving your vagal tone through the breath work and relaxation techniques, even in the relationships, you'll be able to talk to your partners, your children, your parents much more politely and much more patiently. And that's the beauty of focusing on parasympathetic nervous system and practicing throwball and how it is able to activate the nervous system using and touching and feeling and focusing and making those decisions and the helping our nervous system from sympathetic nervous system to parasympathetic. And the more we practice taking it to sympathetic to parasympathetic, the vagal tone improves and various bodily functions. And I love this slide. Please pay attention. Hope some of you can really see what I was talking about, how it's connected from top to most of our body. It's all through, but this is the vagus nerve, the movement of walking, sprints, and lifting weights. And sometimes, and as we are all aware, the massage feels good in our body and it gives us relaxation. And that is true. And that's because of this. And cold exposure is healthy as well, especially when people are in that zone of angry, upset, dysregulation, the term that I used earlier. It's really good idea to, with the cold exposure, um, irritability, angry, washing your face with cold water, rinsing and splashing, or just drinking some cold water would help the body. And there are studies in a CBT and a DBT, especially, and mindfulness that I use quite a bit to help clients process their trauma and emotions. Um, Washing your face with cold water or drinking cold water and just taking a breath would help the vagus nerve. Sometimes in our society, especially most of the societies in most of the religions, they practice singing, chanting especially, and that's also part of activating the vagus nerve. And when you're happier, you could definitely activate it sometimes, like such as gargling and laughing. In Ayurvedic, they talk about bitter compounds in food, how that is important, and why we do eat certain things like bitter melon, for example, how it does activate vagus nerve. And meditation, there's no doubt, more and more studies are talking about it, and proven method for meditation and deep breath, the belly breath, that I teach my little kids how to do a deep belly breath and how important it is to do a belly breath when they get upset. So, this is the stimulation of the vagus nerve and psychology, how it impacts our mind and body. And this, thanks to this beautiful nervous system that we all have, and it's free, it's no money. So, let's all look into this throwball practice and the vagus nerve one more time with the research findings, the benefits. The nerve is the longest cranial nerve in the body, as you just seen it in that other slide, and how we just described the sympathetic nervous system and parasympathetic nervous system, which includes the heart rate, digestion, breathing, let alone that focusing on regulation and dysregulation and how it affects. And the research findings, studies suggest that aerobic exercises like throwball can stimulate the vagus nerve. This is the piece Dr. Kondle was actually talking earlier in his session, how people who cannot really stand up, and that's okay, such as these, moving the ball, using the ball, sitting where you are, tossing to one another, or sometimes just tossing to the wall. And I've seen some from Sampurna's videos and other throw ball, how people are able to use it and how they're actually stimulating the vagus nerve. They probably don't know that's what they're doing, but that is helping them increase the parasympathetic activity, which is that helps with the reduced stress in body and mind and improved cognitive functions that we talked earlier in the previous slides. So please do continue to stimulating the vagus nerve through the throw ball or any type of physical exercise. And a lot of us probably see in our culture or many cultures sitting in, doing like sewing or stitching or open, close, whatever the things that they can do, they do that. And that's part of the vagus nerve, enhancing the mental and emotional well being, to reduce the anxiety and depression, the sadness and the depression. When we go into that dorsal of the nervous system, that's little bit is good. Meditation and all that can take you, but that's more of relaxation, not a depression. There is a huge difference between relaxing the body and mind versus depression. And when you increase your vagus nerve through the physical exercise such as throw ball, like I said, the emotional well-being is very important, and it does reduce the anxiety, and it does reduce the depression, and it overall improves the quality of life. Now, this is another diagram that I really like. The natural way techniques for stimulating the vagus nerve as much as the throw ball. So the singing, exercise, gentle exercises, walking, all that does help um, little bit. But when you practice most of these together, it helps more, and you can see the the reduction of the stress and and improve well-being overall when you practice more of this, that cold exposure and yoga, laughing, deep breathing, gargling, and thoughtful meditation. Meditation doesn't mean you have to silence your brain completely. Focusing on one thing only and keeping your attention and intention will help you feel relaxed as well. Now, psychological benefits of the throwball and the stress relief, as we talked, improving the self esteem, especially the younger population or the older population. We all can use some self esteem, but then playing throwball can improve that self esteem by providing sense of accomplishment and mastery. I am very much a person of teaching. I taught for many years in the community for mastery. I don't believe in 100%, or I don't use the word perfection, but I do love to use the mastery. And regular practice of improvement can lead to increased confidence and self belief. A sense of achievement and accomplishment to that's one own self, not just in a team. However, I will touch on how it helps in that social interaction, doing in a team sport. When you include more than one person in a social interaction with other players, that can be beneficial for psychological well-being by providing sense of belonging. When you create your sense of belonging and support, that does help regulate our system, and that is important to have a social interaction. And goal setting is another piece. When you're playing the throw ball, setting goals, working towards those goals can be very effective way to build motivation, determination, and sense of purpose. Again, these are some things that we are all aware, but it's important to bring it to our prefrontal cortex, that attention and focus, to remind ourselves not just playing throw ball just to play it as an activity, but it has other benefits. And not only it relieves that stress relief, what does it do? Improves our mood, decrease our anxiety, decrease our frustration, releasing tension. All these are important pieces of the stress relief. And like I talked about the self esteem, confidence, just not in yourself, but to others and those around you, and the social interaction, playing this throw ball in a team environment, the motivation, the determination, and sense of purpose is the key piece. I'm repeating some of these so it can resonate, and hopefully you'll connect it even after I finish today. What does that mean in a simple terms that we do in a daily practice, but we don't pay attention? And I'll bring up a gratitude when we acknowledge when we are playing what it gave us, that sense of purpose and determination or motivation. When we tap into ourselves to tell ourselves, thanking ourselves, letting our body do that, that will expand our not only heart but in the brain. And the mindfulness, they talk about it a quite a bit in this society recently and the worldwide, and that's what that means. The positive mood, the throw ball can is very important. When you're playing, it releases endorphins, and which are natural mood boosters, and we all try to do that. A lot of people go to gym for the same reason or play any other sports for the same reason. And that's the same reason I encourage playing throw ball, and how it actually is a natural mood booster because it does release that endorphins. It can promote feelings of pleasure and well-being and leading to a positive mood. When you're in a positive mood, you feel happy. You see things around you in a more positive perspective. And now, the endorphins can promote feeling of pleasure, I said, right? Let's stay with that notion and let's see what else it can do for us. Improved focus and concentration, right? Focus and concentration, as we learned throughout our session today with our slides that cognitive function can lead to better performance in other areas such as life and work and school. So I repeat, such as just life in general, no matter what your age is, and work and school. Overall, practicing throwball can be fun and effective way to improve your mental and physical well-being. And now, connection between the physical activity and mental health. We talked about other pieces and other parts earlier, but let's take a look at it this releasing endorphins with that physical activity, right? When it's releasing, that natural mood booster is happening, right? When that happens, that pleasure and well being and reduces stress, that's all great. But what are these endorphins, right? Physical activity that triggers endorphins. These are natural, remember this, guys, painkillers, natural painkillers and mood boosters. That's what's happening. So, endorphins are natural painkillers and mood boosters, can help reduce the stress and anxiety levels and promote feelings of pressure and well being. And of course, that's what we're talking about here on this slide, that improves mood and the self esteem. And this is part of the reason Sampurna probably heard from some of her clients and people who's been playing. It does promote better sleep. The physical activity can promote better sleep by reducing the stress in the body and anxiety levels. It does give relaxation. When your body is in a relaxation state, that is regulating the sleep and wake cycle. So the melatonin, that's a piece as well. And that's what's happening to people who are experiencing how is it that I'm sleeping better? That's because of that vagus nerve activation and the physical activity, how it's related, the strong connection of the mental health. It is mental health for sure. Sleeping better is healthy for our brain and body. And let's go look into this other areas of endorphins. Great. Oxytocin, that's the love hormone that a lot of us talk about. That's a happy hormone. And that serotonin is the mood. Whenever we go and fluctuate in the mood, that's the serotonin. And then the dopamine, that quick reward system, that achievement that I was talking about, the team when you are involved, that's what helps. And that endorphins, I think I said it enough, how that throwball or any type of activity releases any type of work in the past slides that I showed, and how that improves. And remember, anytime you hear endorphins, remember that's a natural painkiller and a mood booster for yourself. And let's talk about, this is not on this slide, but the cortisol is the hormone that's released during stress. So, not that we want to 100% avoid cortisol, but it's good to have it in a regulated zone, which means stabilized. Because if it's not in a regulated zone, which is the one dysregulation and regulation I spoke earlier, the negative effects on mental health and physical health is chronically elevated. I'm going to say this one more time. When you increase your stress in your body, which is the cortisol hormone that is released during the stress, anger, upset, all kinds of things that doesn't really help us be true self. So it can have negative effects on mental and physical health if levels are chronically elevated. Regular physical activity can help to reduce the cortisol levels. So when you do such as throwball, it can reduce the cortisol levels, increase the endorphin. All right. So the cortisol is the stress hormone. We want to keep it balanced. Now, the serotonin that I was talking about, like a mood stabilizer, a lot of us in the mental health, we do talk about the mood stabilizers. So physical activity can increase production of serotonin. That's the reason I constantly repeat, the neurotransmitter that I was showing in a vagus nerve that regulates mood, appetite, and sleep, balanced meals. Some of us talk about how I'm eating healthy. I think Sampurna is a great example. Those of you who know her very well, she talks really good about eating nutritious, eating healthy, eating the right products. Yes, when you increase your serotonin or balance it, that mood and appetite and sleep is related, and serotonin can lead to improved mood and reduction of symptoms of depression. So remember, any of us, most of us, we go through highs and lows in life, and that is serotonin, and it does improve symptoms of depression. It reduces the neurotransmitter that is responsible of feeling pleasure and reward, increases the dopamine, the other hormone that we were talking about, improves mood, motivation, and overall well-being. And the testosterone, which is not listed here, can increase in men and women, for responsible for promoting muscle growth and development, as well as regulating mood and cognitive function. So overall, just want to mention to pay attention to these um, hormones and how it's very beneficial to our body and mind. And very quickly, boost in mood and reduction of stress through throwball practice. I'm repeating, hopefully, everybody's paying attention. These are some things that we do all the time, giving gratitude, being in the positive mode, and continue to endorphin release that painkiller and mood naturally by during the throwball practice. That's what the body is releasing. It's natural, like I said. So pay attention and remember to continue to do that. And remember, it does reduce anxiety levels, and it does promote feeling of pleasure. And that social interaction, playing in a group or playing with one more person, if you don't have a lot of people around you, that's okay. You could do it on your own on the wall that I've seen throwball scenes and the pictures. That's also good. It's beneficial for mood and stress reduction. And as we are discussed earlier, physical activity is a crucial role in reducing stress and improving mood. So continue to practice, and it's not only the benefits that I talked about, more of fun and enjoyment. Engaging into such activity like throwball, it's not only enjoyable activities such as this games, but it's a positive impact on mood and stress levels. So having fun and enjoying what you're doing, and you guys are already been doing and practicing, continue to do it. It's more for the positive experiences, emotions, and improves that mental well-being that I've been constantly repeating. This is so important that I use it day in, day out for hours in my sessions with people when I'm speaking with my clients and patients. So now let's just go with one more time. This, remember, the anxiety and the mood and the self-esteem and cognitive function and better sleep, and benefits of throwball practice for cognitive function. Throwball practice has several benefits, as we spoke over and over. It can reduce cognitive neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. I just want to put it out there. This is additionally, it can reduce the risk of cognitive decline and neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. And there are more studies that's proven and talked about. So by incorporating throwball practice into your routine, you can improve your cognitive abilities and promote long-term brain health. I hope everybody agrees what I was saying, and please do your own research and take a look at it. How it's a cognitive function is as complex as it sounds. It does involve various aspects of the nervous system to take away from this slides and my experience, the neuropaths and releasing hormones and specific brain area. Moreover, practicing like throwball can stimulate the brain areas involved in cognitive functions such as prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, and cerebellum. So overall, it's a great thing to do and continue to do and have fun, all of you. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And thanks to my husband, Dr. Kondle, for giving me extra time for me to express all my feelings and emotions and the beautiful experience through Sampurna and watching all of you. That's an inspiration. And again, that's very stimulating and motivating for me. And I will be using, and I started using with my clients, and they're already telling me they're feeling good. And we'll work on how to get those balls to some of our clients in United States using the Amazon link later on. So overall, guys, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. That being said, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Any questions, I'll be more than happy to take.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. In fact, such a scientific study about Throwball and how it can really, really help the people and the internal organs and internal nervous system, vagus nervous system, parasympathetic nerves. And uh, one thing I want to say is it's a painkiller. It's a natural painkiller. I love that. Thank you so much, Sabita. This is amazing presentation, and it's a real keynote. People are going to remember this. This is, it's a great closing for the entire International Throwball Conference 2023, I would say. Thank you so much for taking time to prepare this and talk to us in a scientific manner.
Thank you so
That's
much.
what is more important.
And yes, we'd love to hear from you and anyone who's got any type of questions, more than happy to answer. If there are no questions, I just want to say thank you again, and I'll take off.
Thank you.
Thank
In
you.
fact, we would like to really call one more person here, Sabita.
Sure.
Miss Sheila, Mrs. Sheila, Ms. Sheila here. She's with us. She's actually, she's a teacher in Aruna Chetana Special School. She's a trained teacher to take care of the intellectually disabled and cerebral palsy and different type of mental health kind of students. And she does an amazing job there, where we went and did the throwball training as well. Sheila madam, are you online? Could you please come on the video and talk about your experience in throwball in your school, which goes in line with what Sabita Kondle said as well.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ?
ಹಾ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
ಓಕೆ, ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ.
ವಿಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಹಾ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆನ್ ಬಂದ್ರ? ಓಕೆ, ಹಾ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇಂದೊಂದು ಈ ತರ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋದು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಲ ನನ್ಗೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾವ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೇನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಿಮಗ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಈಗ ನನ್ಗೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ಅನುಭವನ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಬಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಅಂಶ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಾಲ್ ಬರೋ ಕಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವರು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಾಲ್ ಬರೋ ಕಡೆನೂ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಬಾಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಸೆರೆಬಲ್ ಪಾಲ್ಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ತರನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ ತರನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು. ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಇದು ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎರಡು ಕೈಗಳಿಂದನೂ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಸೆರೆಬಲ್ ಪಾಲ್ಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಡಿಸೇಬಲ್ಡ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ. ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕೈ ಕಾಲುಗಳ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟು ತುಂಬಾ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ರಿಸೆಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್, ಭಾಷಾ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ರಿಸೆಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಕಷ್ಟ. ರಿಸೆಪ್ಟಿವ್ಲಿ ಗುಂಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟ ಆಡುವಾಗ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಅದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯನ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ವರ್ಬಲ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಸೈನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಶನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗುಂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ರಿಂದ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನು ಎದುರಾಳಿ ಇರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಅವನಿಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಇವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ರಿಸೆಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್, ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗ್ ಬೆರಿಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಎದುರೆದ್ರು ನೋಡುವಂತ ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ನಾವೀಗ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮುಖಕ್ ಮುಖ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಈ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಬಾಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಡುವಂತ ಗುಣನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಆಟ ಆಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗುಣನು ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ವಿಶೇಷ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗು ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಟ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು, ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಯಾರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
One second, Sheila madam. Can I just translate that to English so that even other people can get it while you're speaking? Just few points that you said. I'm just going to summarize in English for the rest of the audience.
Okay, madam.
Okay. The first thing Sheila madam said, Sheila is a specially trained person to take care of special children who are inclusive of intellectually disabled people and cerebral palsy and autism and all these different varieties of mental health and a nervous issue students. What she said is, the first and foremost thing is ability to judge the ball and catch the ball with both the hands. When they play throw ball, it becomes a very good exercise for cerebral palsy people, because generally initially itself they will not know how to really catch and how to really manage their body position to catch the ball. When it comes, they will not even know that, oh, I have to go and catch it, or how do I position myself, how do I keep my hand, how do I keep my leg to catch it. So they can't do all those kind of judgments. But when they started playing throw ball, slowly they started learning those small steps. It may look like very small, but it's a big thing for those kids to understand and be able to go to that object and hold the ball, catch the ball. And it's an exercise for both the people who are throwing the ball as well as the person who's catching the ball. Even when they catch the ball to throw, they have to think. Their mind is not automatically tuned to throw the ball at somebody or to somebody. When they started getting the training on throw ball, they started thinking about that. They started thinking about working along with, playing along with rest of the people and throwing to the specific person and in the right manner. The body, the brain, body, eye and hand coordination, these are the things that she could see the improvement on. And let me pause here. I don't know if I translated everything that you said, Sheila madam, but you can correct me and I can translate again.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಅದರ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ವಿಶೇಷ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಈ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬಾ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋದಾಗ, ಥ್ರೋ ಬಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಆಟದ ವಸ್ತು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಟ ಅಂತಾನೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವ್ ಏನೇ ಕಲ್ಸಕ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Oh, great. Okay, that's a great point. What Sheila madam said is, focusing and attention are the key points, especially for these special children. They are not able to focus for more than few seconds, or sometimes not even fraction of seconds they can focus on something, and the attention just goes off for them. But when they started playing throw ball, their focusing and attention skill improved, and post completing the throw ball session, they were able to teach. Sheila madam is a teacher, and if she's teaching something to the students, their focus was improved on learning the new things. It's not just the throw ball. Throw ball is a game. It's a tool for the students, and they enjoy it, and their focus improved. When they were taught some other subject or some other things to do, they were able to catch it. They were able to focus on those subjects and understand a little more better or faster, and they could. It was easier for Sheila madam to teach them in simple terms, right? Okay,
ಇಲ್ಲಿ
go on.
ಈ ಥ್ರೋ ಬಾಲ್ ಆಟ ಆಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಆಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಲೂ ನಮ್ದು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಆಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠ ಕಲಿತಾರೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Awesome. I think you said it well, Sheila madam. When they started playing, eye-hand coordination was improved a lot for the students. And what she said is learning a lesson through the sport. In Kannada, we say Ata Patha. Okay, Ata means it's a game, Patha means it's a lesson. So both of them go so well together. With playing, they were able to learn more. Thank you. I think that actually summarizes even what Dr. Kondle said, Sabita Kondle said, and Sheila madam said, and we also did the study on Throwball for academic score, where learning and playing goes together. Over to you back again, Sheila madam.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿಶೇಷ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ದೈಹಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಹ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಟ ಆಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬಾಡಿ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಹದ ಅಂಗಾಂಗ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕಾಪಾಡತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಲ್ದಿ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಾಲ್ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶರೀರದ ಚಲನವಲನಗಳು ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಡೀ ಶರೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬಾಡಿ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಸಹ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಗೆಲುವಿನಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ. ಈಗ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅರ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದೇ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಇದು ಥ್ರೋಬಾಲ್ ಆಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ದು ಏನೇ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿದ್ರೂ ಅದ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಗೆಲುವಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Okay, great point. Sheila madam also said, especially with the special children, physical fitness is lot more important. For everybody it is important, but for the special children it's even more important. When they started playing throwball, they were lot more active and they were very happy all the time, and that helped a lot for the children. Thank you. Back to you again, Sheila madam. Any other point that you want to cover?
ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಲೂ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಅದೇ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಪಾಠದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿಮಟ್ಟ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Okay, great. So what she said is the activeness and enthusiasm increased in the students, because of which their behavior truly improved. That's her experience she's talking about. After playing throwball, it was a controllable behavior from the students. They were not getting too aggressive or not listening and all these different kind of symptoms what these special children show most often. those things got controlled after playing throw ball. They were all like very, very energetic and they were happy so that they could listen to the teachers and learn. So that's a very positive impact and improvement in their mental health status as well.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಶನ್. ಇದು ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಜಾಗ ಏನು ಇದು ಅದರದ್ದು ಏನೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸೈಜ್ ಕೈ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಾಲ್ ನ ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫೈನ್ ಮೋಟಾರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Okay, great. So what she said is it's a awareness of the space improved in the students because they had to, within the available space, they had to judge and they had to catch the ball and throw the ball back, and they also had to control where to throw. So that's a space awareness and distance and the ability to think improved in the students.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನು ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ಎದುರಾಳಿ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು ಅವನ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಏಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ತರ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು, ಅವನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದಾನ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸೋಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ನ್ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ನ್ ಏಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕ್ತಾನೆ, ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನ ದೂರನೇ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನ, ಅದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ.
Okay, so it's an interesting one, which is again going along with Dr. Sabita said. People were able to judge. We are talking about special children were able to judge how much force they need to apply, and how much distance they need to throw the ball. These are the kind of skills they were able to develop very quickly after playing throw ball. So it was a stage by stage development in the students. Thank you so much for sharing all these insights, Sheila madam.
Okay madam, thank you.
Really appreciate that coming on the call and in a very short notice period, I would say.
Okay,
but
madam.
This truly helps us to understand what are the possibilities of a game beyond the professional game, right? Most often people think that any game is only for competition and only for going to Olympics, and going to the Olympics is a final aim. But I think if we can really help the entire society and all types of people whom we have covered here, it could be special children, it could be the transgenders, and kind of society where International Throwball Federation has conducted a competitive throwball state level tournament as well. And we have covered the PWDs, the specially abled people. We have conducted, Dr. Venu, I would like to call upon saying that International Throwball Federation has conducted Women Wheelchair Throwball Tournament. Can you believe it? Women Wheelchair Throwball Tournament in 2008, several years ago, 2008. We had Dr. Malti Holla. She is a very well-known para-athlete. She and her team and several of them participated in these tournaments. We are really supporting even those specially abled people, and we are supporting elderly people with throwball. We are supporting students for improving their academic score. It's like much beyond the regular way of managing the professional throwball. Of course, we do have professional throwball and competitive throwball across the world, and people keep playing, but it's, in my opinion, reaching out to every sector of the society and helping them to improve and help them realize their own potential itself is winning an Olympic medal. Correct me if I'm wrong. And big round of applause for all the speakers for coming on to this platform and sharing your views and points and every single session I learned a lot from all of you. And on behalf of International Throwball Federation, we would like to thank each and every person who contributed here. I would like to quickly request Mr. Ousseynou Gueye. He is the African Throwball Federation President. He is also an Olympian from Senegal. Another interesting and pride thing for us is he's also one of the organizing committee member for Youth Olympics 2026, which is going to happen in Dakar in Senegal. Sir, would you like to say a few words for the entire audience here? Ousseynou Gueye, sir? You may speak in French, which is fine.
D'accord, très bien. Voilà. Voilà.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, but there is a background noise. Yeah.
Attendez, voilà, je reprends.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Vous entendez?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
J'enlève les micros. Vous m'entendez maintenant? Vous m'entendez maintenant?
Yes, you are audible.
Ok, c'est bon maintenant. Donc, vous m'entendez? Voilà. Puis, j'aimerais même parler, par exemple, pour réussir un peu à organiser les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse pour faire une présentation du Throwball international. Donc, j'ai mis en rapport avec le groupe un monsieur avec qui que je travaille. Avec, je pense que tout le monde comprend le français. Hein? Je continue comme ça. Oui. Je continue à parler. Vous vous entendez?
Oui. On vous entend.
Ah, vous entendez très bien. Ah, d'accord, c'est bien. Voilà. Que j'étais en plus, je ne savais pas si on m'entendait là. Alors, ce que j'aimerais proposer, c'est la méthode qu'il faut organiser, qu'il faut faire pour réussir un peu à faire une présentation du Throwball au niveau de la manifestation des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse en 2026. Voilà. J'aimerais en parler avec le secrétaire général pour lui expliquer quelles sont les méthodes ou bien quelles sont les voies et moyens qu'il faut utiliser pour qu'on puisse avoir un espace pour proposer le Throwball, disons, au niveau des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse. Parce que vous vous rappelez, le niveau des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse, c'est quelque chose qui est très intéressant, qui est une plateforme qui permet un peu de voir de tous les sports du monde, de la jeunesse, qui n'est pas, par exemple, c'est tous des jeunesses, c'est des jeunes qui vont à l'école. Donc, j'ai profité sur ça. Je travaille avec un monsieur qui est un professeur d'éducation physique, Ablaye Diop, que j'ai demandé qu'on le mette en groupe. Il est vice-président, il est président d'une fédération de Throwball qu'on va organiser, qu'on va mettre dans quelques jours. C'est monsieur Ablaye Diop, voilà, Ablaye Gueye plutôt, voilà. Donc, il s'est signalé maintenant. Donc, c'est quelqu'un avec qui je travaille pour qu'au niveau de l'organisation des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse, pour qu'ils puissent accepter le Throwball comme sport de démonstration. Mais il est important qu'au niveau de la Fédération internationale de Throwball, qu'il fasse une lettre adressée au comité d'organisation, okay, des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse pour qu'on puisse étudier la faisabilité et comment organiser les Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse avec une démonstration de Throwball dans ces milieux-là. Donc, je ne sais pas si vous avez compris jusqu'à présent ce que j'ai dit. Voilà. Et puis, j'aimerais bien savoir si vous avez compris voilà, où je vais mettre en place M. Gueye, M. Ablaye Gueye, pour qu'il puisse vous expliquer un peu qu'est-ce que c'est. Ablaye, tu as envie de parler un peu en anglais peut-être pour les expliquer un peu qu'est-ce qu'il faut, voilà, ce que j'ai dit. Allez-y.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Mr. Zelgay. Hi, hello everybody. Here is my name is Abdullah Gay, and I'm physical education teacher, as Ousseynou said previously. And he said that he would like to promote Throwball towards the youth Olympic Games who going to be held in Senegal in our country. And it will be a pleasure for us to promote this unbelievable sport. As you know, we have so many children here who are really, let's say, fit for playing sport. Whatever it's gonna be, you're gonna have maybe some videos, some physical support in order to explain to them, in order to go to some schools and some high schools from here, and to associate all the members of this federation or sports community or structure in order to be promoting this throwball sport. And it's like an introduction for me, and I'm very pleased to be associated in this, let's say, in this meeting. And after we're gonna be, let's say, maybe explaining further our activities in order to be, let's say, more, improve about the throwball sport. This is what I have to say in introducing myself and about what Ousseynou Gueye said a while ago. Thank you for your listening.
OK, moi je pense que l'introduction est claire. Ce qu'on a travaillé, c'est, disons, cette possibilité d'organiser cela. Voilà, on aura l'occasion peut-être demain d'en parler physiquement, puisque on se verra, Inch'Allah. Donc voilà, j'attends un peu demain pour qu'on puisse vraiment face à face parler de cela pour introduire le Throwball dans les Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse comme sport de démonstration. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, voilà. Puis je pense que ça s'est très bien passé. J'ai entendu toutes les autres interventions qui sont très sensées et très responsables et très professionnelles aussi. Et ça fait très plaisir de voir qu'il y a beaucoup d'intellectuels qui suivent le Throwball et ça ne fait que avancer la méthodologie d'entraînement et de récupération et tout ce qu'il y a comme sport de haut niveau. Voilà, c'est très intéressant. En tout cas, moi, ça m'a très bien impressionné. Avec toute l'expérience que j'ai au niveau des Jeux olympiques que j'en ai déjà fait, voilà, et puis le niveau international que j'ai connu, il est très important de voir qu'il y a un groupe très solide et beaucoup d'intellectuels qui travaillent sur la méthodologie d'enseignement et de la division, c'est-à-dire de vulgariser un peu beaucoup de plus, disons, cette discipline qui est vraiment intéressante. Voilà, et je pense qu'il aura sa place au niveau africain et bientôt avec la Fédération africaine qu'on est en train de mettre sur pied. Mais d'abord, j'aimerais bien qu'on soit très, 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 très conséquent. Il faut que les fédérations nationales puissent se confirmer, s'organiser avec l'appui de la Fédération internationale pour que ces fédérations-là puissent, disons, être reconnues par les ministères et par les comités olympiques qui vont permettre un peu d'organiser ce tournoi africain pour qu'il puisse émerger et reprendre le niveau mondial. Donc, il est très important sur le plan, deux choses, sur le plan intellectuel, sur le plan technique, que la Fédération internationale, la direction technique de la Fédération internationale de Throwball participe au développement et à la connaissance et la méthodologie d'enseignement au niveau des pays africains. Et la deuxième chose, au niveau dirigeantial, au niveau, disons, du comité d'organisation internationale, sur le plan administratif, qui puisse aider un peu les nouvelles fédérations qui vont se placer au niveau africain pour qu'ils puissent prendre l'expérience, prendre, disons, de la confirmation pour qu'ils soient reconnus dans leur pays et qu'ils font partie de la ligne de financement que donnent les ministères de sport. Sinon, ça va être difficile. Donc voilà, on aura l'occasion demain, personnellement, de parler de tout ça, qui va peut-être nous permettre de mieux voir comment développer le throwball au niveau africain. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Osenbe.
Allez-y, Ablaye, essayez un peu d'expliquer ce que j'ai dit maintenant. Si,
Right, Osenbe says that we have to, in administrative way, we have to make some documents in order to promote the throwball through the federations and our leagues who are here in Senegal, in order to explain all around Africa. You will have some documents, we'll have some videos, we'll have some human resources also, in order to go through all schools and all the nearby strictures who are who the children of Africa, especially in Senegal. We are talking here in Senegal because we'll have a team who will be gonna explaining and in technical way also how to practice, what are the rules of throwball, in order to explain well. If we have these elements with us, he said that we will for sure have this implemented. We will implement the throwball in Africa. So in resume by what says Mr. Hussein Gueye, we're gonna have you're gonna have a meeting tomorrow, and we'll explain again and again in order to have all the rules and all the documentation with, in order to accompany the human resources. So, Monsieur Gueye, je pense que c'est ce que vous avez dit en gros. Donc,
c'est très bien, c'est très clair. Donc, voilà, je vous repasse la parole. Voilà, j'attends un peu. Moi, je pense ils ont bien compris. Donc, demain, on verra de face si ce message-là peut passer. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Mr. Ousseynou, as well as welcome Abdoulaye Gueye for joining us as Secretary General of Senegal, which is amazing to have you here. Thanks for joining us and committing to spread throwball and awareness in Senegal and in all the African countries. It will be an honor to have both of you here in this forum today. With that, I think we are half an hour overboard, but I think it was a very, very interesting discussion. I would like to thank all the presenters. I would like to thank Dr. Ramanna, who is the father of throwball. He's the one who has committed to this throwball since last 40 years, and he has spent hours and nights and days to develop throwball across multiple countries and in every single village in India and in several other places. Because of Ramanna sir, we are all here in throwball. I would say that. I also would like to thank Dr. Igor Lanzoni. He is the he has played the pivotal role for organizing this international throwball conference and coordinating a lot for organizing this in Italy. I also would like to call out Mr. Ken. He is from Sierra Leone. He's the one who started talking about, Sampurna, why can't we start and conduct an international throwball conference? When we met in Cambridge in last year, August, we had this discussion with Dr. Igor and Mr. Ken. That's where we started thinking about it, and today we made it happen. Thank you so much, Ken and Ali Mami, who has been our backbone for conducting this International Throwball Conference. Along with it, I also would like to call out all the people from every single country, including India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, who are the initiators during the initial days. These are the countries who is to start playing throwball, and then we developed it to multiple other countries. So I would like to thank all of those countries, Mr. Shamim, and all these different people. And other than these, I also would like to call upon Netra. Netra is a person who played a pivotal role. Netra, I would like to call you here onto the video. She has been coordinating with all of you. I think she made it successful, connecting with each one of you and made it to happen in every single, all of the event went on time. There was no delay. This is the only last session. I'm sitting here and we delayed a little bit, but I think otherwise every single day, every single session went on time. Thank you so much, Netra. And she's an international throwball player too, and now she's helping us as executive assistant for International Throwball Federation. I also would like to call out Vivek Hegde to the video. He's a videographer and he's coming on the video for the first time here in the entire conference, but he was a person who was behind the screens and making sure the entire streaming happens on time. He runs a company called Media Mantra. You can't believe it. He just finished his engineering this year, but he started his own company 2 years ago. And now he's a veteran in running a media company. Thank you so much, Vivek, for making it successful and online streaming going across the world. It is not a very simple thing. Thank you so much, Vivek.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, and I would like to call Manthana. She is Manthana is a student. She'll still, on a last minute, I requested her to do some introduction of the speakers today, and she did a good job. Thank you so much, Manthana. And with that, we would like to close the session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the viewers, all the people who participated and encouraged in the research sessions as well of the throwball, which was a very pivotal activity for throwball. Thank you, Dr. Venu, Dr. Sabita, for your amazing keynote, which is going to be cherished in our minds throughout. Have a great day, all of you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sampurna. Thank you, team.
you.
Have a great rest of the, whatever the
Bye.
time zone you're at. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.